when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Yangri and the Yin Yang family are sworn enemies. Is this the trajectory? Following Lin Bin's gaze, Xiangxin also saw the deep bullet hole. After realizing that something was wrong, they all discovered that the color of the deck here was actually slightly different from the surrounding area. It was particularly new. It was just that the trajectory was particularly deep and could not be repaired, so it was left here. A battle took place here, and one of the parties was likely Tang Xianhao. Xiangxin was a little puzzled before, and didn't understand why Lin Bin was so sure that Tang Xianhao would definitely appear in Shanghai. But unexpectedly, this guy really had an extraordinary magical ability in the secret realm, and he guessed it right again. He actually appeared here. I think I guessed Tang Xianhao's mission. Lin Bin showed a bit of a strange look on his face. There was no way to guess before. But now that the mission of the expansion fire has expanded, he can confidently think directly at the highest difficulty. Especially since Tang Xianhao appeared here. I'm afraid that in 9 out of 10 cases, Tang Xianhao's mission is not to kill the entire Yin Yang family. If so, that's really pitiful. Lin Bin couldn't help but chuckled in a gloating manner. It was difficult to deal with Luoyang. Not only was it difficult because Luoyang had so many masters, but there was also more than one master level master. What was even more difficult was that Luoyang had many branches and numerous miscellaneous soldiers. With the power of the two of them, the possibility of destroying Luoyang was very small. But even so, it was not impossible to succeed. Luoyang itself was an organization that gathered together for interests. When they were in decline and the whole world was hostile, they would become chaotic and even defect. But as for the Yin Yang family, let's not talk about how powerful the moon god, Star Soul, and the imprisoned Yan Fei were, not to mention the 5 elders. Compared with strength, perhaps the many sinister means were more difficult to guard against. Didn't you see that even Yandan, who was at the level of the master, died under the 6 souls curse? The truly terrifying one was actually the mysterious Dong Huan Tai. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Even Dongjin Yanfei could be captured alive, and strictly speaking, he might be Dongjin's master. His strength is so strong that it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the number 1 in the entire Qin dynasty plane. Tang Xianhao picked up a hard bone to chew. No, I almost forgot. I threw this bone to him forcefully. Lin Bin instructed. Remember, from now on, don't use the heavenly demon force field and all the martial arts you have used in the real world. Have you practiced the Mohist swordsmanship? There are 10 levels of Mohist skills. Which level have you cultivated? Use them first. Anyway, you are just a soy sauce. It doesn't matter if you are weak. Just don't expose yourself. Luoyang has its own spies in almost all the schools of thought, so it is very reasonable for Luoyang people to use Mohist or Taoist skills. I understand. A mischievous look appeared in the eyes of Wanwan. She already knew what Lin Bin meant. Let's go. Wanwan waited for the cooling to end, turned on the optical camouflage cloak again, followed Lin Bin, and walked into the mirage. At the same time, inside the mirage, a place surrounded by clouds and mist, Tang Xianhao and the other 3 were surrounding a corpse. At this time, the corpse had already been chopped into several pieces. Obviously, the enemy's methods were too incredible, so they could not be sure whether he was really dead without cutting him into pieces. Tang Xianhao looked calm and at ease, and never made a move from beginning to end. However, his 2 younger clan members, Tang Mu and Tang Feng, were quite out of breath. Before the corpse became a corpse, its strength was quite strong. What was even more surprising was its many magical methods, a combination of illusion and reality, which were very magical. Even though the strength of these 2 people was not inferior to him, it still took a lot of effort to defeat him after joining forces. Is this the strength of young Zongjin, one of the 5 elders? Tang Mu touched his hair that had been stained red with blood and laughed. Nothing more than that. He couldn't be deader. Don't be careless. Tang Feng said in a deep voice. Speaking of this, our original mission to kill the 5 elders was actually quite difficult. As a result, the mission has been elevated to several levels. During this period of time, we have found out that there are left and right protectors above the 5 elders, and above the protectors is the real leader of the Yin-Yang family. This mission may be very troublesome. Tang Mu said arrogantly. TSK. Hasn't our patriarch made a move yet? King against king, general against general. I'm not afraid of 10 more of the 5 elders of this level. Tang Feng poured cold water on me without hesitation and said contemptuously, if 2 of you come, you will have to kneel. Asshole, can't you just go along with me? Are you trying to please me? Do you have to please me? Besides, even if it is a donkey, it is not mine. Why should I please you? You. Stop arguing. Tang Xianhao picked up the Xian Kangan next to Yun Zongjin's body, read the introduction, and praised, not a bad weapon. Although this plane has not reached the killing level, it has obviously surpassed the difficulty of the extraordinary level. This B-level weapon seems to be the founding sword of Dangiying. It is good enough to use. If you encounter the secret realm of Dangiying in the future, there may be additional bonuses. Tang Feng, you performed better just now, you take it. Thank you, Patriarch. Tang Feng nodded. He took the long sword and saw the introduction, and he was also full of love. Tang Xianhao ordered, let's go. The more we investigate in the past few days, the more we know how difficult this mission is. Since the mission extends from the 5 elders to the entire Yin-Yang family, we will start with the 5 elders, then the 2 guardians on the left and right, and then the head of the Yin-Yang family. After all these leaders are killed, we can think of a way to deal with the people below. Tang Mu exclaimed, what a brilliant plan, the head of the family. I have no choice but to do this. Tang Xianhao said seriously. After all, I'm also a saint level reincarnation. I'm confident that I will never lose. Even if I face the head of the Yin-Yang family, I should be invincible in the extraordinary secret realm. This is our advantage. In this case, we must make good use of our advantage and destroy the enemy's living strength with a crushing force. The head of the family is right. Although we have wasted a lot of time now, this expanding fire seems to be the type that does not distinguish between friend and foe. Coupled with Han Yun, their mission has been strengthened twice, and I'm afraid it will be much more difficult than ours. Tang Xianhao said, we should have the upper hand at the moment, and what we need to do is to ensure our advantage. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid that the 5 elders and 2 guardians of the Yin-Yang family are all here. What we need to do is to try not to make too much noise so as not to be known by their leaders, and then secretly eliminate them one by one. Yes. The 2 naturally had no objection to the order of the head of the family, especially Tang Xianhao's analysis was very detailed. To be the head of a family, at least the experience of breaking through the secret realm is not comparable to the 2 of them. The 3 of them quickly rushed to the distance. Since they were the 5 elders, their status must be equal. Since the residence of one of the elders was found, it would not be difficult to find the location of the other elders, just by finding the relative position. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the Yin-Yang family had already been a river of blood at this time, and the perpetrators were Lin Bin and Kian Kian. The 2 people's infiltration was not very secretive, and even with some fanfare, all the people from the Yin-Yang family they met died tragically under their swords. This was something they had already discussed. After all, they were now operating under the guise of Luoyang. Naturally, the murder would be blamed on Luoyang. But Xiangxin was obviously unhappy. She killed the last Yin-Yang school disciple in front of her with a sword. She complained, we are helping others, right? Tang Xianhao's mission is to destroy the Yin-Yang school. Our actions are actually helping Tang Xianhao complete his mission. Don't worry, I have a plan. We can kill these small fish as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and Tang Xianhao is even easier. Let alone helping them in times of need. We can't even add icing on the cake. And I'm thinking about a problem. Lin Bin wanted to kill the Yin-Yang school members and then put the blame on Luoyang, so that the 2 most mysterious behemoths in the Qin dynasty plane would face each other directly. This is actually not easy. After all, the bigger the family, the more it has to calculate the gains and losses. A few ordinary disciples may not be enough to keep the 2 sides from fighting to the death. His original idea was to kill at least the 5 elders, so that the Yin Yang family would be hurt. But who could have expected that Tang Xianhao's mission was actually the Yin Yang family? Wouldn't it be helping the enemy if he continued the original mission at this time? Qian Qian felt wronged, not to mention his narrow-mindedness. The plan must be changed. As for how to change it, he hasn't figured it out yet. After all, the mirage is too huge, like a small world. He is unfamiliar with the place. Maybe he might bump into Xinghan or Yushan when he turns a corner. Will he still have the final say on whether to fight or not? Or if he turns a corner, he will have a direct face-to-face conflict with Tang Xianhao and the others. Even if he doesn't reveal his identity at that time, won't everyone he sees be an enemy to Tang Xianhao? Still expect him to show mercy. At the corner, a bloody smell hit him in the face. Maybe the other side also smelled his breath. For a moment, both sides looked at each other. Lin Bin and Qian Qian were stunned, staring at the familiar face opposite them. On the other side, Tang Xianhao and others were also alert. To them, there were no friends in the whole mirage, only enemies. But who knew that when they bumped into the 2 people at the corner, they noticed something wrong. The 2 were wearing Qin soldiers' armor, and they looked like they were from the Qin state, but they were covered in blood, and the bloody smell was heavier than them. You know, they almost killed Yun Zongjin and all his subordinates. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, but it doesn't look like a ferocious one. After a short period of confusion, Lin Bin was the first to react and shouted, "The people of Yin Yang family should die." After that, the sunshade was unsheathed, and the sky and the earth suddenly became gloomy, leaving only the scarlet light flashing with an ominous aura, slashing straight towards Tang Xianhao. The enemy attacked, and his strength was superior, so he should respond with a thunderous force. But Lin Bin's words reduced his hostility by half. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although I don't know who the man in front of me is, he is quite powerful, and seems to have strong hostility towards Yin Yang family. If I can use the power of these natives, I might be able to complete my mission more efficiently. You know, no matter how careful Tang Xianhao's plan is, he can't hide the fact that he hasn't figured out how to destroy Yin Yang family. The upper echelons are easy to deal with, but how to destroy the lower echelons? But just because he has no way doesn't mean the natives don't have any way. So the action of trying to catch the opponent's weapon with his palm paused for a moment, and then he retreated freely, easily avoiding the sharp edge of the sun with a millimeter. Humph, all the people on the mirage are from Yin Yang family, and all the people from Yin Yang family deserve to die. Jing and Iu, kill them. Just Jing and Iu. Although Zio didn't understand what bad idea Lin Bin had come up with, she understood what Lin Bin meant. She shouted, "Understood." As soon as the words fell, he transformed his own demonic ki into Mohist ki, and when he drew his sword, the black sword ki was crisscrossed, coming from behind Lin Bin to protect him, and Lin Bin did not stop. The color of the world was displayed, and the originally brilliant colors around him gradually lost their colors at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the free air was also lost. Tang Mu and Tang Feng's faces changed slightly, and they felt as if they were pressed by a weight of more than 100 kilograms. Although it did not affect their movements, they were still affected to some extent. Is this a domain? Tang Xianhao's face also moved slightly, and a look of approval appeared in his eyes. Maybe it was for demonstration. He shouted in a low voice, and the corridors made entirely of wood beside the few people and the doors and windows of the houses on the side suddenly sprouted vitality again, and countless vines and branches, with pink, red, and blue flower buds blooming. As they entangled, it was like countless steel whips rushing towards Lin Bin. Even if the world was colorless, it could not cover up the vitality and color of these plants. The world began to be full of vitality again. Lin Bin spat. He knew that he was indeed a saint-level reincarnationist who had surpassed the limits of human physique. This plant entanglement could actually break through the shackles that made the world pale in comparison. Of course, the main reason was the gap between his true energy strength and that of the opponent. Qian Qian groaned and was knocked away. Lin Bin was not surprised at all. He still swung his sword persistently, cutting off the attacking vines one by one. He kept groaning and exclaimed, "What a powerful grass. Damn, what kind of magic is this?" After that, there was another sharp noise. The sun covering sword in Lin Bin's hand flew out directly, spinning in the air, and then stabbed diagonally into the ground with a bang. Lin Bin had already retreated with his bleeding knuckles covered in pain, and shouted, "The point is hard, it pricks my hand, the wind is strong, pull it." After that, he retreated in embarrassment. He was supported by Xiangxin, and he screamed, "Lord Yanri, retreat quickly." Lin Bin grabbed Xiangxin, and his figure suddenly disappeared, and he appeared several meters away. "Brother, please stay. I'm not from the Yin Yang family." Tang Xianhao's success was not surprising. As a saint-level reincarnationist, he still has some confidence. But his original intention was not to kill the enemy. He hurriedly chased after him. Then, where is the person at the corner? So fast. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised and sighed. It really deserves to be a secret realm beyond the extraordinary. There are people who have such powerful strength that even I can't catch up, isn't it? In just a blink of an eye, there was only a pile of broken bodies in front of him, proving that the two people were ruthless and were indeed the mortal enemies of the Yin Yang family. But now, they have flooded the Dragon King temple. Not only did they injure the other party, but they even forced the other party to throw away all their weapons. Tang Xianhao raised his hand to pick up the Yanri and couldn't help being slightly surprised. He said in surprise, "What a good sword. This is much stronger than the Xian Kangan just now. Tang Mu, this sword can be used by you." "Thank you, Patriarch. I knew that you would not forget me." Tang Mu laughed in surprise when he heard that. Chapter 177 You're stealing bamboo shoots. A brief confrontation. After losing a sun-covering sword, Lin Bin and Kankan, one of them fled quickly with an optical camouflage cloak, while the other used all his strength to perform the light and dust, and disappeared around the corner in the blink of an eye. If he fled again, even Tang Xianhao couldn't catch up. After making sure that Tang Xianhao was behind, the two stopped. Kankan asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" "No problem." Lin Bin wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. The brief confrontation just now. There was no fancy. Lin Bin completely gave up his best grappling or soft too hard specialty and directly used his own true energy to fight the opponent's strange power. After dozens of moves, he was already slightly injured. He sighed. "I thought that with my strength, I could compete with a saint-level reincarnationist, but I didn't expect that I would be injured after just a few moves. I'm afraid that Tang Xianhao's strength is even higher than our expectations." Qian Qian comforted him softly. "Brother, don't be too discouraged. That guy is the head of a reincarnation family after all. He must be different from an ordinary saint-level reincarnationist. It's actually quite remarkable that you have only been a reincarnationist for less than 2 years, yet you can fight him on equal terms. He has practiced hard for so many years, but he still can't compare to you. You don't need to comfort me. I'm not as fragile as you think. Why do I want to take advantage of the situation to kill Tang Xianhao? To put it bluntly, isn't it because I know that with the strength of the two of us alone, we can never be their opponents? I'm not surprised by this outcome. It's a pity for the sun-covering sword." Kankan glanced at Lin Bin sideways and said regretfully, "That sword is very powerful. It can hide people's sight with one move. It feels much better than the three-edged sword you are using now, brother. It's just in his hands temporarily. We have been fighting to the death with Tang Xianhao for a long time. If we die in his hands, then everything we have will be taken away by him. But if we can kill them, let alone a mere sun-blocking sword, even if all the 8 swords of King Yu are given to him, what will happen? Aren't they still ours? I knew you did it on purpose, brother." Kankan laughed when he heard it and said, "Do you want to provoke a dispute between Luoyang and Tang Xianhao and the others? Don't treat the indigenous people as fools." Lin Bin said, "We jumped back and forth like that before, and if you say Luoyang doesn't know about our existence, then you underestimate the strength of this organization. I'm in a hurry to go to the Mirage to avoid their attack. After all, this is the territory of the Yin Yang family, and Luoyang has to be more or less cautious. So when we get out of the Mirage, they need to put away the Jingwei sword." One realized, because from now on, it's not us who instigated the Nan family and the Confucian family to deal with Luoyang, but Tang Xianhao and his people. The Yanri sword and Jingwei sword are naturally in their hands. Oh, brother, you are quick-witted. They didn't think of it, otherwise they would have thrown the Jingwei sword to them. Linbin said, one Yanri sword is enough. If you do it too deliberately, it will leave a flaw. Tang Xianhao and his people don't understand the secret of the 8 swords of you. The more people they kill from the Yin Yang family now, the more they will help our mission. No matter how much the Yin Yang family cares about Luolang, if a large number of its leaders die in Luolang's hands, Dan Huang Tai will never let Luolang go. One understood what Lin Bin meant. In other words, whether it was Tang Xianhao or them, they were now marked by Luolang. If she was upset before, because they killed the Yin Yang family members, to help Tang Xianhao complete his mission, then now, as long as Tang Xianhao uses this sun-covering sword, he will definitely be mistaken for Luolang's people. As for whether Tang Xianhao would use this sword, Xiangxin is not sure. Lin Bin is quite sure. That Japanese sword. It is impossible that the Tang family just happens to have a Japanese sword in their hands. It can only be a trophy snatched from Yunzangjin. Lin Bin stood up and said, let's go. Where to? Back. Lin Bin said, my original plan was to sneak into the deepest part of the Mirage, and then find a way to rescue the wife and daughter of the former Mo family leader who were secretly imprisoned here, and by the way, get the fantasy sound box that the Yin Yang family cherishes as their life. You know, the fantasy sound box involves the secret of the 7 stars of the Blue Dragon, and they will never allow this thing to fall into the hands of others, let alone Luolang, who is also coveting the secret of the 7 stars of the Blue Dragon. At that time, they will have to fight, even if they don't want to. Cannon blinked and asked curiously, the wife and children of the former Mo family leader were secretly imprisoned in the Mirage? Senior brother, your skills in gathering intelligence are so powerful that you can find out this. What's so strange about that? In fact, your current Mo family leader is also on this ship. So we give up all our plans now? With Tang Xianhao helping us to desperately put the blame on Luolang, why should we take this risk? And if we run into Tang Xianhao and his people, once our identities are exposed, we will have to fight to the death here. Lin Bin said, my plan was originally to adapt to circumstances, so we have achieved our goal, and it is time to leave. Brother is awesome. I thought this time it would require a life and death battle, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to instigate another family. Kyanqian sighed with satisfaction. This time in the secret realm, I can be said to have completely satisfied my addiction to sowing discord. It feels so good. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. If they come to find us, I really don't know how to cry. Lin Bin took Kyanqian and the two quickly ran back the way they came. For now, let Tang Xianhao and the Yin Yang family consume each other. Deng Huang Tai is not here, and with the advantage of Yushin and others occupying the terrain, Lin Bin does not think that he can kill everyone in this Mirage. And once the battlefield moves outside the Mirage, Yin Yang sect will certainly put this account on Luolang. Similarly, Tang Xianhao will also be hunted down by Luolang at all costs. The 3 forces are fighting each other, and he can reap the benefits. Half an hour later, the two have returned to the deck of the Mirage. Standing on the top of the ship, Xiangxin sighed. I thought this ship was so huge and complicated, and I thought it was a very difficult copy. I didn't expect to find a power level so quickly, and it's free. Let's go, senior brother. Hey? Senior brother, what are you looking at? I sensed a very strange breath, a little familiar, but very strange. Lin Bin also jumped to a high place, with a strange look on his face. Slowly raised his hand and said, it seems that something is resonating with my true energy and attracting me. As he spoke, he looked at the corner at the end of the deck. Slowly walked over. Senior brother, what did you see? Xiangxin followed behind him, and couldn't help but paused in the middle of his words. He whispered, no, we didn't kill these people. Could it be Tang Xianhao? Tang Xianhao just separated from us not long ago. They have been active inside the Mirage before. It's impossible for them to go outside and kill people. Lin Bin's face was calm. Looking at this corner, more than 20 corpses were scattered all over the ground, and blood was flowing, and the blood was still warm. Obviously they didn't do it, and it couldn't be done by Tang Xianhao and his men. What attracted Lin Bin was the disciple of the yin-yang family at the outermost edge. The other disciples were all in a distorted posture, but he kept the posture of climbing outward. His fingers were stained with blood, and he drew half a mark on the deck. It was this mark that attracted Lin Bin's attention. The yin-yang school was born out of Taoism. It seems that, after I practiced the Taoist Xianzang heart method, I have something in common with the yin-yang school. This person obviously wanted to warn the other people in the yin-yang school for help, but I noticed it instead. After Lin Bin checked the bodies, he said, more than a dozen bodies were killed by a sword. Those who are qualified to go to the Mirage Tower must be the elite among the yin-yang school disciples. More than 20 people were killed at the same time, and the wounds were deep and shallow. It seems that it was not done by one person. According to the warmth of their blood, they were clearly killed at the same time. The tacit understanding is very high. After being tempered by the Hashibi, Lin Bin's ears and eyes are now extremely sharp, and his observation ability is very subtle. After verifying the plot he knew before, he soon guessed the truth. It's Luoyang's 6 sword slaves. Lin Bin said, Luoyang's people have also joined the yin-yang family. Strange, what are they doing here? Qian Qian sighed sincerely. This ship is really full of all kinds of monsters and demons. How strong are these 6 sword slaves? Each of them is Xianzi level, and they are 6 in 1, and can exert strength far beyond 6 people. Even if you and I join forces, we will die in their hands in a hard fight. Qian Qian was shocked when she heard this. She sighed. So this is the real reason why you are worried about Luoyang, brother. She witnessed with her own eyes how powerful Yanri was. The two of them joined forces to barely defeat him, and he still escaped. And these 6 people are all Xianzi level. Even if their individual strength is not as good, they are probably not much worse, and they also have the art of joint attack. Then how do you plan to deal with them, senior brother? Lin Bin thought for a moment and said, the plan has changed again. What? They are definitely coming for us. Luoyang is really powerful. They have guessed our plan for this step. In this case, why don't we take the initiative to find the traces of the 6 sword slaves? They will definitely hunt us down. Then, we will take them to find Tang Shi and Heo. Qian Qian blinked her eyes and said in surprise, senior brother, take the bamboo shoots. Instead of letting Tang Shi and Heo and the Yin Yang family lose both sides first, and then deal with Luoyang at the same time, it is better to take advantage of Tang Shi and Heo's strength now, and let him lose both sides with the 6 sword slaves, and make his mission fail, so that we can get more benefits. Lin Bin said, it seems that this time, I have to take the initiative, to reveal my identity, in order to provoke them to chase me to the death. I understand. Qian Qian nodded seriously. At this time, the 6 sword slaves had already followed Zhao Gao's order, and lurked into the mirage. Although the 6 sword slaves were assassins, their mission was always to find the enemy and kill him. As long as they killed all the witnesses, it would be a perfect assassination. But this time, even Zhao Gao had to consider the cost of offending the Yin Yang family. Therefore, they were ordered to be careful and hide, and never be exposed. They could only walk along, and kill all the witnesses. But in this way, the process was naturally delayed a lot. Wu Ling, who already had a poor patience, started to complain soon, and said irritably, this mirage is so big. We want to find 2 enemies whose faces we don't even know in it, and we can't be discovered by the owner of this place. How long do we have to hide? Zhengang said in a deep voice, let's take our time to find them. The enemy this time is not simple. Even Lord Yanri died in the hands of the enemy, and Jingli is gone. Luan Shen nodded and said, so no matter how difficult the mission is this time, we must not split up our forces, because once we separate, we are likely to be defeated by the enemy one by one. Mihin frowned and said, but it's hard to say whether the enemy is here or not. Since the master has given this order, I think he is very sure. We just need to do what we need to do. Even if we can't find it, the master will not blame us. As the leader, Zhengang decisively cut off the complaints of his subordinates. Wait, there are people. Duan Shu suddenly shouted in a low voice, hide quickly. As he spoke, the 6 people each performed Qigong and quickly disappeared. Just a moment after the 6 people disappeared, 2 figures rushed over quickly. The 2 men held magic weapons, wore yin-yang family costumes, and looked angry. The leading man shouted, "Damn it, how dare you kill my Yin Yang family disciples. Don't let Wu Yanzu catch them. I will cut off their heads with one sword each." The woman behind him said respectfully, "Don't panic, Elder Wu. According to the information provided by the attacked disciples before they died, they are heading in this direction. But they are so cruel, it is better to be cautious. Should we ask Elder Tang to come? Elder Tang is busy with affairs, and I can deal with these small fish by myself, so it is better not to disturb Elder Tang." While speaking, the two had already rushed to the middle of the hiding place of the 6 sword slaves. At the same time, the 6 sword slaves were shocked at the same time, because the man called Wu Yanzu was holding the Jingwei sword. The weapon held by the woman was also related to Luoyang, which was a killing level cicada sword. The 6 sword slaves exchanged glances with each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They learned that these people were going to come to the Yin Yang family to cause trouble, so they came to kill them to prevent the conflict between the Yin Yang family and Luoyang. But they unexpectedly learned shocking news. The culprit who stirred up the Nongxia and instigated the Confucian family to deal with Luoyang was the Yin Yang family. For a moment, even if the 6 sword slaves were all warriors who were not good at thinking, they couldn't help but be shocked. Why did the Yin Yang family want to take action against Luoyang? Is the world going to be in chaos? In fact, if there was a smart person here, he would be able to find some clues and something wrong. After all, Lin Bin changed the plan hastily, and it was difficult to do it perfectly. But it's a pity that how could 6 warriors with muscles on their brains predict this? At this time, they were just in hesitation. They came to prevent the conflict between the Yin Yang family and Luoyang, so they entered the mirage and ambushed the real culprit. But now the real murderer is from the Yin Yang family, so their mission and purpose are in conflict. Should they still take action? Chapter 178. Do you know what it means? The details determine success or failure. The 6 sword slaves themselves were not the type with high IQ, otherwise they would not have been speechless after being argued by Zhang Liang. Now let them make this big decision on their own. For a moment, the 6 people exchanged glances with each other, quickly exchanged thousands of words, and then quickly made up their minds. They did not want to be enemies with the Yin Yang family, but now the Yin Yang family first killed Jingwei and Yanri, and then instigated the Nan family and the Confucian family. It is clear that their hostility towards Luoyang has been undisguised. How else can they avoid it? It is better to cut off the opponent's living forces first, at least to make the loss of the Yin Yang family equal to that of Luoyang. Do it. Seeing that the opponent has taken the initiative to step into their encirclement, the 6 people only communicated with each other through eye contact, and they immediately tacitly united together. The 6 people attacked at the same time, and the 7 magic swords interfered, blocked, or disturbed the enemy. In just a moment, a deadly formation has been formed. In the blink of an eye, the Yin Yang family leader holding the Jingwei sword was already deeply surrounded. We've caught the murderer. Facing the joint attack of 6 people, the high-ranking Elder Wu of the Yin Yang family was not panicked at all. Seeing the enemy falling from the sky, the ground, the left and right, the front and the back were all blocked, and there was no way to escape. There was also a look of shock in his eyes. It was too late to block with a sword, and one sword could not stop the power of 7 swords. At the critical moment, he raised his hand. A soft and soothing petal spread out. No matter how fierce the enemy was, they fell from the sky after all, and the opponent was like blowing up a balloon, directly filling the petals with a radius of several meters. The 7 swords slashed on the soft petals at the same time, like a clay cow exploring the sea. What kind of trick is this? The 6 people were all shocked. They had anticipated all the possible defenses of the enemy, but they didn't expect that the other party didn't play by the rules at all. They had never heard of the Yin Yang family having such a magical technique. Elder Wu hid under the petals and exclaimed, "The enemy's strength is beyond imagination. I will hold them back. You go and ask Elder Tang." Before he finished speaking, the 6 sword slaves quickly changed their formations after missing the attack. At this time, Duanshu, who had the weakest presence among the 6, had quietly crossed the range of the petals and lurked under Elder Wu Yanzu. The sword blade almost obliterated all the wind sounds. Although it was an open killing, it was even more silent than an assassination. From bottom to top, it stabbed directly into Elder Wu's ribs. Go, don't worry about me. I can only leave if you leave. They will be dead if Elder Tang comes. Elder Wu shouted again. The Yin Yang family disciple who was frightened by the sudden attack just now seemed to react at this time. He said, "Oh," turned around and ran back quickly. "Stop her, don't let her ask for help." Understood. Zhu and Pio and Mihun quickly abandoned their targets, and the sword blades flew out of their hands, wrapped around the iron chain, and stabbed directly into the back of the disciple. "Damn it, you can't kill anyone while I'm here." Elder Wu shouted angrily, stretched out his hand, and made a finger gesture, and shouted loudly, "Look at my Yin Yang family's invisibility technique." As soon as the voice fell, his body disappeared in front of all of them. The two chain swords that flew out were also knocked to the ground with 2 explosions. Everyone be careful, the Yin Yang family's methods are too weird. Zhengang couldn't help but shout this time. Although they had never really fought with the enemies of the Yin Yang family, in order to train their tacit understanding, Zhao Gao had also found various enemies to feed them moves, including the Yin Yang family's techniques. But now it seems, what they saw at the beginning may have been only the lowest level of Yin Yang family's techniques, and now it is the real advanced one. Even they can hardly detect the clues. For a while, the 6 people stood with their swords, protecting themselves while still carefully observing the surroundings, fearing both the enemy's attack and the enemy's escape. Now that they have been exposed, it is imperative to take back the Jingwei sword. There. Suddenly, the ghost shouted. The 2 swords in his hands attacked one of the faint ripples. Sure enough, the Yin Yang family's magic is not flawless. It is difficult to distinguish when standing still. Once it moves, its form is immediately exposed. Several people attacked the newcomer again at the same time, but Elder Wu did not fight with them at all. His figure disappeared out of thin air. However, everyone's eyes could see clearly that he took this step and disappeared out of thin air more than 10 feet away and directly broke away from the encirclement of 6 people. Don't let him run away. They immediately understood that, as long as they didn't give him the opportunity to stand still, even if he used the Yin Yang family's magic to become invisible, they could still see some clues. But the premise is that they must lock him. The 6 people rushed towards the man at the same time. Never give him a chance to rest. This kind of invisibility technique is so magical that it must consume a lot of true energy. He can't hold on for long. As for the person who just escaped to find Elder Tang, they didn't care at all. This man just had strange means that they had never heard of before, but if they really fought, the 6 of them could end the battle in just a few breaths. Not to mention that Elder Tang would not be able to rescue them in time. Even if he really came, they would not be afraid. 6 people chased, 1 person fled. In the perception of Zhengang and others, this man had indeed been pushed to the extreme. Each time he teleported, it was originally more than 10 feet, but slowly, the distance became shorter and shorter. Obviously, he was also unable to do it. And along the way, the 7 people had several short and rapid attacks. The enemy was very strong. At least he had to be a figure above the elder of the Yin Yang family. But compared to his strength, the endless strange means gave the 6 sword slaves a headache. The enemy did not confront them head on, but kept running away. Once the invisible state was forcibly cracked, and he could not escape, he threw out a pink virtual petal. The petal had a wide surface, and he hid behind the petal, and played hide and seek with them. After holding on for a while, he quickly cast a spell to enter the invisible state. Then it was difficult to deal with him again. So much so that the enemy who could be defeated in a few moves ended up delaying all the way and still couldn't be defeated. Damn it. Fight us fairly. Don't run away. Are all the people of Yin Yang family cowards? Don't let me catch you, or I'll stab you with 3 knives and 6 holes, and you won't die happily. The 6 sword slaves were not talkative people. But at this time, they were furious by Wu Yanzu, and their anger was obviously so intense that it was difficult to suppress. They couldn't hit him, so they could only shout verbally. Fortunately, the 6 people joined forces, and even if the opponent's methods were amazing, they were still locked up tightly. It was only a matter of time before they were caught. Almost. At this time, Wu Yanzu, no, Lin Bin had been holding the 6 sword slaves for more than 10 minutes. The true energy in his body had already been consumed by 70% or 80%. The eternal life secret is endless, but the consumption of confronting and entangled with the 6 sword slaves is beyond imagination. The 7 layering of blazing sky cover itself consumes a lot of true energy. In addition, when he was entangled with the 6 sword slaves, he had to use all his strength to perform the harmony with light and dust, and the invisibility effect of the optical camouflage cloak, so that he could easily escape the encirclement of the 6 sword slaves. Thanks to the existence of the optical camouflage cloak, many of his methods were not visible to others. Don't ask. The question is that the yin-yang family's magic is too magical. But according to the previous plan, it's almost done. Lin Bin forced the remaining true energy in his body to perform the longest distance of harmony with light and dust. This charge was a full 10 meters away. It landed at a corner. Then, it disappeared again. Chase. The 6 sword slaves did not hesitate at all, fearing that they would lose the Jingwei sword, and hurriedly chased after it. But when they rushed to the corner, where is Lin Bin's ripple? Instead, it was far away. The 6 sword slaves and the 3 people opposite looked at each other, and soon, their attention was attracted to the sun-covering sword held by a man behind the leader. Zengang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he asked, "Your last name is Tang?" Tang Xianhao was surprised and said, "How do you know my last name is Tang?" "Ha ha ha, Elder Tang of the Yin-Yang family, how could we not know? It seems that this Wu Yanzu is good at escaping, and has been approaching you." Zhengang shouted, "In that case, let's kill the thief first, and then kill the other thieves. Go." The 6 people rushed towards Tang Xianhao at the same time. The 6 were in one, and the 7 swords were like a net that instantly enclosed the 3 people in the sword net. Wait, is there any misunderstanding? Tang Xianhao, Tang Mu and Tang Feng hurriedly dodged and retreated, explaining, "I'm not from the Yin-Yang family. There must be a misunderstanding. Have you been misled by someone?" Tang Xianhao keenly noticed that something was wrong. "That Wu Yangzu, there is definitely something wrong." "Shut up. Do you know what it means? The details determine success or failure. Your swords betrayed your people." Zhengang slashed down with a sword, and the 5 people beside him cooperated at the same time. 6 people in one. The first move was a fatal move. The 3 of them were all knowledgeable, but facing the almost overwhelming sword energy and sharp blades, they felt overwhelmed for a while. After all, they were not warriors. Although their eyesight was strong, they could not compare with the dynamic power of professional warriors. But the enemy was coming fiercely. They also had their own ways to resist. A hint of blue appeared in Tang Xianhao's eyes, and his arms and palms gradually turned into wood. Countless blue vegetation extended from the wooden arms full of vitality, ignoring the attackers, and countless vines entangled the 6 people. No matter how dense the net was, it was only composed of 7 swords. But as soon as Tang Xianhao made a move, there were more than thousands of vines. At that time, it was just one move. The 6 people were forced to retreat by Tang Xianhao. Tang Xianhao shouted loudly, "Stop, listen to my explanation. I'm really not from the Yin-Yang family." "Ha ha ha ha, do you really think we have never seen the Yin-Yang family's one-eye or Liu? It is said that details determine success or failure. You have too many flaws, Elder Tang." Zhengang was so angry that he was speechless. How could the people of the Yin-Yang family be so shameless? One of them could only run away in a panic and never confronted head-on. And this one was holding their sun-covering sword, performing the Yin-Yang family's one-eye Liu, while explaining that he was not from the Yin-Yang family at all. Do you think they are fools? Tang Xianhao was speechless. He really didn't know. Could it be that the Yin-Yang family has a move similar to their Tang family's wood transformation technique? At this time, the 6 sword slaves did not want to say more to him. This person is extremely powerful and can repel 6 people with one strike. But the 6 sword slaves are not jealous. If the combined force doesn't work, they can divide the force. The 6 people are different bodies with the same heart and have a tacit understanding. Seeing that Tang Xianhao should be a master of magic, his temporary reaction must not be as fast as that of a real warrior. They immediately dispersed. They wanted to attack from all directions, so that Tang Xianhao was overwhelmed and could not react in time. In an instant, Tang Xianhao was deeply trapped in the boundless net. although he changed rapidly and used the tree cage to keep himself. But the sword energy was sharp and unmatched, and the vines and debris around him immediately flew everywhere. "Don't panic, Patriarch, I'll help you," Tang Mu shouted, holding the sun-covering sword in his hand. Behind him, Tang Feng said nothing, but his speed was even faster than him. The two rushed up at the same time. This time, Tang Xianhao didn't say anything like "you retreat." He had already seen that the strength of these 6 people was not too strong individually, but they won in tacit cooperation, and the level of the weapons in their hands was too high, so that when they joined hands, their strength had already surpassed the limit of this plane, and reached the level of entering the saint level. Even he didn't dare to be careless. For a moment, the 9 people from both sides fought in one place on this wide mirage, and the momentum was getting louder and louder. They didn't notice that Lin Bin had already used the light and dust to slowly escape into the distance at a very slow speed. With his skills, he could actually do it silently, but he deliberately left clues just to attract the 6 sword slaves. But now, of course, there was no need. He slowly retreated farther and farther, until he retreated to a hidden corner. At this time, he could still see the fierce battle between several people in the distance. Soon, Kang Kan also came to his side and whispered, "Brother, I have followed your instructions and deliberately lured in the real masters of the Yin Yang family. Hiss, these people are so powerful, I almost got hurt by that kid." Lin Bin nodded and said, "It just so happens that, although the 6 sword slaves are strong, they may not be Tang Xianhao's opponents. Together with the Yin Yang family, let's eliminate the mortal enemy first. What if the Yin Yang family deals with Luoyang and the enemy together?" "Didn't you notice what Tang Xianhao's teammates were holding? That was the sword of Yan Zongjin, one of the 5 elders of the Yin Yang family. Just like with the sun-covering sword, Luoyang will target them. With the Reincarnated sword, are they still afraid that the Yin Yang family will not deal with them?" Lin Bin sneered. "I'm afraid Tang Xianhao still thinks he has got 2 magic weapons, but he doesn't know that they are actually 2 debuffs. With these 2 debuffs, he will definitely die. Then let's take advantage and kill Tang Xianhao or the 6 sword slaves first. Anyway, we will be the winners in the end." Lin Bin held the double dragon demon shadow sword tightly. In this plane, the power of this sword was more suitable for the next killing. Chapter 179. I'm a professional at opening a small account. 6 sword slaves. The combat power ceiling of the Qin's moon plane. Even if facing Zhang Heng, he can kill him in a single fight. Even if Zhang Heng joins forces, without using the 100-step flying sword, and crossing the 8 directions, he is definitely not the opponent of these 6 people. And Tang Xianhao is a reincarnation of the saint level. Being a saint means transcending the limits of human beings, which is a height that humans can never reach through normal means. It is the infinite possibilities of the countless secret realms in the reincarnation space that allow reincarnations to surpass this level. His strength in the extraordinary secret realm is also invincible, and has no rivals. His weakness is indeed obvious. Tang Xianhao obviously takes the path of magic attack. He can transform himself into a plant and control the breath of wood and plant creatures, but because he is not a warrior, his dynamic reaction is not as fast as the 6 sword slaves. But there are Tang Mu and Tang Feng, one holding the sun-covering sword and the other slashing the sky from the clouds. The strength they showed was no less than any of the 6 sword slaves. The 3 of them cooperated well and made up for Tang Xianhao's shortcomings to the greatest extent. For a time, the 9 people fought fiercely, and the momentum was terrifying. Not far away, a handsome young man in a gorgeous purple robe had gloomy eyes, staring at the battlefield in front of him, frowning and said, "Xian Kan Gan." So it was these 3 people who killed Yan Zongjin. But how could they fight with the 6 sword slaves of Luoyang in our Yin Yang family? Is it a dog-eat-dog fight? Yin Yang family's right protector Xinghan. Although he is young, he is a prime minister at the age of 12. Whether it is wisdom or strength, he is far superior to ordinary people. At this time, he looked at the battlefield, where the fierce battle was going on. Although he knew that Yan Zongjin of the Yin Yang family died at the hands of those 3 people, his eyes were just staring at the 6 sword slaves, especially one of the petite girls. Although they are sisters, they look exactly the same. But he still recognized which one he knew at a glance. A ferocious smile outlined on his face, and he sneered, "This is really a narrow road for enemies to meet." Da Siming said respectfully, hearing what the 6 sword slaves said. "It seems that they don't want to be enemies with the Yin Yang family. They don't want to be enemies with the Yin Yang family, but they all came to our territory. This is really interesting." Crossing Han laughed and said, "Then let's not rush to take action. Let's see how far they can fight." Hehe, interesting, so interesting. Da Siming said worriedly, "Lord Crossing Han, I'm afraid someone behind this has ulterior motives." "So what?" Crossing Han asked back. "This man killed Yun Zongjun. Is he our enemy? Luoang is eyeing our Yin Yang family. Is he our enemy? They are all our enemies, and have broken into our territory. If there really is someone with ulterior motives who helps us make these two parties kill each other, then I really have to thank them." Da Siming was speechless. She could see that, no matter how wise this left protector was, he was still a child after all, especially when it came to remembering grudges. But some grudges should be remembered. The reason why Xinghun's family was killed was closely related to Luoang. It was just because Luoang and Yinayang family both worked for the Qin dynasty, so it was not easy to retaliate openly. That's why Xinghun suppressed it forcefully. But now that the enemy has taken the initiative to come to his door, he is naturally happy to watch the fun and take advantage of it. She couldn't help but worry a little. Lord Xinghun called himself the Oriole, so could there be someone waiting to take advantage behind them? But it's true that these people are not so easy to deal with. Let's do this. Xiao Siming, go and call Yushin and tell her not to think about things like the magic sound box all day long, because others are coming to her door. Xinghun still had some feelings for the Yinayang family and felt that this was indeed not very authentic, so he continued to order, "Let the subordinate go." Da Siming couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking that Xiao Siming couldn't speak, so she couldn't pass on any information. He turned around and left in a hurry. In fact, it was just as Da Siming worried. It was farther away from the environment where Xinghun and others were hiding. Lin Bin and Kankan were also watching the battle and communicating with each other through the sound transmission. It's amazing. The 6 sword slaves have joined forces. Even if I'm trapped inside, it is not difficult to leave, but it is basically impossible to defeat them. I didn't expect Tang Shai and Heo to be able to fight them to this extent, and he still has some advantage. But if they really fight, even if Tang Shai and Heo can win, I'm afraid he will be seriously injured. Lin Bin said with satisfaction, "This is really a pillow for a sleepy person. I was having a headache about the 6 sword slaves before, but I didn't expect Elder Tang to help me. As long as one of the 6 sword slaves dies, their strength will at least be weakened by half, and then our goal will be achieved." Kankan asked very considerately, "Then should we be like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the Oriole behind, and the hawk behind?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Bin looked at him in surprise and said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even Tang Shai and Heo knows this. Have you forgotten the original purpose of our coming? Our main purpose is to destroy Luoang. Yinayang family is not our enemy. If we kill them, we can't share Tang Shai and Heo's reward. Instead, it will add countless problems to ourselves. Don't do unnecessary things. The enemy is so powerful, and none of them is stupid. We can fool the 6 sword slaves, because they are stupid, and we can fool Tang Shai and Heo, because they don't understand the world as well as we do. But if Yinayang family is not careful, we may have an enemy as powerful as Luoang." "Understood. Senior brother, I listen to you." Qian Qian is now truly convinced of Lin Bin. Obviously, there is no particularly strict plan, and it is almost entirely improvisation, but he can always get the most out of it. Now if Lin Bin asks her to take off her clothes, saying that doing so will be of great help to the mission, her first thought may be that there may really be a link in the mission that requires me to take off my clothes. Then take off your clothes quickly. Yinayang family's clothes can't be worn. Lin Bin actually started to take off his clothes. There was a bit of dullness on Xiangxin's face, but after looking around, she could only take off her coat reluctantly. She couldn't help but curse herself for being such a bad mouth. What she thought was coming true. And at this moment, on the battlefield, after a fierce battle, the outcome was about to be decided. Although the 6 sword slaves were strong, they were facing a type they had never encountered before. Especially Tang Xianhao was not just controlling the spirit of wood. Being able to become a saint-level reincarnationist meant that he had indeed earned this identity in the reincarnation space. His methods were naturally not ordinary. After learning that the enemy was powerful and not inferior to the saint-level reincarnationists, Tang Xianhao no longer held back. He directly took advantage of the fact that the mirage was made of wood, as if the tree world had descended, filling the empty environment around him. And the entangled vines actually gave birth to more than 10 wooden giants. This method was beyond the comprehension of the 6 sword slaves. They even began to marvel. If the Yin Yang family had such a magical method, why hadn't they dominated the other schools of thought? Could it be that they had been acting all along? Caught off guard, Mihan was hit in the waist by a giant's fist that was almost bigger than hers. With the fracture of the lumbar spine, it was useless. Even if her skills were extremely high, Mihan didn't even have time to scream before she was smashed in half. The soul-destroying sword was thrown high up and fell helplessly to the ground. Ha ha ha, I knew the master was invincible. Tang Mu laughed wildly. Tang Xianhao fought against the 6 people to kill the enemy, and the loss was also great. His forehead was full of sweat. His originally straight waist slowly bent down, and he gasped heavily. He was not stupid, so he naturally guessed that he might have fallen into the enemy's trap. Did the Yin Yang family discover his conspiracy, so they took advantage of it to weaken him? In that case, these people are definitely not the final enemy. They are not even from the Yin Yang family. This battle is completely unnecessary. Unfortunately, he can see it, but the enemy can't. They are biting him to death. And he is from the Yin Yang family. Kill them all. It's useless to explain now. Even if it's a misunderstanding, life and death have been caused. Now it is obvious that the right thing to do is to eliminate all enemies. The 6 sword slaves had joined forces before, and they could barely compete with Tang Xianhao. Now that one of them has been lost, their strength has dropped exponentially. In just a short moment, everyone was injured. Damn it, it's impossible. Let's retreat first. Zhengang shouted loudly, and the sword energy was swung. The sharp and fierce sword energy chopped all the vines around to pieces, tearing a passage. He shouted loudly, run. Don't even think about escaping. Tang Mu laughed, and was about to beat the drowned dog. But suddenly his heart was cold. He couldn't cut the sun anymore. At this time, behind him, a figure wearing Kin army uniform and armored face quietly lurked around, and the sharp blade in his hand pierced his heart. He took the sun-covering sword from his hand, raised his foot, and the soul-destroying sword also appeared in his hand. He shouted, I'm the Han Chan of the killing level. I meet the 6 sword slaves. I'm here to meet the 5 of you on the orders of the Lord Zhao Gao. Han Chan? The 5 people glanced at the blade in his hand, and it was indeed Han Chan. Go. The armor shouted. Go. The 5 sword slaves didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly fled along the passage that Zhengang had just opened. Damn. Chase. Tang Xianhao saw Tang Mu's death, and his face suddenly changed. This was his Tang family's right-hand man, but he was ambushed and killed in such an unclear way. This time, the 2 sides are really fighting to the death. He was about to chase him. Suddenly, a deep and pleasant voice sounded, saying in a low voice, you killed my Yin Yang family and still want to leave. What do you think my Yin Yang family is? A graceful figure slowly fell from the sky. Her eyes were fixed on Tang Xianhao, who was about to chase the enemy. Her eyes were covered with a veil, and her expression was calm. Wasn't it the moon goddess? Exclamation mark. Luoyang and an unknown powerful enemy came to the Yin Yang family at the same time. Especially this powerful enemy was so powerful that he could defeat the 6 sword slaves with 3 against 6. Such strength is indeed not something that Xinghan can handle alone. It is reasonable to send someone to ask for the moon goddess. Especially since Xinghan was no longer there, he obviously followed the direction of the 6 sword slaves, and his attitude of neglecting his duties was not concealed at all. Although the moon goddess had just arrived, she could see that the man in front of her had superb magic skills, and she was probably better than her. So seeing that he was seriously injured, she showed up immediately without even bothering to investigate his origins. After all, if he was fully recovered, even if she and the Star Soul were combined, it would be difficult to match this man. Tang Xianhao's pupils shrank slightly, even though he was seriously injured. He still slowly straightened his back and asked, "Are you from the Yin Yang family? You are the one who killed the Yin Yang family. There is no point in saying more. Since you killed Yun Zongjin, it is fair to use your life to pay for it." After that, he pinched his palms to form a spell. Suddenly, his arms spread out like the thousand-handed Guanyin, and the surrounding environment of Tang Xianhao also appeared with layers of ripples. Is this a magic? Tang Xianhao immediately recognized that the other party was using a spell, but it was obviously different from the power of his bloodline soul ring. Since he was his enemy, there was no need to hold back. He shouted. He activated the second soul ring, and a raging flame ignited around him. It was completely opposite to the previous wood attribute, and the blazing flames burned towards the moon goddess. The moon goddess also looked solemn. Although she had already expected the enemy to be strong, it was beyond her expectation that it was so strong. She was even more glad for her choice at this time. The finger gestures of both hands changed again. The yin and yang ki flowed on both sides, and what was performed was the highest level of yin and yang family yin and yang spells. Countless golden spells flowed around her body. With her low shout, they turned into countless sharp arrows and attacked Tang Xianhao. Tang Feng, cover the formation for me. Don't worry, Patriarch, I will. The loss was huge, and the perception was also weakened a lot. Before Tang Feng finished speaking, he was severely injured and fell to the ground powerlessly. Behind him, the Great Sima stood gracefully, with red true energy in his palms, containing an ominous aura. She sighed leisurely. You really think of yourself as the master? You sneaked into someone else's camp. Why didn't you be more careful to guard your back? Although she and Xiao Siming were both loyal to Xinghan, but now Xinghan was obviously going for her own private affairs, and they were still members of the Yin Yang family after all, so it was natural for them to assist Yushin at this time. Tang Feng. Tang Xianhao's eyes were red. He still didn't understand what was going on. Obviously, the situation was very good before. He had investigated the enemy's details and quietly lurked in the enemy's territory. The next step was to defeat them one by one. But who knew that suddenly an external force would attack them regardless of the consequences, and then let the Yin Yang family take advantage of the situation. Hateful. You underestimated the strength of the saint-level reincarnationists. Tang Xianhao roared angrily. In that case, I don't have to hold back anymore. I will let you Yin Yang family leave no one alive. Around him, 6 soul rings of different colors flashed with various special auras. With a long howl, he had already taken out a soul-guiding giant hammer from his hand. It was the gift from the plane they controlled. Come and die. The wizard, who had not learned martial arts just now, instantly transformed into a violent war god and rushed towards Yu Shen and others. A sudden change. In particular, this giant hammer seemed to carry some unique wave power, which made them unable to defend themselves. Before Yu Shen's spell power got close, it was offset invisibly. For a moment, Yu Shen and Asiming and others did not dare to defend themselves directly. They could only retreat in a hurry. Even though Tang Xianhao was injured, his momentum was still rising. And at this moment, a long howl sounded, accompanied by a clear voice, shouting, "Fellow Taoists of the Yin Yang school, don't panic. Taoist Earth Sect Zhang Sanfeng is here." Lin Bin just appeared out of thin air above Tang Xianhao's head. The blade of the three-edged sword fell off, and 3 flying blades attacked Tang Xianhao's vital points from different directions. Chapter 180 Betrayal. The enemy was in a state of weakness. Now was the best opportunity. Lin Bin finally stopped hiding his tracks and changed into normal clothes. He held the three-edged sword in one hand and attacked with hidden weapons, while the other hand held the double dragon magic sword. This weapon was originally used by Tang Xianhao to defend his son, but now it was used against him. Abin, it's you. The moment Tang Xianhao saw Lin Bin, he immediately realized everything. He still didn't understand why he was targeted. Although he didn't know how he did it, he could make a move at such a perfect time, so he probably had planned it for a long time. Ha 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 ha, didn't expect it to be me. Lin Bin put the blame on him without hesitation and shouted loudly, the Earth Sect rebelled and wanted to live forever. He was so crazy that he practiced the 5 spirit pills and attacked the 5 Taoist friends of the Yin Yang family. You can't stay here today. What the hell is the Earth sect rebel? Tang Xianhao was immediately furious. First he was mistaken for someone from the Yin Yang family, and now he became some bullshit Earth sect. He had never heard of this sect. In fact, not only he had never heard of it, but even Yu Shen and others had never heard of it. They only knew about the dispute between the Heaven sect and the Human sect, and that the Yin Yang family was also a branch of the Taoist family. But this Earth sect, it was really the first time I heard of it. But this person is so powerful, his strength is simply shocking. Even Luoyang's strongest killing machine, the 6 sword slaves, was killed by him. Why have I never heard of such a strong man? Yu Shen, Da Siming and others suddenly felt that they might have accidentally come into contact with a new profession in the next version, and Lin Bin shouted, 2 Taoist friends, this boy is ambitious, and killed your Yun Zanjun. Our Earth sect is willing to do our best to help the Yin Yang family kill this beast and avenge the murder of your sect. Although Yu Shen and others were puzzled, especially the moon goddess, whose mind was extremely sharp, had already vaguely sensed that the dispute between Luoyang and Tang Xianhao might be related to the young man in front of her who looked harmless. But the same thing still applies. Tang Xianhao was too strong. Now that he had been drained of most of his strength by the 6 sword slaves, and had suffered serious injuries. Even so, she and the Great Siming could not defeat him. Although she knew that she might be used by someone, this powerful enemy was clearly hostile to the Yin Yang family. The fact that Yun Zangjun's Shan Kangan appeared in the hands of this man's subordinates was the best evidence. Therefore, she could only pretend to be unaware and said softly, "Thank you so much for your help, fellow Taoist. Don't misunderstand." Seeing that Lin Bin had reached an agreement with the other party in just 1 or 2 sentences, Tang Xianhao instinctively wanted to explain, but thinking of the people from the Yin Yang family he had killed before, and the elder, now the murder weapon was still in Tang Mu's hand, he was speechless. This time it was really not a misunderstanding, but Lin Bin didn't want to give him too many opportunities to explain. He shouted, "You rebel, you will surely die today." After saying that, the true energy in his body surged. He used all his strength to activate the color of the world, and the black and white colors once again expanded in all directions with him as the starting point. Such a familiar move. Tang Xianhao reacted instantly and shouted sternly, "You are the one who fought with me before." Only then did he understand that the sword he had taken away was probably the cause of everything. The raging flames burned endlessly. The 100,000-year soul ring that he had obtained after years of hard work finally unfolded completely, and his only skill, the blazing flames, burned directly towards Lin Bin. The raging flames could not even cover the color of the world. This Taoist magic skill that was invincible in the Qinchi Mingyu plane did not play much effect against Tang Xianhao. Wherever the raging flames burned, everything turned to ashes. And the 3 flying hidden weapons on Lin Bin's 3-edged sword were directly melted into molten iron under the burning of the flames. 100,000-year soul ring can bring several skills, but he integrated all the skills into one, bringing the most simple and direct destructive power. The temperature of its flame obviously far exceeds the normal flame. Lin Bin's pupils shrank slightly, and he was secretly shocked by the strength of the saint-level reincarnation. Facing Tang Xianhao's desperate move, he did not fight the enemy head-on, but his figure suddenly turned into an illusion, rushing fast and retreating very quickly. It dissipated into the invisible like clouds and mist, and even the figure disappeared without a trace. Then several loud bangs sounded. The Azure Rose has amazing lethality. After all, it is a B-level weapon. But due to the limitations of firearms, it is difficult for real masters to play its role. The moment the enemy sees the firearm, you may not have time to pull the plate, and the opponent has already avoided the aiming position. But Lin Bin now used an optical camouflage cape and the Taoist method of He Guang Tong Chen to hide his entire figure. Tang Xianhao not only couldn't see Lin Bin's attack method, but also didn't know where he was standing. When he heard the gunshot, he instinctively dodged, but it was too late to dodge now. 2 blood flowers burst out from Tang Xianhao's shoulders and waist at the same time. He was so painful that his face turned pale. The enemy is strong. We are not his opponents in a single fight. Please ask Taoist Yushin to act quickly and kill this beast. Otherwise, when he recovers to his full strength, I'm afraid we are far from his opponents. Lin Bin fired several more shots in succession. But after Tang Xianhao was injured, he immediately hid himself in the flames, almost turning his whole body into flames. The bullet passed through, but it had no effect. Lin Bin shouted. Since he was already exposed, he naturally had no reservations. The double dragon demon shadow sword slashed at Tang Xianhao again. The dark lightsaber exuded a faint and ominous aura, which made Tang Xianhao feel cold in his heart. The Great Siming asked respectfully, Lord Moon God, let's kill this Elder Tang first. Moon God hesitated for a very short moment and said, this man first killed people from my Yin Yang family, and then he was so bold as to pretend to be an elder of my Yin Yang family. His hostility towards my Yin Yang family is obvious. If we don't take this opportunity to kill him, there will be no chance in the future. This Abin may have ulterior motives, but even if we gather the strength of my Yin Yang family, we can still deal with him. Yes. At that moment, the Great Siming quickly joined the battle. Along with the countless green leaves behind him, they attacked Tang Xianhao's vital points like sharp swords, but they were evaporated and turned into powder the moment they approached him. The Great Siming and the Young Siming joined forces, but they had almost no power to fight back against Tang Xianhao. But soon, with the Moon God's move, suddenly, a huge magic circle came down from the sky. Yu Shen's fingers changed, and the Yin Yang spell power of the Yin Yang family suppressed Tang Xianhao from the outside, which was quite similar to the color of the world, especially with Lin Bin's participation. The Xuanglong magic shadow sword in his hand could not be easily defeated, even if Tang Xianhao turned into flames. Lin Bin did not think of being lazy at this time. Just as Yu Shen thought at this time, this was the only chance to kill this powerful enemy. The 6 sword slaves were useless. It would be very difficult to find a suitable opportunity to weaken the man in front of him. Therefore, he entered the realm of telepathy. He used the Xuanglong magic shadow sword to perform Teikai swordsmanship, one sword circle after another, wrapping Tang Xianhao in it, occasionally mixed with the sword art of the other shore. Although the flames burned people, he protected his body with the eternal life art. Although he could not be completely immune, he could still support himself. 1 man and 3 women, working together with tacit cooperation. Tang Xianhao was not in his prime, and he could not bring himself to kill Lin Bin. The interference of the Moon God made him roar in anger, but he could do nothing. What frightened him even more was that he was losing a lot of his physical strength. The flames that had been surging before were gradually fading. He could not escape. 2 of his capable subordinates were dead. Now he was also imprisoned. Especially since he had been in this mirage for 2 days, he naturally knew how strict the defense was here. He was not afraid in his prime, but now those countless small disciples could kill him alive. Damn it, Abin, I want to die with you. Tang Xianhao was also very decisive. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, he shouted angrily. The flames on his body became stronger. If it was said that he was covered with a layer of fire prison clothes before, it looked scary, but it did not hurt his body. But now seeing that there was no hope of escape, he mustered his last breath. The temperature of the flame suddenly increased several levels again. This time, even he, who controlled the 100,000-year soul ring, could not bear it. The last regret in his heart was that the one who died with him was not the little demon girl who killed his son, but this accomplice. It was really unsatisfying. Lin Bin's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't even have time to turn around. He used all his strength to perform the light and dust, and with the bonus of the light and spirit boots, his speed was as fast as a ghost. He flew away in the direction behind him. Tang Xianhao was completely elementalized, the flames were blazing, and he was completely free from the constraints of gravity. However, his speed was obviously much slower than Lin Bin. The 2 ran and fled. Seeing that Lin Bin was about to escape, Tang Xianhao suddenly took out a mirror, pointed it at Lin Bin, and shouted loudly, Lin Bin. Obviously, although he said that he must not violate the taboos of reincarnationists, he still found out Lin Bin's true identity in private. And this shout, Lin Bin was in a trance for a moment. Even though he was running fast, he couldn't help but turn his head back instinctively and stared at the mirror. His speed slowed down immediately. "Let's die together, ha 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 ha." Tang Xianhao laughed loudly, and the flames around him became more intense, rushing towards Lin Bin. Oh no. It's a prop. It's a control type prop. The life and death crisis still came. It can only be said that, even if he had overestimated Tang Xianhao as much as possible, Lin Bin still underestimated his foundation. Even though Lin Bin knew that, if he didn't react in time, he would probably be seriously injured. Being in a state of telepathy, he was not panicked at all. He kept his face unchanged, and quickly retreated to his back, directly breaking through the deck, and rushing out of the mirage. In the air, he took out the blood body from his belt at the first time, stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, and then 3 soft petals stretched out. Blazing sky covers 7 circles. Tang Xianhao also rushed out of the sea, and the next moment, the blazing flames exploded. Even though the explosion did not happen on the mirage, a huge hole several feet wide was blasted out on the mirage, reaching the sky. The surroundings were filled with smoke. At this time, Yu Shen and others finally arrived and looked at the deep pit that was gurgling with water. They were all in a state of shock. Tang Xianhao looked so blazing just now. If he really wanted to, he could actually take any of them to hell. But he chose to die with that mysterious man, which shows that the two of them are indeed mortal enemies. And this kind of explosion that affects an area of dozens of feet, I'm afraid it would be difficult for anyone to escape. Yu Shen stood at the scorched gap, staring at the turbulent sea surface after the smoke gradually dissipated. As a large amount of wood debris fell on the sea, it added countless ripples and waves. How could the two move? It just so happens that I was still worried that this man who called himself the Earth Sect would not die. I'm afraid it would be a trouble for our Yin Yang family. I didn't expect that the two of them died together. This is the best result. The moon god nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at the two elders who had never been close to her, and asked, "Where is Lord Xinghan?" The great Siming said respectfully, He went to pursue the 6 sword slaves. I think he wanted to take the opportunity to settle some personal grievances. HMPH. You don't know the importance of the Yin Yang family and personal grudges. Can't you tell which is more important? After all, he is just a child. The moon god said contemptuously and turned away. The great Siming looked at the sea surface that was slowly returning to calm and thought of the strength of those people she had just seen. Compared with them, her skills that she had always been proud of were as small as an ant. Fortunately, they are all dead. She sighed and said, "Xiao Siming, let's go." Xiao Siming covered her face with a veil, and her delicate eyebrows exposed suddenly frowned tightly. Her 5 spirits' mysterious physique was extremely sensitive, and she seemed to vaguely sense that under the sea, there was an extremely vigorous and powerful force that was constantly growing and nurturing, as if it was about to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. And the strength of this force was simply the only one she had ever seen in her life, except for the man who just spontaneously combusted and exploded. No one else had reached this level. Could it be that the monster was not dead yet? But it didn't feel like it. It felt very close to her, just like it had the same 5 spirits' mysterious physique as her. No, a more comprehensive and pure physique than hers. She thought about it and said nothing, turned around and followed behind the great Siming, walking out honestly. 2 flowers bloomed, each showing 1 branch, while Lin Bin successfully killed Tang Xianhao. On the other side, after successfully helping the 5 sword slaves out of danger with the cicada sword, Kankan took them to quickly escape outside the mirage. The 6 people fled at a very fast speed, but behind them, Xinghan was chasing them endlessly. His goal was very clear. Zuanpo, why are you running? Why are you running? Have you forgotten who I am? Have you forgotten how miserable I was at your hands? Now that you see me, your defeated opponent, why are you running away so miserably? Xinghan gathered his energy into blades with both hands. The purple blades turned into whips and strangled several people in front at the same time. The 6 people dodged. One shouted loudly, 5 lords, this man is too annoying to chase. Why don't we kill him before we leave? Anyway, the Yin Yang family has clearly made it clear that we are enemies with Luolang, so there is no need to worry about anything. Yes, kill him. They were afraid of that monster, but although this Xinghan was powerful, the 5 sword slaves might be able to kill him successfully. Seeing that he was chasing like a mad dog, Zhengang and others turned to face Xinghan at the same time and shouted, "Hanchen, you replace Mihan first, and the 6 of us will kill him together." "Understood," Wanwen shouted loudly. Then, at the moment when the 5 people turned around at the same time, "Take out the heavenly demon double blade." It was sent directly into the backs of Duanshu and Zhengang. Zhengang. Chapter 181 Transaction. Xianyang City. Ever since Fusu returned, the entire palace has been filled with panic. The atmosphere was so oppressive that even the sky above Xianyang City became gloomy and dark. Although their king was still as deep as usual, with an expression of deep emotion, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. But whether it was the civil and military officials or the palace servants, they could clearly feel the boundless anger in their king's heart. In this situation, even Xiaomeng, the head of the Taoist Xianzang, was unwilling to disobey Aang Zeng's order. Just after returning to Xianyang, she received a summons from Aang Zeng, asking her to enter the palace as quickly as possible. Xiaomeng was surprised and said, "Oh, the fastest speed? So, does your majesty allow me to use force in the palace?" "Yes, your majesty has something important to discuss with Xiaomeng, the head of the sect." "I understand, I'll be there soon." As soon as the words fell, Xiaomeng disappeared without a trace. After all, she was young, and her skills were not as profound as Lin Binlei's. But she had practiced Taoism and Guan Tongchen's mind method for many years, and with one step, she could cover a distance of more than 10 feet. One step and she appeared on the bustling street. The next step, she had stepped into the turbulent crowd, and the next step, she had crossed the surging crowd. In just half an incense stick of time, Xiaomeng had already entered the palace. Without alarming any patrolling soldiers, she stepped into the palace. At this time, there was no other figure in the palace except Aang Zeng. But the table had already been set, with wine and fruit plates. A light green light flowed, and Xiaomeng had already knelt and sat on the seat prepared for her in advance. With an unfathomable smile on his face, he smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have something to ask me?" Aang Zeng saw Xiaomeng coming. He also sat back in his seat and said, "It seems that Sect Master Xiaomeng is not surprised that I summoned you. Well, I also guessed that your majesty would not want too many people to know that I was here, so I kept it a secret from everyone." "Very good." Aang Zeng stood up and personally handed the thing in his hand to Xiaomeng, saying, "I have something here, and I would like to ask Sect Master Xiaomeng to take a look." 5,000 years of Chinese history? Xiaomeng flipped through it for a while. His pupils shrank slightly, and he exclaimed, "The Qin dynasty actually perished since the second emperor. This is really beyond my expectation." When I first saw these words, I thought they were just the curse of a madman, but the more I read, the more shocked I was. Since the Qin dynasty, the Chu and Han fought each other, the 3 kingdoms coexisted, the Tang, Song, Yuan and Ming dynasties. If the person who wrote this book is making it up, then this person must have a talent that is unprecedented, and he really wrote the inevitable way for the people to develop. Aang Zeng said, "And this book was written by someone from the Taoist Xianzang. Has Sect Master Xiaomeng ever read this book?" Xiaomeng shook her head and said, "I haven't read this book, but I'm not surprised." "Why do you say that?" "Because I guessed who this book came from." Master Xiaomeng really recognized that person? Xiaomeng smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, have you ever heard of reincarnations?" Aang Zeng asked, "What are reincarnations?" Xiaomeng replied, "People from outer space, who enter our world and complete their missions. If they succeed, they will be rewarded, and return to their homeland. If they fail, they will be severely punished, and may even be wiped out directly. Isn't this taking the world as a country?" Aang Zeng was very keen to perceive the true meaning of Xiaomeng's words. In this way, isn't the world equivalent to a country of one generation, that is dozens of times larger than a normal empire? It may be more complicated than your majesty imagined. For example, it comes from the same world as us, but hundreds of years later, so it can record the complete history. But for us, it is a prophetic book, but because it is history that has happened, in terms of authenticity, it is even more accurate than the divination of the Yin Yang school. Aang Zeng asked, Master Xiaomeng knows so much. Could it be that he has had an intersection with the reincarnationists? A reincarnationist once saved me in the future. This completely violates time. Aang Zeng's eyes suddenly flashed. He accepted this matter even faster than Xiaomeng imagined. But in fact, Aang Zeng is now trying to pursue the art of immortality. Isn't the immortality he pursues also contrary to time in a sense? And since it is determined that there is immortality in this world, it is naturally determined that there must be other extraordinary things in this world. He said, the reason why he knows Taoist skills is, he saved my life, so I gave him the skills as the head of the Taoist Xianzang. In fact, he is a Taoist, so giving him the Taoist skills does not go against the ancestral teachings. Then the reason why he gave this book to me is, I think he has a request to your majesty, and Abin knows the principle of giving before taking. At least, he did that to me at the beginning. Aang Zeng said, he actually gave me such a precious thing. He must have a big plan. Maybe what he is planning is the same as what your majesty is thinking? Xiaomeng said, although I don't know what his specific mission is, when I saw him, he was chasing Yanri of Luoyang. I see. Aang Zeng drew up a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, saying playfully, of course I can't tolerate Luo Wang, no wonder he is so generous. He wants to turn me into his ally, and if I want to defy fate and change my destiny, I must lend him a helping hand. Indeed, calling a horse a zebra. Oh, my good son. He looked at Xiaomeng and said, so this Abin is actually plotting these. Then, sect leader Xiaomeng, you answer all my questions. What is his plot? Xiaomeng said seriously, I don't ask for much. The reincarnationists are not as magical as your majesty thinks. They are just like your advanced soldiers, just following orders. But I'm very curious about the world they live in. The arrival of Abin and the others is just a precursor. New reincarnationists will arrive one after another. I guess your majesty will definitely arrest these reincarnationists, right? If they are willing to admit that they are my people, then it's not impossible for me to tolerate them. Aang Zeng said, after all, although the Great Qin dynasty has not been able to last for thousands of generations, my title of the first emperor is well deserved. Xiaomeng said, but there are good and bad reincarnations, and if there are reincarnations who break the law, your majesty, who governs the country by law, will naturally not tolerate them. At that time, I want a reincarnation table, and I want your majesty to help me into that world. Aang Zeng was surprised. Can we invade that world? Obtaining the reincarnation table is the most important medium to enter the main world. Although I can get it, it is obviously much faster with your majesty's help. Xiaomeng shook his head and said, why are the strengths of the leaders of various sects and schools of thought not much different? To put it bluntly, we have all reached the limit of this world. If we want to go further, we will need to pay 10 times or even 100 times. But if I can go to the main world, without the suppression of the world, I can quickly improve my strength again. I'm still very young, and don't want to waste too much time. Okay, I agree, but you need to tell me all the information and clues about the reincarnations. If possible, I want to have a face-to-face talk with Abin. Aang Zeng looked at the 5,000 years on the table and said, I have some very important questions that I want to ask him. Xiaomeng is willing to speak for me. Thank you, Master Xiaomeng. Aang Zeng and Xiaomeng smiled at each other. A major decision that may have a far-reaching impact on the Great Qin Empire was made in just a few words between the two of them, even without consulting the opinions of a third person, including Fu Su. There was even a faint fire burning in Aang Zeng's chest. After sweeping the world, pacifying the 8 wildernesses, and establishing the unparalleled achievements of the Great Qin, he was actually quite lonely and empty when he woke up in the middle of the night. But now, he felt that he seemed to have found the motivation to fight again. He even felt a little bit of fighting spirit. Reincarnationist. I really want to see how talented the reincarnationist who can write this book is, he murmured. And at this time, far away on the shore of the Sanghay, in the depths of a very secret jungle, Zhengang and Duanshu still had a resolute look on their faces, as if they were going to kill the guardian of Yin-Yang family. But everything happened so fast that they fell to the ground helplessly before they could even be surprised. They really didn't doubt Kian. You know, They were already at a disadvantage in the fierce battle with Elder Tang. If she really wanted to kill them, why didn't she join forces with that Elder Tang? And they really didn't expect that this killer of the killing level would be so powerful. In fact, not only did they not expect it, but even Crossing Han never expected it. Then he turned into a sarcastic laugh, laughing wildly. Are all the people of Luoyang stupid? Just now they mistook our enemies of Yin Yang family for our people, and now they mistook your enemies for your people of Luoyang. Don't you distinguish people by the mouth of the enemy instead of your eyes? The two were no longer able to reply. Kanken was ruthless and attacked directly at the vital points, especially when facing Duanshu. This person was even more powerful than the leader of the 6 Zen gang. She tried her best, fearing that she would be exposed. She killed the two with one blow. Traitor, we want your life. Zuanpo screamed in anger and rushed towards Kanken with a sword. However, Xiangxin dodged and said with a sweet smile, little brother, is this Luoyang your strong enemy? Why don't we join forces to kill the remaining 3 and make the 6 sword slaves completely disappear from this world? Xinghan sneered, I'm enough to kill them alone. Why should I cooperate with you? Because if you don't cooperate with me, I will deal with you and let them go. Xiangxin's smile turned cold, and she said coldly, you are the guardian of Yin Yang family, with a respected status, but you dare not seek revenge on a killer. Poor creature, I'm afraid you have some concerns, right? It is rare that Luoyang actively invades your Yin Yang family, and it is reasonable for you to chop them into meat paste now. Such a good opportunity, do you want to give up? Or are you sure you can face the 4 of us at the same time? Xinghan's face suddenly turned cold. I didn't expect that this crazy woman was even crazier than him. Although she knew that the other party was trying to control him, her words did make sense. One asked with a sweet smile, now, do you still want to join forces? Xinghan stared at Zuanpo and said, okay, let's make a deal first. I want all the 8 swords of King Yu. You are not allowed to snatch them from me, little brother. I only want their lives. Then we have a deal. Wan used all her strength to display the heavenly demon force field and said with a sweet smile, Master Wan of the holy sect, I invite you to die today. The heavenly demon double blade cut off countless sharp sword auras. While several people were being attracted by the invisible aura of the heavenly demon force field, it had already attacked the 3 people. Xinghan snorted coldly. His palms slowly condensed purple sword energy, gathering energy into blades. 6/10 of power. Rushed towards Meepo. The god of chaos shouted, Wang Liang, hurry up and report the news to the master. Just say that everything is manipulated by the people of the Yin Yang family behind the scenes, and tell the master to be careful. Understood. The Wu Liang turned around and left without hesitation. You can't go anywhere. Qian Qian giggled, and the force field tore the Wu Liang's steps a little slower. The heavenly demon ribbon wrapped around the heavenly demon's double blades and shot several feet into the air and had exchanged more than 10 moves with his Wu Liang double swords. At this time, Xinghan had already suppressed Zuanpo and made him retreat step by step in a miserable state. He laughed wildly and said, what's wrong? What's wrong? Where is your arrogance at the beginning? At that time, you looked like you had me defeated. Why are you so miserable now? Answer me. Answer me why. Zuanpo groaned and was blasted away by Xinghan. Zuanpo, the god of chaos, rushed towards Xinghan with the sword of chaos in his hand. Did you overlook her? Qian Qian giggled. Without Linbin, she finally showed her little demon girl's characteristics. Mingming's battle with Wu Liang was extremely fierce, but she turned around to help Xinghan block Luan Shen, slashing with double blades. With the blessing of Cheyenne Modafa, her swordsmanship was superb. Just a few moves made Luan Shen helpless, but Wu Liang found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the momentum, he leaped and ran away. Xinghan shouted, he escaped. I thought of helping you kill this woman, because I saw you wanted revenge. I neglected. Qian Qian stuck out her tongue cutely. The 6 sword slaves still believed that it was the Yin Yang family who took away Yanri and Jingwei. The 6 sword slaves are indeed scary, but there is nothing to be afraid of if there is only one left. It is better to let him go back and give Zhao Gao a false message. It will benefit them in every way. Of course, it was impossible for Xiangxin to explain this thought. She smiled and said, I think it's more important to help my little brother get revenge. Xinghan snorted coldly. No more words. But the two of them joined forces, and their strength was much stronger than that of Luan Shen and Zuan Pio. A moment later, 5 of the 6 sword slaves were gone. Thank you very much, you are such a good person. Xiangxin quickly picked up the weapons in their hands. Zhengang sword, broken water sword, Zuan Pio sword, Luan Shen sword and the previous soul destroying sword. Xiangxin thought to herself, I want to see how my senior brother will play with 8 swords at the same time. Does he mean that he will hold weapons in his elbows and knees and jump to kill the enemy like a hedgehog? In this way, he will tire himself to death before hurting the enemy, right? I must let him demonstrate it to me at that time. Xinghan avenged his great revenge and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and his heart was calm, without any madness, when he just took revenge. He took a deep look at Xiangxin, knowing that this was not an opponent that could be easily defeated. He said lightly, don't offend my yin yang family again, otherwise, I will not spare your life. After that, he turned and left. Xiangxin snorted softly and muttered, why are you so arrogant? The reason why you are still alive is entirely because you are not our mission target, otherwise I'm afraid you would have staged a tragic plot now. By the way, go find brother quickly, I have to ask for credit from him. She quickly followed Xinghan. Xinghan said angrily, why are you following me? Looking for someone? Not for you. Don't worry, I will leave immediately after I find someone. Xiangxin laughed, thinking that she didn't know whether brother had killed Tang Shai and Heo. If so, that would be great. Chapter 182 Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your daughter, do you? If Lin Bin knew that, relying on the power of the Star Soul, Qian easily destroyed the 6 sword slaves, leaving only an insignificant ghost. And she also threw a basin of dirty water on the Yin Yang family. He would definitely not be able to help, but excitedly press her head and praise her fiercely. This girl deserves the name of the little demon girl, and she is getting more and more like him. Now Lin Bin knows nothing about everything. At this time, he is lying in the crevice of a rock reef in the deepest part of the sea, with his eyes closed, without any breath. Tang Shai and Heo is dead. But how terrible is a desperate counter-attack of a saint-level reincarnation? With Lin Bin's current skills, even if all the immortal true ki is transferred into it, he can only show 3 layers of the 7 layering of the blazing sky, which is equivalent to the defense of 3 city walls. In addition, he did not delay at all, and took the blood body immediately. Blood body, sea level item, a spiritual fruit that is soaked in the blood of the fire Kirin, and born over time. After taking it, it can heal injuries if you are injured, and increase your power if you are not injured. Note, who said that blood-soaked buns cannot be eaten? I kept this thing before, intending to take it when I was injured, so that I could maximize the benefits. And just now, it was obviously the most suitable state. The fire Kirin is of the fire element. The fruit produced by its blood after years of precipitation, in addition to the effect of healing injuries and increasing power, is probably the biggest effect of resistance to fire. That is to say, Lin Bin was extremely calm in the state of telepathy. Otherwise, if he was a little panicked, he would probably not remember this. But even so, as Lin Bin's resistance to fire was greatly improved, it was still difficult to resist the full force of the 100,000-year soul ring. As Tang Shai and Heo's soul fire burned and tore apart the defense of the 7 layering of Qishianfu, Lin Bin was burned and seriously injured at the first time, and then fell into the sea. Then, it is the current state. Blood body is extremely resistant to flames. After taking it, it immediately made Lin Bin's instantly exhausted true energy flourish, and there was more burning breath in it. Especially after tearing the 7 layering of Qishianfu, what was left of Tang Shai and Heo's attack was the purest soul fire, which was also the most powerful weapon to kill the enemy. After entering the body, it should have continued to destroy Lin Bin's body, and made him live a life worse than death. But the blood body medicine power and the soul fire of the soul ring are both fire attributes, and it seems to have the same effect. It directly converted the soul fire into medicine power, and then was forcibly integrated into Lin Bin's body. The medicine power of blood body is gradual, and will not make people feel too much pain. but after integrating into the soul fire, the medicine power is greatly improved, and the way of entering is also much rougher, so that Lin Bin sank directly into the sea, unable to move. The power in the body is like a tsunami, surging and growing stronger. Lin Bin simply closed his eyes and quietly digested the power of the blood body. At first, he still felt a little short of breath, but with the circulation of the true key of the eternal life secret, he kept absorbing the flame power in his body and transforming the 7 secrets, and the pain was relieved a lot. Gradually, he turned to internal breathing. In order to suppress the soul power, Lin Bin simply took the prepared Dahu and An in his hand. In this way, while recovering from the injury, the medicine also neutralized the soul power in the blood body, which reduced the pain suffered by Lin Bin. For a whole day, Lin Bin lay on the seabed without moving. And this whole day of hibernation, when he woke up completely, the injuries caused by Tang Xian Heo had long disappeared. He even felt refreshed and felt that he was strong enough to kill a cow. There were also great changes in his body. Reincarnator, Abin, level, extraordinary, qualifications, experience in independently clearing a killing level secret realm x2, evaluation, S.A. Experience in clearing an adventure level secret realm x3, evaluation, S.S.S. The first 3 items are visible data to all reincarnators. Merit, B level merit x4. Reincarnation points. 8000 reincarnation points. Equipment, light boots, B+, double dragon magic shadow sword, B, azure rose, B, money sword, B, optical camouflage cloak, B, soft hedgehog armor, B, wrist controller, B, 3-edged sword, C, items, expanding fire, A, holy blessing potion, A, random teleport scroll, B, original ancestor bloodline, B, X1, blood ancestor bloodline, C, X1, werewolf ancestor bloodline, C, X1. Transformation capsule, C, storage belt soul guide, D, enhancement, he's B kung fu, B level, eternal life secret, 102%, upper limit, 200%, B level, harmony with the world, 29%, B level, demon method, 72%, C level, sword code fragments, 95%, skills, B level, heavenly demon force field, 79%, Teikai sword, 81%, heaven and earth lost color, 54%, sword heart clear, 5%, sea level, ladder cloud vertical, 100%, Kai 7 injury fist, 100%. At this time, the immortal key is no longer the vast ocean. Instead, it is completely integrated into his body. The body seems to be empty. But with just a thought, this skill can immediately be circulated to all parts of the limbs and bones, as one wishes. Lin Bin was not too surprised. You know, the upper limit of normal skills is 100%. He once asked Raymond about the details of the progress ratio of the skills. Theoretically, when it reaches 100%, the understanding and realization of this skill, and even the purity of the skill, have basically reached the limit. Even if he continues to practice, it will only increase the skill, and there will be no further improvement in purity. It was only because the Hashibi widened his veins that his tolerance and compatibility with the eternal life art were greatly improved, which led to the upper limit of the eternal life art being increased from 100% to 200%. Therefore, up to now, normally speaking, his eternal life art can almost be considered to have been cultivated to perfection. From this point of view, the Xianzang technique given by Xiaomeng should have been a great help. After all, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade, but the biggest contributor should be Tang Xian Heo. After being purified by the 7 layering of Qixianfu, what really blasted into his body was the purest soul power. Although it was not true ki, the blood body was not true ki either. As long as it could be converted into true ki, it would naturally not be a problem. And perhaps because of the Taoist Xianzang technique, the proficiency of Teikai sword has also improved a lot. All-round strengthening. When Lin Bin opened his eyes, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Although he was in the water, he felt like a fish in water because the eternal life secret contained 7 different attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang. Very good. Even if the 6 sword slaves are resurrected this time, with my current strength, I may not be defeated, even if I fight 6 alone. Lin Bin understood that, although he was still a reincarnationist in the extraordinary realm. But in fact, his absolute strength should have surpassed the extraordinary 9 realms, and reached the level of entering the saint. Maybe he might not be Tang Xianheo's opponent. After all, Tang Xianheo was a veteran reincarnationist at the saint level, much stronger than ordinary reincarnationists at the saint level. But it was not difficult to protect himself. It's time to go up. I'm afraid that, if Won doesn't see me, she should panic. After arriving at this secret realm, Won almost kept following him like a parasite, so that Lin Bin always felt that Won seemed to be unable to do anything. Naturally, he was worried. But even if he was worried, Lin Bin did not swim up immediately, but wandered around. He was now completely immersed in the water, and with a light kick of his legs, he was several meters away, faster than a fish. He quickly searched the surroundings. He and the remains of Tang Xianheo fell down together. You know, Tang Xianheo is extremely powerful, and as the head of the Tang family, his wealth is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary reincarnations. For example, if it weren't for the mirror, Lin Bin would have escaped directly. Who knew that he actually had such a powerful control prop in his hand, which directly detained him in the place where he was? It can only be said that the characteristics of props are ever changing, and it is really necessary to be on guard. But now that he is dead, although even his body has been broken into slag, there should be some useful good things left. As expected. After searching for a while, Lin Bin successfully found a small mirror. Magic mirror, A-level prop, call his name. When his voice and appearance are imprinted in the mirror, when he sees himself in the mirror, he can no longer look away. Note, if you love me, just look at me. Lin Bin said fuck, and then gulped down a mouthful of seawater. It was so salty that he almost fainted. The effect of this item doesn't seem to be very good. You need to know the name and print the enemy's figure into the mirror. But if it is an A-level item, then the effect weight is quite amazing. Once the sight is locked, the enemy will not be able to move his sight, even if he uses all kinds of means. More importantly, this treasure is almost a perfect match for him. You have to know that the restriction is to know the other party's name. For Lin Bin, is it difficult to know the names of some people in the secret realm? It's too easy. Tang Xianheo, you are really a good person. Lin Bin was a little moved and continued to search. After a long time, but nothing was found. Theoretically, Tang Xianheo should have some residue left. It is estimated that it was eaten up by the surrounding fish. But getting an A-level item can be regarded as a pleasant surprise. In addition to the fact that it was a bit depressing to get it in the secret realm, you still need to spend money to take it out. But in a sense, he has made a fortune. Lin Bin did not stay on the seabed any longer and swam directly towards the mirage. Half an hour later, he had already appeared at the bottom of the mirage. He took out the double dragon demon shadow sword and cut a hole in the extremely solid giant ship as easily as cutting through mud. Lin Bin easily jumped in. As his feet stepped on the land, the true energy in his body circulated slightly, and the mist around him filled the air. All the moisture on his body had dried up completely. Lin Bin then stepped forward. Since he got on the mirage, his plans have been changed one after another. Although the process was extremely chaotic, fortunately he won the final victory. While successfully destroying 2 waves of powerful enemies, he also strengthened himself severely. However, the sea surface was too far away from the land. If he wanted to leave, he had to go through the mirage. Lin Bin didn't know where he was in the mirage now, but he knew that he just needed to move towards the direction close to the land. Moreover, after causing secondary damage to the 6 sword slaves, Xiangxin would definitely come back here to join him and check if Tang Xianheo was dead. Although the mirage was very large, almost like a small world, the 2 of them practiced the heavenly demonic art together, and they could react to each other as long as they were slightly close, so the possibility of encountering each other was still quite high. Now that his strength has greatly increased. In addition, the hidden enemy Tang Xianheo is dead. Lin Bin's steps were no longer as cautious as before. His steps were swift, and he didn't even need the optical camouflage cloak. In order to prevent encountering a strong enemy at a critical moment, the cloak was in the cooling time, and he was confused. Just walking around him, a chill began to gradually spread. Lin Bin exclaimed in surprise, knowing that this must be the magical effect of the Yin-Yang family's magic. Although the Yin-Yang family was born out of Taoism, there is no doubt that the Yin-Yang family has grown and become stronger over the years, and its strength has far surpassed that of Taoism. But after a careful look, he realized that he had come to a place that looked quite similar to a place with extremely luxurious decorations. All the buildings were built with red sandalwood, luxurious and noble. On the other side was an extremely transparent screen wall. The lake outside was rippling. Suddenly, a huge colorful koi, which was almost bigger than an ordinary boat, swam over on the right, causing waves. Lin Bin was stunned and said in surprise, "Is this Zibui Water Pavilion? I accidentally came here, which is very interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, from the depths of Zibui Water Pavilion, a very slight wave suddenly came faintly. It must be that Lin Bin practiced the Taoist method, which had a lot in common with the Yin-Yang school. Otherwise he would not have heard this subtle sound. The quiet and peaceful voice was slow and not hurried, revealing a graceful state, causing the huge koi to panic, and then quickly swam away. "Since you are here, please come in and see me." Lin Bin raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Are you inviting me in?" "Yes, please." From a distance, a golden three-legged crow flapped its wings and flew around Lin Bin. Then it flew away. It was obviously a signal for Lin Bin to follow her footsteps. "It seems that you are not unfamiliar with me. Could it be that you have been secretly spying on me in this way?" Lin Bin glanced at the three-legged crow that was not flying very fast. There was a bit of a playful look in his eyes. He naturally knew who was imprisoned in the Sakura prison, but he knew that the other party actually took the initiative to invite him in. It must be that they had something to ask of him, and it's good to have a request. "Madam, you don't want your daughter to get into trouble, right?" Thinking about it, he strode to catch up with the footsteps. If he faced Yan Fei before the enhancement, he didn't have a 100% chance of winning, and he might still need to be a little bit cautious. But now, his strength has been raised to the level of entering the Saint. Fighting alone, he was no longer afraid of anyone in this plane. It would be a waste not to eat this wave of fat meat that was delivered to his door. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Dividing the Spoils. The Sakura prison is hidden behind the purple shell water pavilion. If there is no one to guide you, unless you have the destiny of the protagonist, the possibility of finding it is extremely low. But Lin Bin has someone to lead the way, so there is no obstacle. The deeper he goes, the colder it feels. When the surrounding scenery is replaced by the condensed ice, a step down will freeze a large amount of ice under your feet, making it difficult for you to move. The immortal ki in Lin Bin's body is transformed accordingly. The ki Juzen ki contains all things in the world, and can also freely transform all things in the world. Water is also cold. With the transformation, Lin Bin's whole person is integrated into this piece of cold black ice. Along the way, he even began to actively absorb the surrounding ice into his body. The immortal ki that is already running fast in his body is rapidly improved. This can probably be regarded as the characteristic of the eternal life due after its completion. In the future, no matter what environment he is in, Lin Bin can occupy the advantage of the terrain. Go forward. A very graceful and slender figure appeared in front of him. Her hair fell on her shoulders, her skin was whiter than snow, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and she was graceful. Just a back view made people feel extremely amazed. Even with the peerless elegance of Kian Kian, she was inferior to the woman in front of her. Among the many women Lin Bin had seen, I'm afraid that only Zhu Yuan could be compared. Dongjin Yanfei. She was once the second soul of the Yin Yang family, but because she followed the wrong person, she fell to this point. At this time, she was trapped by countless illusory spells hanging in the air around her. Although she was not immobile, she could not leave this land of black ice. After becoming familiar with the exercises, Lin Bin also understood many things that he didn't know before. For example, the name of Dongjin is the name of the sun god. The exercises that Dongjin Yanfei practiced must be yang, and here, it is actually no different from being tortured. Now seeing Lin Bin coming, she turned around and showed a quiet and gentle beautiful face. She knelt gracefully and said, Dongjin Yanfei of the Yin Yang school, greetings to brother Zhang. Lin Bin smiled and said, I'm Zhang Sanfeng of the D sect. I wonder what important matter has caused you to summon me here with the golden crow technique? Dongjin Yanfei also smiled and said, the Taoist D sect. Please forgive my lack of knowledge, I have only heard of the Taoist Shan sect and Ren sect. Why have I never heard of the name of the D sect? Lin Bin lied, it's very simple. I was originally from the Shan sect, but the Shan sect is too decadent now, and a little girl has become the leader of the Shan sect. It's really ridiculous and lamentable, especially Xianmeng, as the leader of the Shan sect, who actually focused on the way of practicing Qi, but ignored the fact that defeating the enemy is to use the long sword in his hand. They use Qi as their body and sword as their weapon, but we believe that exquisite moves can make up for the lack of skill. Kung Fu cannot be achieved overnight, but sword skills can be greatly improved in a short period of time, so we split into the Qi sect and the sword sect. Later, the Qi sect still used the name of the Shan sect, and our sword sect became the D sect. I see. Dongjin Yanfei blinked her bright eyes, a little confused. She thought, can practicing Qi and practicing swordsmanship compete? Could it be that during the years I was imprisoned, the Taoist Xianzong has fallen to such a state? However, the other party's swordsmanship is superb, and the gentle but magical swordsmanship does contain the true meaning of the Taoist mysteries. Dongjin Yanfei asked the other party to come over. In fact, it was a sudden idea. Although she was imprisoned here, without Donghuan Tai, no one could restrict her soul dragon wandering technique. So she has been observing the current mirage, looking for opportunities. Before, she put the opportunity on Tang Xianheo, but she didn't expect Tang Xianheo to be so ruthless and obviously hostile to the Yin Yang school. She really didn't dare to risk her daughter's life. But this Taoist friend Zhang Sanfeng, who once used the alias Wu Yanzu, was different. Dongjin Yanfei thought that she had a good eye for people, especially since this person was walking with the disciples of the Mohist school, so he was naturally a friend, not an enemy. Now the other party happened to be close to Zibai Water Pavilion by a rare coincidence. If she didn't seize this opportunity, would she really put all her hopes on that boy? Before, there was no other way, but now there is a way. She suddenly felt that the Mo family giant who just left here was a little unreliable. Fei Yan invited you to come here because she really has something to ask for. In fact, this matter is still related to the Mo family. Fei Yan sees that you are so close to the girl from the Mo family, so I dared to invite you to come. Oh, I'll tell you the details. Lin Bin thought to himself, I didn't expect that this opportunity was sent to me by Kian. But in order to prevent this little girl from being too proud and getting cocky, I'd better not tell her. This girl has too many thoughts, and she needs to be trained slowly. Yan Fei said seriously. Fei Yan wants to ask Dao Yao to help me rescue my daughter Gao Yu, who is imprisoned in the hands of the moon god, and is a daughter of the former great man of the Mo family. Oh, the inside story is really a long story. The current situation is that Fei Yan is imprisoned here and cannot escape, and her daughter has been captured by her biggest enemy. If she wants to save people, she can only rely on others. Yan Fei said softly. Dao Yao is very powerful. Fei Yan has seen it with her own eyes. If Dao Yao is willing to help Fei Yan rescue her daughter, Fei Yan will feel deeply grateful. In the next life, she is willing to repay her kindness by holding a grass in her mouth and working like a cow or a horse. Lin Bin rolled his eyes and asked, am I ugly? Yan Fei was stunned for a moment and asked back, what? Lin Bin sighed. There is a rule in our place. If a woman is saved by a man, if the man is handsome, she will say that she has nothing to repay him and can only repay him with her body. If the man is ugly, she will say that she has nothing to repay him and can only repay him in the next life. Madam, your words really hit me. Dong Jinyanfei was immediately at a loss for words. But she felt that Lin Bin's words made sense. She said, Dao Ao misunderstood. Dao Ao has a handsome appearance, which is really unique to Fian. If you are not a few years younger than Fian, and Fian is already married, I'm afraid that I will also be attracted by Dao Ao's charm. The previous words were just superficial words. In fact, she was able to tell her crisis when she first met him, which was partly because the young man in front of her was too sincere. But no matter how good looking he was, what did it have to do with her? Even if Dan was dead, how could she remarry? Lin Bin nodded and said, thank you. I feel much better after hearing what you said. Yan Fei. She sighed softly. Fei Yan, just tell the truth. If you really help Fei Yan will naturally give you a big gift. No matter what you want, Fei Yan will give it to you without reservation. I like straightforward people like you. Lin Bin looked Yan Fei up and down and said, do you want you to go and save your daughter yourself? Yan Fei was stunned and asked, what? Lin Bin said, I can let you save your daughter yourself, but in return, I want the full set of skills of the Yin Yang family, especially the soul wandering dragon technique that you just summoned me to. If you are willing to give everything to me without reservation, I can save you. Yan Fei's eyes lit up when she heard this, and without any hesitation, she nodded and said, Fei Yan agrees. Then she said in embarrassment, but this restriction was set up by Dong Huantai himself, and Fei Yan has no way to break it. She had peeped at Lin Bin before. Naturally, she knew that, although Lin Bin was very powerful, he might not be able to defeat her. Moreover, he knew nothing about magic. If she couldn't crack it, how could he? The hermit has his own tricks. Lin Bin took 2 steps forward and looked around her carefully. Then he reached out his hand. Dong Jinyanfei looked at the big hand that was attacking her chest and said angrily, Dao Ao, respect yourself. Don't get me wrong, I'm not touching you, I'm touching the restriction. Lin Bin's palm touched the restriction. Immediately, an extremely cold force attacked. Lin Bin snorted and used all his strength to operate the Eternal Life Secret. The Eternal Life Secret originally had the effect of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. Although it was far less violent and exaggerated than the plundering of the North Sea divine art, when the speed of absorption and conversion was too fast, there was actually not much difference between the two. So, Lin Bin kept his hands clenched, as if he had really grasped something, and Yan Fei was shocked to see that the restriction, which originally contained boundless solid power, became flickering under his grasp, and then became more and more illusory. It was only less than half an hour when Lin Bin slowly retracted his big hand that was held in the air. He said with satisfaction, thank you for the hospitality. Dong Jinyanfei looked at the restriction that had completely disappeared and said in surprise, how did you do it? It's very simple. I don't understand restrictions, but I know that no matter what kind of magic, it requires spiritual power to control, and I just need to drain the most basic spiritual energy, and he will be unable to do anything. Lin Bin said, please, madam, you don't want your daughter to get into trouble, right? In that case, then go and save her yourself. I think your daughter may also be looking forward to her mother being able to save her like a god. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoist. Yan Fei had already been inexplicably surprised. Obviously she didn't expect the surprise to be so great. The cage that had imprisoned her for who knows how long was actually disappeared without a trace. Lin Bin joked, don't thank me. I'll be too embarrassed to ask you for a thank you gift if you thank me again. Yan Fei said seriously, but if the ban is broken, Dong Huan will definitely get the news soon, and he will rush back quickly. We must do it as soon as possible. I'll help you. Now Lin Bin is also skilled and bold. Before, he had the idea of not offending the Yin Yang family as much as possible, but now, as long as there is benefit, I will offend even gods to show you. Let's go. They left as soon as they said. The two rushed away, and along the way, Lin Bin always took care of Dong Jinyanfei's speed. Seeing her slightly shaky steps, Lin Bin was surprised and said, your skills haven't recovered yet. Yan Fei heard this, and her fair and pretty face showed a little shyness. He said softly, "Not really, it's just that I've been imprisoned here for a long time, and Fian hasn't eaten for a long time. It's okay if she doesn't move, but now she moves." Linbin concluded, "She's hungry." Yan Fei said embarrassedly, "Yeah, I have a way for this." Linbin took out a hamburger from the 24 Bridges moonlit night, opened it and handed it over, saying, "We are on the road, so we shouldn't make a big fuss. Eat something to fill your stomach first. The space of this storage belt is not small, but the level is too low, so it can't hold things of too high level." So now Linbin puts important things in capsules and carries them close to him. For the storage belt, he puts some daily supplies. He puts a lot of ready to eat things, at least it's convenient to eat. Yan Fei was stunned for a moment, knowing that only when she is full can she have the strength to confront the moon god. She said embarrassedly, "Then Fian is rude." As she said that, she took the hamburger. It was indeed rude, eating in front of people. Linbin unscrewed a bottle of Coke and handed it over, saying, "Drink some while you're at it, so you don't choke." Yan Fei looked at the bubbling Coke, hesitated for a moment, and politely declined. "No need, just take a few sips of Fian." "Okay." Linbin took a sip and burped. Yan Fei. Only then did she realize that the bubbles were not poisonous. Also, how could someone be so blatant as to poison someone? The two of them kept walking. Especially since Yan Fei had led the way for Jing Xianming not long ago, she was naturally familiar with the way and headed straight for the destination, the Toad Palace. At this time, inside the Toad Palace, Gao Yu, or now officially renamed Jiru Qianlang. She looked at the slowly rotating pagoda in her hand with an indifferent expression, listening to the melodious music inside, and seemed to be caught in some mysterious state of mind. And beside her, Jing Xianming had already been tied to the ground with his hands behind his back. She shouted angrily, "Damn old witch, if you have the guts, let me go and fight me to the death. What's the point of sneak attacking from behind? You're so powerful, and you still sneak attack. Do you have any shame?" Jing Xianming was really wronged. When he came in, Jiru Qianlang was the only one left. Yu Shen happened to be asked to leave by Da Siming, and was not here. Seeing that everything was going well, Jing Xianming was naturally overjoyed. He wanted to take Gao Yu away directly, but he didn't know that Gao Yu had already become Jiru Qianlang, so how could she recognize Jing Xianming? She didn't leave with him at all. One dragged two. Yu Shen had already returned, and Jing Xianming naturally couldn't find her trace with his ability. If the two of them fought head on, Jing Xianming might be able to fight for a while with his explosive potential. But Yu Shen sneak attacked from behind. How could he be spared? He was directly restrained. He kept cursing, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. After a lot of effort, I felt that my body was full of surging internal energy, and I could finally fight with the enemy seriously. However, the enemy did not play by the rules at all. Sneak attacks and so on were too despicable. You don't have to worry. Although I was very interested in you before, this interest was limited to before I got the magic sound box. Now that I have Qianlang and the magic sound box, your existence is not important anymore. The moon goddess was calm. She sighed softly. "Why did you come to me at this time? Xianming, give me a reason not to kill you." She said it gently, but her hand had slowly reached out to Jing Xianming's neck. Obviously, she was tired of this noisy boy. Now that she got the magic sound box, she had no tolerance for him. The reason is simple. He is a great master of the Mohist school. At the very least, he should give him a chance to say his last words and designate the next great master, right? Suddenly, a light voice sounded. He said, "Xianming, right? I recommend a little girl named Kankan from your Emo family. This girl has a quiet personality, is gentle and amiable, and is really the best candidate to be the next great man of your Emo family. How about you hand Emo Mei over to me now, and I will hand her over to her for you." "Zhang Sanfeng, you are not dead yet?" The moon goddess turned around suddenly, but who did she see? It was Dong Jin Yanfei with cold eyes and a cold face. The moon goddess was immediately at a loss and exclaimed, You escaped. Not only did you escape, but you also came with me." Lin Bin's voice sounded again, but this time it was close at hand. He had come to the back of the moon goddess at this time, took the magic sound box from Gaoyu's hand, and looked at it carefully for a while. A gleam of light suddenly lit up in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Madam, I will accept this treasure. You don't mind, do you?" "Since you like it." Fian naturally doesn't mind. Dong Jinyanfei nodded and said, "I want my daughter, and you want the treasure box. It's fair." The two of them actually blatantly divided the spoils in front of the moon goddess. Chapter 184. This old six doesn't tell the truth. Illusionary sound box. Level item. 12 illusionary rhythms, 5 non-music tunes, heavenly rhythms of bliss, and myriad magic sounds. It can play music that is both illusionary and real, with a myriad of changes. Listening to vocal music can improve the practitioner's skills and temper their character. Note, don't randomly change songs, it will kill you. There is no level. In other words, even the reincarnation space cannot determine the level of the illusionary sound box, but it can be confirmed that it can improve skills. This thing must be a treasure of at least B level. You know, the military value of the Qinchi Mingyu plane is actually not low. Didn't you see that the old brand of the saint level reincarnation Tang Xian Heo almost died at the hands of Yu Shen and others? In the end, he died at the hands of Lin Bin, so he didn't have the chance to die at the hands of Yu Shen and others. But the 8 swords of the King of Yu are already B-level weapons. And the Kaiyu sword is probably an A-level magic weapon. Since the upper limit of the plane can reach this level, how can the level of the illusionary sound box be low? According to Lin Bin's inference, the reason why it is impossible to determine its level is probably because this thing is related to the great secret of the Blue Dragon 7 stars. I'm afraid that he will have to wait until this secret is revealed before he can get its true level. But just the function of the cultivation accelerator is crucial to Lin Bin. He can become a saint level reincarnationist so quickly. Although foresight is important, the more important thing is the blessing of the Hashibi and the essence in the evil emperor's relic, which has increased his efficiency to the highest level. But now, the evil emperor's relic has almost been sucked dry by him. I didn't expect to get a substitute so soon. Just this thing, Lin Bin's trip is worthwhile. The moon goddess glanced at Lin Bin and Anjin Yanfei, and her eyes were full of vigilance. Just when she was about to say something, Yanfei was too lazy to say more to her. She didn't even want the fantasy sound box. Her only goal was to get her daughter back. Now seeing Jiru Qianlong's stupid look, she felt very distressed. He ran towards his daughter quickly, shouting, "Chua, mother is here to save you. You shouldn't ignore me." The moon god was furious, and her right hand, which was gathered in her sleeve, suddenly formed a spell. The mysterious seal went straight to Yanfei, but just as the seal left her hand, her body suddenly shook, and she felt an endless pressure coming. Then everything in front of her lost its color. The sky and the earth lost their color? No, that's not right. The sky and the earth lost their color can only suppress the true energy in the enemy's body, making them weak. If their cultivation is not enough, they may die directly. But in fact, it can't have a substantial impact on the enemy. But this black and white color seems to contain endless danger. She actually felt as if there were dozens of kilograms of weight on her body out of thin air. Although the impact was not great, when masters compete, a slight difference can make a world of difference, not to mention this heavy pressure. I didn't expect that after the fusion of the heavenly demon force field and the color of the world, it could actually have such a magical effect. Although it is still the color of the world, its effect is infinitely close to the realm of magic novels. As the only color, Lin Bin slowly walked between Yanfei and Yu Shen, holding the magic sound treasure box in his hand. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I have to be loyal to the person who entrusted me. Yu Shen, I have to let Madame Danjun take her daughter away. You don't mind, do you?" Noticed that Yu Shen's eyes fell on the magic sound treasure box. Lin Bin finally came to his senses and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, I really like this magic sound box, so I have to take it away too. You shouldn't mind, right?" Moon Goddess said coldly, "Zhang Sanfeng, it seems that your Earth sect is determined to be an enemy of my Yin Yang family?" Lin Bin sighed and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, I lied to you. In fact, there is no Taoist Earth sect at all. I was worried that you wouldn't help me kill that Tang Xian Heo, so I made it up to ask for your help. I didn't expect you to be so stupid that you fell for it. By the way, I haven't thanked you for helping me kill Luoyang's powerful enemy yet. Yan Fei looked at Lin Bin in surprise, thinking that Zhang Sanfeng was actually a pseudonym. The 3 consecutive apologies finally made Moon Goddess lose her composure completely. So this old sixth didn't tell the truth at all? She asked coldly, are you from Luoyang? I'm Daniel Wu, of course. I prefer you to call me Yanri. Lin Bin took out a dark mask and put it on his face. Then, his true energy surged, and the loose Taoist robe on his body suddenly tore into pieces, revealing the simple armor inside. Change clothes in 1 second. He sighed. There is no other way. The enemy is too strong. We have to lead the enemy to the Yin Yang family and kill him with the help of the Yin Yang family. Fortunately, this trip was successful. Otherwise, Luoyang would be in trouble. You know, this guy is not only extremely powerful, but also has an extraordinary character. He lurked in the Nan family under a pseudonym, and became brothers with the new Nan family. He also provoked a dispute between the Confucian family and Luoyang. In just a few days, the Nan family and the Confucian family have been fighting to the death with Luoyang. If we don't kill him, Luoyang will be in trouble. Yushin took a deep look at Lin Bin and said without comment, is this something you can say to the enemy? This is something you can say to the dead. Lin Bin's voice suddenly turned cold. As the world lost its color, the tearing of the demon force field became more serious, which made Yushin feel a bit dizzy after being drunk. But she was very powerful and soon stabilized her steps. With a low shout, the spells changed like dancing. Mist emerged between his fingers, and several curses attacked Lin Bin. But just when he broke through halfway, he was directly blocked by a layer of soft petals. HMM. It seems that my power has improved even more than I thought. Lin Bin muttered. After all, the blazing sky covering 7 layering is an A-level item. Before, when he used it with the strength of a reincarnationist in the extraordinary realm, it felt a bit difficult to maintain. But now, with the improvement of true energy, especially after the eternal life art has reached its peak, the purity has been greatly improved. Now, when he uses the blazing sky covering 7 layering, it is as easy as driving an arm, and it is easy and free. The moon god has seen the power of this item before. He even knows that this petal is not just 1 petal, but can be transformed into 3 petals. The defense is amazing. The previous hateful Elder Tang's self-explosion couldn't kill him. I'm afraid it's the effect of this treasure. He shouted loudly. Master Xinghan, cut off his retreat. As soon as the words fell, someone shouted impatiently, why are you talking nonsense? Behind him, a purple sword light suddenly appeared. Dong Jinyanfei escaped. If Xinghan didn't want to have more ancestors on his head, he could only choose to join forces with Yushin. Although the key gathering blade is a key blade, its sharpness is no less than that of the 8 swords of King Yu. The 2 swords suddenly cut out thousands of nets, directly approaching the vital points around Lin Bin. But Lin Bin moved freely, easily dodged, and each attack was avoided just right. It seemed dangerous, but everything was obviously under Lin Bin's control. The light spirit boots made his speed so fast that it was beyond the scope of King Gang. And Xinghan took the initiative to rush into his Cheyenne Delusion, which greatly increased his consumption of Chang Sheng's Enki, but he was also suppressed. He forced Xinghan back with a sword, and then used a backhand move to split Uoshin and directly cut Yushin, forcing Yushin to dodge and retreat. But he still couldn't get out of the control range of Cheyenne DDSE. Very good. The recovery speed of Chang Sheng's Enki has greatly increased. At the same time, I suppressed 2 martial arts masters who were not inferior to me before, but I was able to recover in time. It seems that I can really fight against strong enemies for a whole day in the future. Lin Bin fought 1 against 2, and he actually had the upper hand. He blocked the attack of Yushin's cursed seal in front, and held the sun-covering sword with 1 hand behind him. When he collided with his 2 swords fiercely, a series of dense and harsh weapon clashes were made. But his feet never retreated a step. No need to come over. Seeing Dong Jinyanfei holding Gao Yu in his arms, as if he wanted to help, Lin Bin laughed and said, they are just 2 people who are traitors. Is it worth it for the 2 of us to join forces? I can deal with them all by myself. After that, the Teikai sword turned smoothly. It was easy to isolate Xinghan and Yushin from the outside. No matter how he urged his ki to form a blade, he could not break into the sword's circle. He was really happy. The strength of either of the two guardians of the yin yang family is comparable to that of him before the breakthrough. If he did not use those messy and strange props, his chances of winning would probably be more than 60% to 70%. But now that the two of them have joined forces, they have become tools for him to test his own strength. His reaction, skills, the connection between moves, and even his understanding of the martial arts of the Xianzang Taoist school have made great progress after the breakthrough. The more he fought, the more Lin Bin felt that Tang Xianhao was really a good person. He actually gave him such a generous gift, reaching the first level of the saint, which means that his strength in this world is almost invincible. Of course, under normal conditions. If you encounter Deng Huan Tai or Chiao sword, which is beyond the specification, it is better not to take risks. But it is still very easy to fight these two guardians. And the easier it is, the more it can reflect the speed of his progress. Madam, you go first. Lin Bin shouted, and his true energy continued like a wave, spreading and shooting in all directions. The shocked Xinghun staggered back, and Yushin did not dare to attack him head on. Lin Bin looked at Yanfei. Yanfei immediately understood, picked up Gao Yu, and rushed out of the window with Jing Xianming. Yushin was about to chase, but was blocked by Lin Bin. Bullying the weak is not my style, and I don't bully the old, the young, the women, and the children. You should be thankful that one of you is a child and the other is a woman. Otherwise, one of you will have to kneel down today. Lin Bin sneered, and put the Huan Iron treasure box into the storage capsule. Following closely behind Deng Jin Yanfei, he rushed out of the window. Yushin and Xinghun were left standing there with extremely ugly faces. Let's go. Lin Bin followed Yanfei and said, after all, Mirage is the enemy's territory. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave here as soon as possible. Yanfei said, thank you, fellow Daoist Zhang. I'm sorry, it should be fellow Daoist Wu Yanzu. Forget it. Lin Bin wanted to explain, but when he thought that after the two of them settled the money and goods, they would have nothing to do with each other, so explanation would be useless. He said, after we leave the Mirage, if you trade me your skills, I will help you find a relatively safe place, and then we will be cleared of all charges. Thank you. Yanfei paused and said admiringly, fellow Daoist Wu's skills are extremely high, far beyond Fei Yan's expectations. Thanks to fellow Daoist for helping, otherwise, Fei Yan alone would not be a match for the two of them, not to mention escaping with Jua. It doesn't matter. Lin Bin sighed, it's a pity that I still need them to help me deal with Eluo Wang, otherwise, I would have killed them just now. Xinghun's key gathering into blades is a very exquisite skill. By the way, Madam Yanfei, you should know this trick, right? This fellow Daoist can just call Fian Dongjin. Okay, Dongjin, you know it, right? The key gathering into blades is different from Fian's system. Fian naturally doesn't know it, but Fian is proficient in the 6 soul sphere curse. Forget it. That thing has too many restrictions. I don't need it. Wait a minute. Lin Bin paused and smiled. It's better to learn it. At the very least, this skill is quite good for seduce people in the real world, as having too many prostitutes is always a burden. If you are interested, Fian will teach you everything she knows without reservation. Yanfei looked at Lin Bin in surprise and asked curiously, you are extremely powerful and have formed your own system. Why are you so interested in my yin yang school's magic? In your opinion, I'm extremely powerful, but in my opinion, I have just started on the road, and it is time to learn from all schools of thought. The yin yang school's magic is infinite, so I naturally have to study hard. Besides, having one more skill to rely on, who knows when it will be useful? Fian admires you for being so studious despite your cultivation. After all, learning is life, and if you don't learn, you might die halfway. By the way, your daughter is. She was hit by the moon goddess's spell of confusing the mind. We must first find a safe place, and Fian will help her to get rid of it, otherwise she may be mentally damaged. Then this kid. Lin Bin looked at Jing Xianming. Jing Xianming yelled, what do you mean kid? I'm the current leader of the Mo family, but since I saved Jua, I should leave. Wait. I have 2 good friends on this Mirage. Jua's injury needs treatment. You take her to get treatment first. I'll go save my friends. After saving them, I'll meet up with you. Okay, your two friends should be near Yangxiao Pavilion. You can go and take a look. Jing Xianming's internal force has been activated by Yan Fei. His cultivation is profound. He can fight even against the five elders. He wants to leave, and Lin Bin is naturally willing. It's a pity that the Mo family's skills have been obtained by Qian. Otherwise, he might have promised to help save people with the skills as a reward. But now, customers are more important. Thank you. Jing Xianming quickly turned around and ran away. Let's go too. The two of them ran towards the outside of the Mirage while talking. At this time, inside the Toad Palace, Xinghan Yushan and the others looked extremely ugly. The two of them teamed up for the first time, but they were defeated miserably. There is no doubt that this was a big blow to their dignity. Xinghan glanced at Yushan who was standing there and asked, "Aren't you going to chase?" "How to chase?" Yushan said coldly, "Although you and I didn't go all out, the opponent was also quite teasing. It can be seen that, even if the two of us are not hiding anything, we don't have a 100% chance of winning. If we go up rashly, we will only bring shame upon ourselves. Then how to get back at the front?" Xinghan frowned and said, "He said he was from Luoyang. Either he is from Luoyang, or he is an enemy of Luoyang. No matter which one, he is related to Luoyang. Since he admits to being from Luoyang, we will cause trouble for Luoyang. The people in Luoyang will naturally put the blame on this Zhang Sanfeng. Then they will deal with this guy." Yushan said angrily, "Damn it, this guy is obviously qualified to fight with the previous Elder Tang, but he insisted on using our hands. His character is too bad. It's really hateful. He is hateful, and we are pathetic." Xinghan sighed, "We can only use this roundabout way to retaliate. It's really not pleasant to watch them escape." "Don't worry, they can't escape." Yushan sneered, "Lord Xinghan, you should really practice the power of the curse seal when you have time. At least you can feel how heavy the curse power in the air is." Xinghan was shocked when he heard it and said in a deep voice, "Dong Huang is here?" "Yes, they have already met." Yushan's eyes showed a bit of gloating, but because of the veil, no one could see it. And at this time, it was indeed as Yushan said. When the tall and mysterious figure stood in front of Lin Bin and Dong Yanfei, even Lin Bin did not expect that Dong Yanfei's so-called restriction was broken, and Dong Tai would find out so quickly, or it came so quickly. Dong Yanfei's face was pale, and her delicate body was extremely stiff. She said in surprise, "Dong Tai." She instinctively protected her daughter in her arms. Inside the dark veil, a mysterious voice with a heavy echo asked, "Are you going back by yourself, or should I take you back?" I. Don't pay attention to him. Let's go." Lin Bin was not afraid at all. He grabbed Dong Yanfei's hand and sneered, "If you have the guts, jump into the water to chase us. But if someone sees Dong Tai's soaked appearance, the mysterious atmosphere you have worked so hard to create will be completely destroyed. Dongjin, let's go all the way by water. He can't catch up with us." As he said that, he had already directly dragged Yanfei and jumped directly to the boundless sea beside him. Dongjin Yanfei was in the air and said in surprise, "It's impossible to breathe in the water. Once we show up, he will definitely find us." "It's okay, I'll give you mother and daughter air, no need to show up." As the voice fell, there was a huge splash of water. The three of them fell to the bottom of the sea at the same time. Chapter 185. After wearing the reincarnation watch, you are no longer immortal. Half an hour later, on a desolate seashore in Shanghai, Lin Bin supported the exhausted Dong Yanfei, holding Gao Yu in his arms, and walked slowly up from the sea with heavy steps. Yanfei's power was extremely high. She didn't look like a wet beauty as she gradually stepped on the land. As her power evaporated, the water vapor around her turned into clouds and mist and quickly disappeared. The shape that was originally completely attached to her body and outlined her beautiful curves disappeared immediately. It was just evaporation, and the fatigue was really exhaustion. You know, they swam in the sea for a full half an hour without sleep. During this period, in order to prevent Dong Tai from discovering their tracks, the three of them didn't even raise their heads once. Although Yanfei's power was high, she couldn't go a whole hour without breathing fresh oxygen. Especially Gao Yu was even more useless, and she couldn't hold on for a few minutes. Yanfei also had to give her daughter air. The oxygen, which was not much to begin with, was naturally even more stretched when the mother and daughter shared it. That is to say, Linbin's eternal life secret has now reached the state of perfection. He can now completely transform his own true energy into water attributes, so as to absorb oxygen in the water, and then pass on a lot of surplus to Yanfei, who will also share some with her daughter. This is just Linbin's helpless move. But Yanfei completely understands, or rather, compared to facing Dong Huantai and fighting wits with him, she actually likes this way of escape quite a bit. Dong Huantai has long been an indelible shadow in her heart. Although a full hour of underwater swimming is a huge burden for her and Gaoyu, it is already a blessing to be able to escape. Now among the three, Linbin is still in high spirits, but the mother and daughter are both exhausted, breathing rapidly, and pale, as if all their physical strength has been squeezed out. Seeing that the enemy did not catch up, Linbin laughed and said proudly, "I told you that the more skilled a person is, the more he should be well behaved. We can't expect the head of the Yin Yang family to swim breaststroke to chase us in the water. No, he is a master. I don't think he can even swim breaststroke. We swam dozens of miles in half an hour without showing our heads. Unless he cultivates a divine sense that can cover dozens of miles, he can't find our traces." Yanfei's panting also slowly subsided. Looking at Linbin again at this time, her face was already a bit more feminine. Although she was doing it to save her daughter, and she acted in an emergency, what she did just now was really unfaithful. She said seriously, "Thank you, Dao Awu, for your help." Linbin laughed and said, "My family name is Lin, but this name is not commonly used here. You can just call me Brother Bin." He felt something was wrong after he finished speaking, and then he realized that he was only 10 years older than her daughter. In other words, the lady in front of him looked young and charming, but her actual age was at least that of an older sister. Is it too much to ask her to call me brother? No. Zhu Yuan's granddaughter is about the same age as me. Doesn't she call me dad? Strange. Why don't I feel awkward when she calls me that, but I feel extra excited? Thinking of this, Linbin immediately took it in stride. Brother Bin really has 1,000 aliases. Yanfei hesitated for a moment and asked, "But Brother Bin, Fei Yan has one thing that I don't understand. Brother Bin is extremely powerful. Even when facing two guardians, he can move freely. I'm afraid he may not be inferior to Dong Huantai. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be afraid of him, right?" Linbin asked back. "I may not be inferior to him, which means I may not be superior to him, right? In a sense, a battle between equals means that there is a possibility of losing. Why should I take this risk?" Linbin's words made sense, and Yanfei was speechless. Only then did she completely believe that the other party would never take advantage of her. Linbin stood up and looked around. He found that the place was desolate, except for two old and dilapidated boats that had been abandoned for a long time. There was almost no one. It looked like an abandoned fishing spot. He said, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Since I want to ensure your safety, I will naturally do what I say. It should be safe here. You should first remove the restrictions on your daughter. I have another companion. I will meet you after I find her." "Thank you, Brother Bin." "Well, you're welcome." Linbin waved his hand and walked away first. Dong Yanfei picked up her daughter and found a quiet place in the jungle where no one would disturb her. She began to help her daughter remove the restrictions. The restrictions on the moon goddess are complicated, but the techniques she practices are the same as those of Dong Yanfei. Removing the restrictions is extremely difficult for others, but it is not a problem for Yanfei. Half an hour later, Gaoyu, who had a silly look on her face, slowly opened her eyes. Looking back, she saw a familiar and kind face. "Mother, mother?" Gaoyu cheered in surprise. She happily threw herself into Yanfei's arms. The mother and daughter finally reunited, and they naturally cried bitterly. Even if Yanfei was as calm as she was, she couldn't help but burst into tears when she was hugging the only thing she cared about in her life. After venting her excitement, the mother and daughter recounted their experiences of separation over the years. Just talking. Gaoyu touched her lips in confusion and said in surprise, "Huh? Why is there a fragrant smell in my mouth?" Yanfei was startled when she heard the words, and her face showed a bit of discomfort. Indeed, there was a fresh breath in the mouth of that brother Bin, which was not bad, so she didn't reject it so much. How could she know that this was the smell of green arrow? But she also felt an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in her heart, thinking, I won't leave a bad impression on him, right? It's not that she is in love or anything else, it's just that the woman doesn't want to leave a bad impression of herself to a person of the opposite sex who doesn't dislike her, not to mention this kind of intimate contact. At this time, Lin Bin, after leaving the mother and daughter, he touched his mouth and muttered, it tastes like a spicy chicken leg burger. It didn't take much effort to reunite with Canon. The two of them had similar skills, and they had already agreed to leave a secret code. It only took 2 hours. The two of them had already met in a tavern under the mirage. Brother, I'm here. Canon saw Lin Bin, and immediately waved her hand to indicate that she was here, asking for credit. Lin Bin came over. She couldn't wait to report her gains to him. Lin Bin couldn't help but brighten his eyes and said in surprise, oh, so you put the blame on the Yin Yang family? Luoyang is doing this to the Yin Yang family. I'm smart, right? How can this credit not be equal to the 2 times you gave me? Not bad, not bad. I'll give you 3 times. Lin Bin was very generous. Or maybe the essence in the evil emperor's relic was originally very little, and he wanted to save it before, because the effect of using this thing to accelerate cultivation was really good. But now that he has a substitute, he naturally doesn't care. Then I may have to give it to you a few more times. Kankan laughed softly. Of the 8 swords of the King of You, the sun quivering and shocking newt is in your hands, senior brother. Now I have the soul destroying and soul turning, the true gang and the god breaking, and the water breaking. I only need the twin swords of the ghost to complete the 8 swords of the King of You for you, senior brother. Wait, why are there 9 swords of the King of You? Lin Bin smiled and said, there's also the Zuan Jian. The 8 swords of the King of You are more than just 9. But it doesn't matter. I only need 8. I'll give you 2 more times. Thank you, senior brother. By the way, I went back to the mirage of the Yin Yang family with brother Xinghan before, and got a treasure by the way. Kankan smiled and put 2 reincarnation watches on the table, saying, these are from the 2 servants of Tang Shai and Heo. They directly let brother Xinghan take a look at the reincarnation watches on their wrists. They thought that this thing was from the Dizang, so they cut off their arms and brought them back. Reincarnation watch. Lin Bin's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Xiangxin, you have really been busy during this period. I wonder why you didn't ask about Tang Shai and Heo's death. It seems that you knew about it a long time ago. Okay, I will promise you 2 more times. Although the 2 of them deliberately lowered their voices during the conversation, they did not deliberately hide anything. People who were close to them were indignant when they heard this. Such a beautiful girl, you actually need to take the initiative to ask for it? Exclamation mark. And Xiangxin got the promise. She was also delighted and said with a smile, thank you, senior brother. What should we do next? Wait a minute, the mission time is still long. Let the conflict fly for a while. There will probably be a war between Yin Yang family and Luoyang. If we show up at this time, we will attract the fire of both factions. It is better to hide for a while. Great, then senior brother, can I ask you a favor? You say. Can you give it to me 7 times at a time? Kyankian said a little shyly, I want to use this time to try to break through the 18th level of the heavenly demon art. Then, her face was blushing shyly. She glanced at Lin Bin and then quickly looked away. She said softly, senior brother, you helped me kill Tang Shai and Heo. I'm really grateful to you. So grateful that I can't repay you. Lin Bin nodded and said, okay. Thank you, senior brother. Kyankian hugged Lin Bin's arm intimately and silently calculated in her heart. 7 times a night. Well, breaking through the 18th level of the heavenly demonic art, the amount of true essence absorbed is definitely not comparable to before. This time I must completely suck the relic dry. Hum. Little guy, I called you senior brother and you really responded. Unfortunately, except for the different ways of treating you, you are no different from my licking dog. You forget everything after a little coaxing. Now you are my senior brother, and when you no longer have my baby, you will be my younger brother. Thinking of the pride, Kankan couldn't help but giggle. Linbin said, by the way, let me use this reincarnation table when the time comes. What for? Promise, come with me, and you will know. After dinner, Linbin took Kankan back to the place where he and Yan Fei separated before. Seeing the dignified, beautiful and tall Dungeon Yan Fei, a hint of wariness and hostility flashed through Xiangxin's eyes instinctively. She was secretly shocked at Linbin's popularity with beautiful women. It was okay for Xiao Meng from the Taoist school, but this. Xiangxin suddenly remembered that Linbin would come to this world in the future. She suddenly came to her senses and said in surprise, this is senior brother, is this your wife and child? Gao Yu hid behind Dungeon Yan Fei timidly, revealing only half of her cute little head, and looked at Linbin secretly. For some reason, she always felt that this young big brother in front of her was handsome and kind. Dungeon Yan Fei smiled, and she was in a very good mood as she finally reunited as mother and daughter. He said, Miss, you misunderstood. Fian is deeply grateful to Brother Bin for saving her life. How dare she have other thoughts about her benefactor? Xiangxin was full of fighting spirit and asked, deeply? How deeply? Yan Fei, this is my junior sister. She has some problems with her brain. Dungeon, you don't have to take it to heart. Linbin explained, and said to Xiangxin, Xiangxin, this is the wife of the former Juzi of your Mo family, your immediate superior. You can't be so rude, madam. Xiangxin was shocked. I thought to myself that it turned out that my senior brother liked this tune. No wonder my beauty plan never worked. But her name is Fian, calling herself Fian, it's much more coquettish than me calling myself someone else. But it's so strange. Why does it sound so natural to me? Then she realized. It's temperament. She added temperament in it. How could such a noble temperament give people the feeling of a bitch? It seems that he has met an opponent. As for Linbin, he smiled intimately at Gao Yu. Gao Yu blushed immediately, smiled shyly at him, and quietly retreated behind Yan Fei. Linbin said, Dongjun, I have thought of how to ensure your safety. Yan Fei was pleasantly surprised. Oh, Brother Bin has a way. That's great. Fei Yan is in distress. The Yin Yang family is quite powerful. It is difficult for Fei Yan to escape the clutches of Deng Huang alone, not to mention that she is now with Ye, and the Mo family is now almost destroyed. So you can leave this world. Linbin said, you don't know my origins yet. I will explain it to you in detail later. In short, there are two choices. The first is to wait for us to complete the task and then leave with us. Yandan is dead, and your daughter is also by your side. You don't have any worries in this world, right? Living in this world or not has no effect on you at all. It's better to start a new life. Speaking of which, I know a mother and daughter who also left their world and are now living well in our world. There, Xiao Yue may be able to receive orthodox education, isn't it? The landlord's wife and her daughter are both extraordinary people, but they still got rid of their identities as reincarnationists. Linbin did not lie about this. He said, the second point is that Shanhu, the hero leader of the Nang family, and I are good half-brothers. The Mo family can't protect your safety, but the Nang family should be able to. Another world? Fian would like to hear the details. This involves our identities as reincarnationists. I can't leak such critical information. I can only tell you some trivial details, but you are very smart. I believe you will understand it once I tell you, right? Do you understand it now? Yan Fei nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Said, Fei Yan understands a little. Canon was surprised and said, you really understand? Linbin asked, what will you choose? Fei Yan doesn't want to be dependent on others, and she doesn't want her daughter to hide from now on. Just as Brother Bin said, there is no worry in this world. If Brother Bin does not abandon, Fei Yan is willing to go to that world with you and start a new life. Okay. Then these two reincarnation watches are for you. Remember, after putting on the reincarnation watches, you will no longer be an ordinary person. Linbin coughed twice and changed his words. No longer a native. You are an alien, a reincarnated alien. You will understand that traveling through worlds like this is actually just a very common thing. Yes, Fei Yan knows. Chapter 186, The End of the Web. Calculate the time. It has only been half a month since I came to this world. But in just half a month, except for the ghost, almost all of the most powerful 8 swords of Yuan and Luoyang have died tragically at the hands of Lin Bin and Kanken. The efficiency of the two is shocking. And considering the mission time, the follow-up time is too ample. But in fact, the 8 swords of Yuan are indeed the top masters of Luoyang. It is not so easy to deal with them, but it is definitely not the most difficult thing. For Lin Bin and Kanken, the real difficulty is that Luoyang is an extremely large organization. Its roots once spread throughout the 7 countries, and now with the demise of the 7 countries, it has deeply attached to Dakin. With the strength of the two, let alone 4 months, even if it is 4 years, I'm afraid that they may not be able to kill all the people of Luoyang. So Lin Bin has started to lay out since he came to this world. It's just that he did it too quickly. The layout also needs time to ferment. So next, I plan to slow down. Lin Bin said seriously. Now the farmers and Confucians regard Luoyang as their mortal enemies, and they will never stop fighting with them. The Zhanghang Mohist school, Liusha and Luoyang are also mortal enemies. Now that they have lost the 8 swords of the King of Yu, Luoyang has become a toothless tiger. They will not let go of such a good opportunity. There is also the Yin Yang school. I don't know if they will believe the news that I'm Luoyang Yanri, but we might as well look forward to it. It is not appropriate for us to clean up these small fish ourselves. In this case, it is time to take a break. That's great. Since I got the Mohist skills, I feel that the skills in my body have been stirring, and there are signs of breaking through the 18th level. It's just right to take this opportunity to settle down. Wanwen looked at Lin Bin with some anticipation, thinking that the current skills of my senior brother must be higher than mine. But after I break through the 18th level, achieve the unprecedented Cheyenne mode Alpha, at that time, beating my senior brother will definitely be like playing. Hehehe. Thinking of the pride, she laughed happily. Lin Bin looked at Dang Junyanthi. He could also take advantage of this time to ask her for advice and learn the Yin Yang school's magic. For example, the 6 Souls curse seems to have great restrictions, but it is also very effective. Even Yandan, who is as strong as him, can be killed alive by the great Siming, who is far inferior to him. If used properly, in the real world, if you kill an enemy in the dark, the enemy may not even be able to find out the ghost. Since Yanfei is determined to use these 2 reincarnation tables, she is completely tied to Lin Bin in this world, and it is naturally burdenless to use them. Especially since she has no worries in this world. Mo family? That is the property of her dead husband, not hers. Back then, she was able to kill the former Mo family leader directly for Yandan, which shows that she really has no feelings for the Mo family. Her only concern is Gao Yu. Yanfei sat quietly aside, listening to Lin Bin's general description. She vaguely understood that this so-called reincarnation table is a guide that can allow her and her daughter to live a peaceful life in another world. Although there will be challenges of all kinds, the so-called challenges are more for sharpening them, so the difficulty will not be too high. Just like this brother Bin, isn't he always easy when doing tasks? It is said that he was given 4 months to complete the task, but he only took more than half a month to complete more than half of it. Therefore, she naturally followed Lin Bin's lead. So, after the agreement, the 4 of them immediately set off for Xianyang. Today, the situation in Shanghai is gathering. The Confucianists are fighting with Luoyang, and the Yin Yang school's Dang Huantai is here in person. This place has become the center of the vortex. It is not a wise decision to stay here any longer. Lin Bin spent money to buy a luxurious carriage, and he put away all the weapons and equipment, dressed up as a rich man taking his wife and daughter out for a trip. It seems that he is not eye-catching at all. After all, storage space is too magical for this world. Who can imagine that Lin Bin and his friends can carry so many stolen goods and still look like they have nothing? When Yanfei saw the 2 of them put away their weapons, she couldn't help but be very angry. However, as for the change of identity, Kanken was a little dissatisfied. She pointed at Yanfei angrily and said, "Why does she play the wife, Jua plays the daughter, and I have to play the maid?" Obviously, she can play the wife, and let Sister Fian play the wet nurse, breastfeeding the child during the day and the master at night. Senior brother, you must like this too, right? And you won't mind, right, Sister Fian? Yan Fei. Lin Bin asked back, but you don't look like someone who has children. Then. Kankan seemed to know that she was being unreasonable. She said unwillingly, can't Sister Fian play the role of the wife, and I play the role of the younger sister? I really like the role of a sister-in-law who has forbidden feelings for her brother-in-law and wants to suppress her feelings but can't. This is hiding, not acting. If you dare to add drama to yourself, believe it or not, I will beat your ass. Lin Bin slapped Xiangxin on the ass and pushed her into the carriage. Then he got on the carriage and drove towards Xianyang City. The carriage was light and the entourage was few. It seemed to be a reasonable match. Except that the maid and the wife were really beautiful, but if it was matched with Lin Bin's handsome and extraordinary face, it seemed very reasonable. In just a few days, several people had arrived in Xianyang. Then Lin Bin took a large amount of gold from Kian and bought an independent courtyard where a family of 4 lived. Kian complained unwillingly, muttering that when she needed someone, she was a gold master, and when she didn't need someone, she was just a maid. She shouldn't be too arrogant. In the past few days, the 4 of them didn't pay much attention to external things. But the outside world had already changed suddenly. First of all, the contradiction between Confucianism and Luoyang escalated. At this time, all the scholars inherited Confucius's vigorous and resolute habits and started fighting at the slightest disagreement. Especially after consulting Zunzi's opinion, Confucianism began to target Luoyang in an all-round way. They are the most difficult enemy for Luoyang. As for the farmers, Shan who unexpectedly won the support of the ZHU family, the farmers quickly integrated. Shenqi, Wukuang, Dian King, Liug and others were promoted to hall masters respectively. Shan who had no brains, and in a sense, he had no vigilance. Out of self-confidence, he even arranged for ZHU subordinates. He thought very clearly, if you dare to have other ideas, I will destroy you directly. With my strength that can rival Zhongheng, I will just chop you straight away. What conspiracy can resist? In this way, the farmer family quickly became one. During this period, the farmer family also began to seek revenge on Luoyang for the death of their former hero and the head of the Lihuatang, Xianmeng. Especially the return of Wukuang. As a killer of the Sha level second only to the Xian level, Wukuang has a lot of clues about Luoyang. With him as a guide, the efficiency is even higher. Although he did not join forces with the Confucianists, but he did explode with a lot of lethality. Even Gigu Zhangheng rushed to Shanghai and destroyed several Luoyang strongholds one after another. Their grievances with Luoyang can be traced back to more than 10 years ago. Now that they have the opportunity, they naturally want to beat the dog when it is down. So, Funan took action against Luoyang with the mentality of dying if he failed. As the head of the Confucian school, how can I bully the weak and fear the strong? If you want to do it, I will do it. I examine myself 3 times a day. Have I done it today? How did I do it? What will I do tomorrow? But who knew that this time, everyone would push the wall down, and even he didn't expect that things would develop to this point. It seems that Luoyang must have provoked public anger for a long time, but no one stood up to call for action. I didn't expect that their Confucian school would dare to take the lead in the world and inadvertently take on this leading role. For a time, various schools joined forces to encircle and suppress Luoyang. Of course, all of this was planned. And the unstable factor, Yin Yang School also joined the camp to deal with Luoyang. However, Yin Yang School was self-confident and transcended all schools of thought, so it didn't care about this so-called tacit alliance at all, and only targeted Luoyang alone. This made Zhao Gao's face turn green with anger. At this moment, he was more certain of the message brought back by Wu Liang. The 2 swords Yanri and Jingwei fell into the hands of Yin'Yang family, and they were also the masterminds behind all this. Now that Luoyang has been surrounded by enemies, they can't help but jump out to target them. The real reason that made Zhao Gao more certain that Yin'Yang family was the mastermind was, during this period of time, their majesty also began to target Luoyang. He began to drastically cut Luoyang's funds. Although Luoyang made a lot of money, in fact, as the price of relying on Dakin, Luoyang needed to attack Dakin with a large amount of funds every year to suppress civil unrest and resist foreign enemies. This is also the reason why Aang Zeng was assassinated by Luoyang in the past, but now he can tolerate Luoyang because Luoyang's lifeline is in his hands. But now, his patience seems to have reached the end. Luoyang's treasury was directly sealed. If it weren't for the Yin Yang family's instigation from behind, how could Aang Zeng suddenly target Luoyang for no reason? This time, it was really an internal and external trouble. You know, Luoyang seems to be making a fortune, but assassins also need training, and the training of various identities also requires a lot of money. It is not that you want to pretend to be a prostitute and go to a brothel to change clothes and succeed. The real dignitaries will never let such unknown people get close to them. Therefore, before they use these identities, in fact, these identities are puppets in real activities. The funds consumed in the middle are almost astronomical. But now, Your Majesty suddenly withdrew and sealed Luoyang's funds. This signal is not good. Li Si said to Zhao Gao opposite with a solemn expression. How can the two of them have the leisure to drink tea at this time? In just a few days, Luoyang has no good news at all. The 6 sword slaves were destroyed, and only 1 ghost was left. Even the sword and the people are gone, which means that it will be difficult for them to form a killer group like the 6 sword slaves in the future. For a time, even Zhao Gao felt powerless, because no one was available. Li Si said, I will go back to Xianyang immediately and ask His Majesty to withdraw his order. You stay here to stabilize the situation. Now that the 6 sword slaves are gone, you are the only one who can resist the enemy's attack. Zhao Gao nodded gently and said, I understand. I will leave now. Sanghae will be left to you. You can shrink the defense line appropriately. The exposed assassins should be abandoned. If they catch their tails, they can only survive by cutting off their tails. Yes. After negotiating with Zhao Gao, Li Si got on his own carriage. He said, let's go. The coachman asked, Prime Minister, where are we going? Do you know which direction Xianyang is? Yes. In the opposite direction. The farther the better. Li Si closed his eyes, revealing a bit of loneliness in his eyes. No one knows His Majesty better than him. Vigorous and decisive. He will never reduce Luoyang's funds for no reason. Since he has already started, he must have made full preparations. Li Si was even sure that, if he went back to Xianyang now, he would be arrested immediately. If he was lucky, he might be able to keep his life. If he was unlucky, he would be executed without even seeing His Majesty. What was even more terrifying was that he had no idea what was going on. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. I'm already the Prime Minister of a country. If I wanted to expand my ambitions, I would have done it long ago. Who in the world doesn't know me? Li Si. Enough. Enough. Now that I have achieved my goal, I should retire. If I stay in a position that I shouldn't stay in, I will end up like Lu Bui. Li Si silently comforted himself in his heart. But after a while, he saw that the carriage did not move, and he scolded. Why don't you leave? Where do you want to go, Prime Minister? Zhao Gao asked in a feminine voice. Li Si. He showed a bitter smile on his face and sighed. Indeed, I know Your Majesty, and you also know Your Majesty. You should know that, although Luoyang is powerful, if Your Majesty is determined to destroy Luoyang, you have no chance at all. Luoyang is already surrounded by enemies, including the 100 schools of thought, the Great Qin Empire, and now the Empire and the rebels want to kill you. If you are smart, you will learn from me as soon as possible and retreat bravely, otherwise you may die. I can't retreat. Once I retreat, it will be a cliff. Zhao Gao smiled and said, Prime Minister, you can't retreat either. We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Don't worry, Prime Minister, I will send you back to Xianyang as quickly as possible. Li Si heard this, and could only smile bitterly. And as for the fermentation of all this, Lin Bin knew some of it. He planned and arranged it himself, so he naturally understood it clearly. But some of the changes behind it were not even clear to him. But he knew that things were moving in a good direction. Therefore, he also had enough leisure time to live in this small courtyard with peace of mind and systematically learn the Yin Yang school's magic and seals from Dong Jin Yanthi. Multiple skills and multiple paths. Learning is for living. Linbin never slacks off in improving his own strength, especially since many of the yin-yang school's magic can actually be regarded as a low-profile version of the immortal cultivation method. Even if he cultivates the immortal way in the future, he can actually use it. Not a loss. Chapter 187. Forced to take the top. The chapter was blocked yesterday. If you don't appeal, just keep it blocked. I will repost it. After a period of time, Linbin's layout and arrangement were rapidly fermenting. Even he himself might not realize that he had stopped the output. But in fact, the enemy was still weakening rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, Linbin did pay attention during this period, but was limited by intelligence. What he knew was that the Nang family had officially begun to retaliate against Luoyang, and had already joined forces with Confucianism. Confucianism was one of the two major schools of thought in the world, and the Nang family had the title of the largest number of people among all the schools of thought. The two sides joined forces and really caused extremely fatal damage to Luoyang. And the two of Giguzanghang also started to attack. The Xianzi level killers were almost completely damaged. But there were still many killer level killers, and these people were the targets of Wei Zhuang and Gaini. The two brothers worked together and also caused great damage to Luoyang. That was enough. Linbin thought to himself that in this situation, even if Iron Kai and Qian came out again, the role we could play might not be much stronger than that of the two Zhonghengs, and we might even be inferior, and there would be suspicion of being exposed if we were not careful. Let them help to output. I will hide behind and reap the benefits. Therefore, during this period of time, Linbin put all his thoughts on Danjin Yangfei and studied the yin-yang school's magic from her seriously. Reincarnationists cannot directly strengthen themselves and can only master skills through learning. Whether it is the reconnaissance intelligence of Hunzi Langaya or the shady calculations of Liu Han Horror Curse, the effect of yin-yang school is excellent. It is naturally worth learning. Especially Linbin's practice is a serious Taoist method which has the same origin and clan as yin-yang school, and he has absorbed a lot of essence. This makes his progress extremely fast, and one day's work can be equivalent to more than a month for ordinary people, so that Gao Yu, who also started to study with teacher Yangfei, quickly collapsed his good impression of Linbin. No matter what he learns, he can't compare to him. Even Yanfei doesn't care about her daughter, and often gives Linbin a private meal to feed her alone. Let Linbin leave Gao Yu's progress far behind. In just a few months, Linbin has already mastered many yin-yang techniques such as Soul Dragon Swimming, Six Soul Sphere Curse, Sealing Sleep Curse Seal, etc. During this period of time, Qian was not idle either. Her skill was originally far from the 18th level, but she had been accompanying Linbin in dual cultivation during this period of time, which led to rapid progress in cultivation. In fact, the method of breakthrough is very simple. It is to ask Linbin to use the last foundation of the evil emperor's relic to help her achieve a qualitative transformation. However, Linbin had already promised her, and naturally would not refuse her request. This night, adjust your own state to the best. Qian also took a special bath to cleanse herself. Although she knew that this ambiguous action was completely unnecessary, she saw that Linbin and Yanfei were almost together day and night except for sleeping in order to study. The little girl had long been hostile to Yanfei, so she made this kind of action, which she thought was actually almost provocative, and strolled outside Yanfei's house twice before stepping heavily into Linbin's room. She was very serious when practicing. The light of the evil emperor's relic had been dimming as the two used it again and again. Now only a faint light remained. The two sat cross-legged and began to practice. Under normal circumstances, half an hour would be enough. But this time, the practice of power never stopped. The light in the evil emperor's relic also became dimmer and dimmer. It was obvious that the power inside had been divided by Linbin and Kankan. Kankan had already reached her limit. But the opportunity to break through the 18th level of the heavenly demonic law was too rare, so she would never let it go. As they practiced, the light in the evil emperor's relic became dimmer and dimmer, and it had lost its most magical function. It was just an ordinary piece of stone. The evil emperor's relic was in the same state as the people in the demon sect first got it, empty and without anything. However, Xiangxan did not release the excess key. Instead, while practicing the heavenly demonic technique, she suddenly turned the key in her body and took a path she had never taken before. Mohist techniques. Using the heavenly demonic key to practice the Mohist techniques was just as easy as using one's arm. When she felt uncomfortable, she switched back to the heavenly demonic technique. She switched back and forth between the two techniques to give herself a chance to rest. Finally, it was as if she had undergone some terrible transformation. Xiangxin let out a low cry. Invisible key splashed around her, and everything around her was destroyed by the violent heavenly demonic key, causing Lin Bin to take 2 steps back. Xiangxin's delicate body strangely floated in the air for a while before slowly falling down. She opened her eyes. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and then she quickly held her breath, gradually hiding all the sharpness. She still looked charming and seductive, but it was different from the previous charming look she had when she used the charm technique. Instead, she had a sense of intimacy and playfulness from the inside out. It made people unconsciously like her. No. Playful ass. It's just that in my heart, this girl is an uneasy little girl, so I unconsciously feel that this girl is playful and cute. Lin Bin secretly had a warning in his heart, and then he realized why he had such a sense of amazement and surprise. The heavenly demonic art has reached the 18th level, and there are extremely wonderful changes. I'm afraid that if Qian uses the heavenly demonic art with all her strength now, then the enemy will see what kind of attractive temperament she likes when they see her. It is very changeable, and naturally it can have a stronger impact on the enemy. After figuring this out, Lin Bin clapped his hands in admiration and said, "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that. After breaking through the 18th level, the heavenly demonic art would have such a wonderful change. This alone shows that the power of this charm technique is far superior to the sword cannon." Xiangxin glanced at the completely empty evil emperor's relic. Her eyebrows, which were originally curved like willow leaves, suddenly tilted upside down, glanced at Lin Bin, and said proudly, "How is the heavenly demonic art? Do you think you can comment on it?" Lin Bin, senior brother. No, it's time to change the name now. Junior brother Abin. It seems that you can't recognize your current status very well. Xiangxin stood up, and her demeanor was completely different from the previous cute and naive. Her hands were put behind her back, and she seemed quite arrogant. However, in Lin Bin's opinion, the girl's mental age was declining sharply, and she was even comparable to Gao Yu. She walked over slowly, and looked Lin Bin up and down with pity. He sighed, "Alas, pitiful, a liquor is a liquor. I just changed the way of getting along with you, but punching and kicking is a lie. Caressing and cherishing is also a lie. I just lied to you a little, and you foolishly used all the evil emperor's relics on me. Humph. Now your evil emperor's relics are gone, and can't help me improve my skills. As a licker, although your value is still great, it is no longer worth it for others to lick you in return." Lin Bin smiled immediately, looking at the tail that was raised after the breakthrough, and asked back, "So, what do you mean by this?" "It doesn't mean anything. It's just that our identities and status are different now. I want to set some rules for you. You don't have to worry too much. There will be no problem if you abide by them obediently." Said proudly, "First of all, from now on, I will be the senior sister, the S, and you will be the M. The captain of the SM team needs to be replaced." Lin Bin continued to ask, "Then what?" "Then, your brain works pretty well. In the secret realm, people can listen to your orders, but correspondingly, you can't be so casual with them anymore. You have to be a little more respectful. In the real world, you have to be respectful to them. You have to buy them what they want. If they want to go out to play, you have to put down all the things in your hands and accompany them." With the demeanor of master, Cannon patted Lin Bin on the shoulder with an expression of "I'm optimistic about you, little kid." She said, "In short, from today on, you are my #1 licker. I will pin your chat box to the top, but correspondingly, you have to pin my chat box to the top. I have to check this regularly. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame you for using up the essence in the evil emperor's relic too quickly, so you can't help me practice." Wait, what's that sound? She listened to the melodious music that suddenly appeared in surprise, and her eyes fell on the magic sound box that Lin Bin suddenly turned out. Xiangxin immediately smiled proudly and said, "It seems that you still don't understand the power of the 18th level of the heavenly demonic art. Well, I will give you a chance to challenge me and let you experience the power of the 18th level of the heavenly demonic art. Okay." Linbin smiled, but that smile seemed extremely dangerous. Xiangxin was beaten. She cried for her parents. Linbin's angry voice mixed with how strong is the 18th level of the heavenly demonic art. Is it so strong? I don't feel it is so strong, but I feel that your skin is tighter. It's really addictive to beat you. Is this the effect of the 18th level of the heavenly demonic art? Xiangxin was pressed on his legs and beaten by Linbin like a child. After all, there is a difference between men and women, otherwise he would have to take off his pants to beat him. But even so, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She cried, "Brother, you cheated. You have made a breakthrough. Why didn't you tell me? If you told me, I wouldn't be so upset, right? Woohoo. You lied to me. I felt like you were just trying to spank me. Ah. Stop it. I'm obedient, the most obedient. Mom, why is there so much noise in Brother Abin's room?" In the side room, Gao Yu slept on the same bed with her mother Yanfei. She raised her head curiously and looked in the direction of Linbin. "Good child, don't listen. Go to sleep quickly." Yanfei comforted her softly, then covered Gao Yu's ears to stop her from listening. Although Gao Yu was a little curious, she couldn't pretend that she actually understood a little bit with her mother by her side. She could only sleep obediently with a little curiosity. The next morning, Kian limped out of her room and then met Dongjin Yanfei's eyes with a little smile. She snorted, raised her head proudly, and turned to the kitchen. Without a maid, she was the weakest among the three, so the work of cooking and washing dishes naturally fell on her. Although she had a breakthrough now, she felt that she had the strength to defeat Dongjin Yanfei. But she had just been spanked by her senior brother yesterday, so she had better be honest and not jump. At least she had to wait until her butt was healed before jumping. It really hurts. Although it was actually quite comfortable at the end. Won muttered and went to cook honestly. "Sister Won, I'll help you." Gao Yu trotted behind Won. She and her got along very well. Especially Won's incompetent and arrogant spirit. For Gao Yu, who had been cautious since childhood, she especially yearned for her lawless virtue. Dongjin Yanfei smiled. She looked at Linbin's room with a little curiosity, thinking that she didn't hear any sounds that she shouldn't have heard last night, and she shouldn't be too tired. Why hasn't Brother Bin gotten up yet? After hesitating for a moment, she was about to ask a few questions. Above her head, a leaf slowly floated down. It was like a signal. As the leaf fell, the sky and the earth lost their colors. Dongjin Yanfei's narrow and long phoenix eyes suddenly shrank, and she looked at the attack on her chest in shock. She said angrily, "Brother Bin, Fian is not a casual woman. Men and women should not touch each other. Your behavior is really too much." He actually used the sky and the earth to tarnish his colors to tease her. Could it be that this bad guy knew that she secretly eavesdropped on him last night and he came here for revenge? Yesterday the chapter was blocked and my appeal was rejected, but I didn't dare to post it again because this kind of thing happened before. I tried to appeal for the whole morning but failed, so I had no choice but to give up and post a new chapter again. As a result, the blocked chapter was automatically released in the afternoon, causing many readers to subscribe repeatedly. It's bullshit, but I've been waiting for a day and this chapter still hasn't been released. It seems unlikely to be released, so I'll post it again. If this kind of mistake happens again, I will contact the editor to block it again, and then update one more chapter first. After uploading it, I will add one more chapter to fill it, so that everyone can spend the money of one chapter to read 2 chapters to make up for it. In short, I will never let the readers suffer. Don't worry. Chapter 188, Aing Zeng, I won this round. The next moment, seeing Linbin walking out of the room, Yanfei realized that something was wrong. The attacker was someone else. She hummed softly, and under the suppression of the world, her movements were still relaxed. Her increasingly dexterous hands easily formed a spell, and from this black and white scene, a golden light suddenly lit up around her, and a golden 3-legged crow flapped its wings and flew straight towards the attacker. accompanied by a huge earthquake. Everyone felt that the ground under their feet was shaking for a while. The black and white air disappeared, and Yan Fei also took 2 steps back lightly to avoid the opponent's attack. The opponent then showed his figure. Wearing a water green long skirt, his legs were slender and graceful, and his posture was cool and graceful. The soft white hair not only did not add to the vicissitudes of life, but made her look more ethereal and detached from the world. She looked at Lin Bin and said playfully, "I was wondering why you didn't come out to do anything during this period of time. It turns out that you have a beautiful woman hidden in your house, and the woman is actually a woman from the Yin Yang school." Just now, the two of them had obviously figured out each other's background. While talking, Gao Yu curiously poked her head out. Xiao Meng calmed down immediately and sighed. "It seems that your hobbies have never changed. Why do you like experienced wives so much?" As soon as the voice fell, Yan Fei's face changed slightly. She took a step forward and said in a low voice, "If you think you can speak nonsense at will by relying on your own ability, I can tell you that it won't work here. You are young and have no morals. It seems that no one has taught you. Do you need me to slap you twice?" While talking, the spell power around her was floating. She was very afraid of Dong Huang Taie, but the others. She was really not afraid, especially at this time with angry luck. The momentum was so strong that it was faintly and even suppressed Xiao Meng, who had just appeared. Xiao Meng smiled contemptuously, saying playfully, "It's really interesting. He's the one who has his eyes on you, but you're so angry with me. Is it because I've exposed your secrets in front of your daughter that you feel guilty, or are you actually enjoying this ambiguous feeling? And now that I've exposed it, you're angry and embarrassed?" "Master Xiao Meng, stop talking nonsense. We are innocent." Xiao Meng nodded and said, "Well, I understand. I understand." Lin Bin thought to himself, what did I say to this woman in the future? I always feel that this Master Xiao Meng seems to be a little different from the Master Xiao Meng in my imagination. Although the external performance is exactly the same, inside, I always feel that her words seem to be all black. Dongjun, you go in first. It seems that Master Xiao Meng has something important to discuss with me. Well, yes. Yan Fei nodded softly. Xiao Meng said jokingly, "It is true that the husband follows the wife. But have you thought about the daughter's surname? Should she change it?" Yan Fei said unhappily. "Who is this person?" Lin Bin replied, "Master Xiao Meng, the current leader of the Taoist Shan sect, but I'm not sure how long she can stay in office, because with that mouth, I always feel that she will be overthrown sooner or later. So she is that Xiao Meng." Dongjun Yan Fei suddenly remembered the nonsense that Lin Bin had said to her in the name of Zhang Sanfeng. She snorted unhappily and took Gao Yu in, and Kian slipped out. Curiously, she lay behind Lin Bin and asked, "Are you here to give us treasures again?" "I'm here to give you opportunities." Xiao Meng said, "His Majesty wants to see you." "What?" "Thanks to your great fortune, the Taoist Xianzong has directly formed an alliance with His Majesty, but as an ally, I must introduce you to His Majesty." Xiao Meng sat leisurely on the stone bench in the yard and said, "This should be a good thing for you, right? After all, you spent so much effort to get in touch with His Majesty. Don't you just want to ask him to do things for you? Then I have good news to tell you." "What good news?" "Prime Minister Li Si returned to Xianyang and is now under the control of His Majesty. The chariot commander Zhao Gao escaped, but his accompanying top-level killer Wu Lian died under the arrows of the Qin army. This thing is a gift from His Majesty to you." As he spoke, Xiao Meng placed a pair of swords on the table and said, "His Majesty's meaning is very clear. Whether you go or not, these 2 swords are given to you. It can be regarded as a thank you for giving the book to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's not only a thank you, but also a sincerity." Lin Bin sighed. "It seems that His Majesty really wants to see me. In fact, after reading that book of 5,000 years, even I want to dissect your brain open to see if there is anything else in it." Xiao Meng pushed the sword to Lin Bin and said, "So don't worry about safety issues. Don't make it difficult for me. Come with me." "Okay." Lin Bin nodded. He looked back at Xiangxin and smiled. "It seems that our vacation is over. Even His Majesty has begun to target Luoyang. I'm afraid our mission is almost completed. Eliminate Luoyang." Then I have another good news. Xiaomeng said, Luolang Yan re-assassinated Yun Zongjin, one of the 5 elders of Yin Yang family, and abducted Dongjin Yanfei of their Yin Yang family. His crime is unforgivable. During this period of time, Yin Yang family has successively destroyed several bases of Luolang. This Yanri sword. I remember it was in your hand last time. It seems that you are really good at abducting women. Xiangxin's eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, those idiots really fell for it? Even so, if we want to complete this task, I'm afraid we still can't do without the support of His Majesty. Let's go, Xiaomeng. Let's go see His Majesty. Xiaomeng glanced at Linbin and asked, are we so familiar with each other? Linbin was surprised and said, you gave me the skills. How can I not be familiar with you? Huh? You don't know anything at all. Xiaomeng snorted, stood up and said, let's go. Linbin nodded, and turned back to say, Dongjun, Kankan and I will go to the palace. You and Chua stay here, and don't walk around, okay? Brother Bin, take your time. Don't worry. Inside the house, Yanfei was obviously eavesdropping. Listening to the footsteps of the 3 people leaving, she turned her head to look at her daughter and sighed softly, Chua, we will leave soon. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Gao Yu heard this, thought about it, and said reluctantly, Chua hasn't said goodbye to her friends yet, and there is also Sister Rang. I don't know how she is. Okay, mother will take you to say goodbye to them. Yanfei touched her head with pity and sighed. She no longer has any attachment to this world, but her daughter is different. She has friends, relatives, and partners in this world, but in order to be with her, she has to go to another completely unfamiliar and unknown world. Although Brother Ben seems to be a reliable person, but Xiaomeng's words about a good wife instantly made Yanfei uneasy. Could it be that he really has other intentions? It shouldn't be, I guess. When we were in the sea before, her tongue was very honest, she didn't lick or suck randomly. Wait. It seems like there was licking. It seems like it was just an accidental touch during normal breathing. Yanfei gently touched her lips, a little uncertain. And at this moment, Linbin truly saw what Xiaomeng meant by cooperating with Ying Zheng. She could enter and exit the heavily guarded Qin Palace in Xianyang freely. With Xiaomeng's martial arts, if she intended to assassinate, these heavily guarded lairs would be the biggest obstacle. Once she was allowed to pass through, wouldn't Ying Zheng's life be in Xiaomeng's hands? From this point of view, Ying Zheng's trust in her was probably greater than that of his 2 sons. The 3 of them walked forward, and no one dared to stop them along the way, until they entered the hall. At this time, there were no ministers or servants in the hall, only 2 people waiting. A younger man, with no beard, handsome appearance, and a majestic demeanor in his eyes. The other young man looked exactly like him, but much younger. Seeing Linbin coming in, he stepped forward respectfully and bowed deeply, saying, Fusu, thanks you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Fusu would have stepped into death without knowing it. He had also read the 5,000 years of Chinese history. Naturally, he knew that, if it was really according to the prophecy above, he should be on the way to Shangjin at this time, and this time, there would be no chance of returning to Xianyang. Linbin did help him escape a disaster, but he also understood what the great disaster of the millennium mentioned later meant. The land of China is so full of suffering and hardship. Sir, are you a reincarnation? At this time, Ying Zheng also walked down slowly, looking up and down at Linbin. Linbin nodded and smiled. It seems that Xiaomeng has said a lot to your majesty. You. Ying Zheng just heard one word, and his eyes couldn't help but light up, and said in surprise, do you also recognize my achievements? He has heard too much flattery, but if it was a recognition from a reincarnationist, it would be enough to make him very happy. After all, different identities bring different feelings. Of course, the first Emperor Ying Zheng unified China, unified the writing system, the wheel gauge, and the measurement system, laying a good foundation for future dynasties. The greatest contribution of your life was to burn books and bury scholars alive, burying all those experts who had nothing to do. Qian Qian gently poked Linbin from behind, and reminded him with a heavenly voice, brother, don't bring in personal emotions. Linbin realized that he had gone off topic. He coughed and said, in short, people in later generations have spread rumors that you are a tyrant, but in my opinion, the name of the first emperor has shocked China and swept away the barbarians, laying the foundation for the great atmosphere of our great China for thousands of years. Even after the demise of the Qin dynasty, no one dared to despise your achievements. It's a pity that you died too early, otherwise, I'm afraid the great Qin Empire could have conquered the world. This is also the reason why I came to find you, Abin. Just a few words, but Aang Zeng was very happy. Aang Zeng, who usually didn't show his emotions, couldn't help but laugh heartily at this time. He laughed and said, I came to you, Abin, because I want to cooperate with you. I heard a lot of information about the present world from Master Xiaomeng. I heard that in the real world, the average lifespan is over 100 years. Lin Bin replied, because of the fusion of countless secret realms, there is a very rich spiritual energy in the real world, which is beneficial to the body, so people do live longer. Aang Zeng asked, countless secret realms? Is each secret realm like this world? Almost. I wonder if there is a method to achieve immortality? Lin Bin asked back, Your Majesty wants to achieve immortality? Aang Zeng smiled frankly. After reading the book 5,000 Years of Chinese History, I feel that our great China is so wonderful that I really don't want to miss it. Really, in fact, my ultimate goal is to seek immortality, but it's not by taking elixirs, but by practicing exercises. Martial arts exercises? Immortality. Lin Bin said, I haven't reached that level yet, but I think it won't be long before I can get it. At present, the high difficulty planes are basically killing level planes, and the planes above killing are actually very rare. But in fact, they do exist. Lin Bin has full confidence that he will succeed in practicing Taoism. Okay, I want to make a deal with you. Although I seek immortality, I have not yet achieved immortality. You want to make a deal with me, but I can only make you a promise. The promise is enough. If one day you can get the method of immortality, come to me. If I can take out something that satisfies you, you can exchange with me. If I can't take it out, you can also withdraw. I will never force you. Aang Zeng said, I have been feeling unwell recently. It is most important to regulate my body at the moment. I have planned to practice Taoist exercises, cultivate my body and mind, and stop taking elixirs. Do you know that it is a bad habit? Aang Zeng smiled bitterly. After reading the book, I realized that so many emperors in later generations died tragically from elixirs. I didn't expect that Aang Zeng, who was so wise all his life, was still confused about the matter of life and death. Yes, if I really get the method of cultivating immortals, I will come to see your majesty and make this deal with your majesty. Lin Bin said, but the premise is that your majesty has to do one thing for me. What is it? Completely destroy Luoyang within a month. Lin Bin said seriously, if I can't destroy Luoyang, I will have no future, and naturally I can't make any promises to your majesty. From this point of view, your majesty destroying Luoyang is for me and for yourself. Of course, since he dares to change the imperial edict without authorization, I will naturally not tolerate him. Aang Zeng laughed and said, in fact, it is not as simple as destroying Luoyang. I have already named my second son who hairs the idol king at the court meeting. The civil and military officials naturally understand what I mean. Fusu has a soft temperament, which I don't like, but his style of being a sage inside and a king outside is quite recognized by me. From today on, I will gradually hand over power to Fusu, and I will gradually retreat to the hall and cultivate my character. Moreover, regarding the various schools of thought, I will naturally not commit the stupid thing of Emperor Wu of Han who dismissed all schools of thought and respected Confucianism alone. Now that I have thousands of years of experience in governing the world for reference, my policy of governing the country will naturally change. Lin Bin was stunned when he heard this. He had handed over the 5,000 years of Chinese history to Aang Zeng just to exchange for his hostility to Luoyang. But now it seems, an emperor who was originally wise and powerful suddenly got the clear and good prescriptions for governing the world from all the monarchs of later generations, and his vision was extraordinary, surpassing this world for thousands of years. Xiangxun muttered in the sound of nature, my goodness, Qin Shi Huang got such a great benefit, could he lead the entire Qin dynasty to ascend to immortality? The premise is that he can obtain the method of immortality. Lin Bin pursed his lips and replied in the same sound of nature, but there is nothing wrong with this. At least, I have another reliable ally. Chapter 189, Using the Unknown to Fight the Unknown. Aang Zeng was easier to talk to than expected. In other words, he obviously regarded Lin Bin as an ambassador representing the real world. In other words, although he was the king of a country, the identities of the two were equal, not to mention that he still had something to ask of others. Therefore, in terms of attitude, it was indeed impeccable. So, after a good meeting between the two sides, Luoyang was truly in a state of disaster. As a king of a country, didn't Aang Zeng know the harm of Luoyang? He knew. Not only did he know, but he had even suffered persecution from Luoyang before he became the first emperor. The reason why Luoyang is still preserved is that the roots of Luoyang are too deep. If it is forcibly pulled out, the price to pay is so high that he is unwilling to do such a risky thing. But choose the lesser of two evils and choose the greater of two benefits. Compared with the price paid for pulling out Luoyang, a possible chance of immortality and the opportunity to make friends with another world in advance. Even Zhuang can think of this problem. How can Aang Zeng not imagine it? So, under Aang Zeng's no-holds-barred efforts, countless Luoyang's dark halls were directly removed. All weapons belonging to Luoyang were destroyed. This was a proposal from Lin Bin. In his words, Luoyang is named after the sword. As long as the sword is still there, they will sooner or later revive, so destroy their swords and make them completely lose their spiritual beliefs. And your majesty, you can also issue a notice, saying that even if it is a member of Luoyang, as long as they bring their weapons, take the initiative to report to the empire, and take the initiative to destroy them in front of the empire, then the Great Qin Empire can forgive the past, and only need to serve the empire for 3 years to be cleared. Aang Zeng naturally agreed to this proposal. In this way, it is almost equivalent to making those amazing killers of Luoyang transform themselves into the power of the Great Qin Empire. And the purpose of Lin Bin's proposal is also very simple. Not only should Luoyang be suppressed from the outside, but also divided from the inside. Now Luoyang's Shi and Z level killers have been lost. Zhao Gao is on the run. Luoyang only has a large number of remnants left, and these remnants are being besieged by Confucianism, agriculture, Mohism, and Yin Yang school at the same time. There are also two big bosses, Gigu Zongheng, staring at them with a grin, and planning to attack them at any time. On one side is a sea of fire and swords. On the other side, as long as you throw away the sword in your hand, you can transform from a killer to an officially certified warrior, get subsidies from the empire, and act arrogantly. Unless they are really loyal to Luoyang, and are willing to work hard for Luoyang for generations. But the problem is that the killer organization can attract people with benefits. How many loyal people can it have? So, in just a few days, a large number of Luoyang masters were caught and killed, and their bodies were hung outside the city of Xianyang as a tribute. Similarly, almost every day, a large number of Luoyang masters could not withstand the torment in their hearts, and took the initiative to join the Qin army. To everyone's surprise, many chivalrous men who wanted to eat the royal meal, but had no chance, before took advantage of this opportunity, and began to actively hunt down the people in Luoyang, then kill them, pretending to be Luoyang's people and surrendering. Isn't it just 3 years of unpaid service? After serving, you will be promoted, and then it will be a smooth road. For a time, Luoyang can be said to be the enemy of the whole world. Good news, good news. Lin Bin came back that day with a happy smile on his face, and said with a smile, Dongjun, Jua, there is good news. The Yin Yang family has officially withdrawn its pursuit of you. What? Dongjun Yanfei, who was negotiating with her daughter, was delighted when she heard the words, and said in surprise, really? There is no irreconcilable contradiction between me and the Yin Yang family. With your majesty's intervention, the contradiction will naturally be resolved, including you. I also mentioned it to your majesty. Looked at Lin Bin curiously, thinking to herself, didn't you say it was by the way, when you told me? Why did it become specially now? Yan Fei was very surprised when she heard that, and asked, you mean, we will no longer hunt down Fei Yan? Not entirely. Lin Bin said. Aang Zeng personally pleaded on his behalf. The yin-yang family depends on Aang Zeng, especially with the tragic death of the alchemist Yun Zongjin. Their influence on Aang Zeng has been greatly reduced, so naturally they need to surrender. Dong Huang Tae gave two options. The first is that he will personally take back all the yin-yang family skills in your body, and he will allow you to live outside as ordinary people. Waste the skills? Yan Fei asked. What about the second option? That is exile, leaving this world. Speaking of which, Dong Huang Tae is a kind-hearted person. After knowing the existence of the reincarnation space, he was not surprised at all. He does not allow the yin-yang family skills to be passed on, so if you want to keep the skills, you must leave this world. Are you still leaving? But instead of escaping in a panic, you are leaving on your own. Even if you go to the streets now, no one will hunt you down. Lin Bin showed a somewhat strange look on his face. Playful, after all, Yushin and the others are busy now. Yan Fei. Lin Bin smiled but said nothing. At this time, in a quiet village hundreds of miles away from Xianyang City. Because the village has a small population, the inn and the hotel are integrated, and they are very narrow and dilapidated. Business is really not very good. But on this day, the inn welcomed a guest. Although he was dressed in shabby clothes, his expression was calm and calm. At first glance, he was a person of good status. Even if he was fleeing, Zhao Gao still maintained his usual elegance and calmness. As the true supreme leader of Luoyang, his strength is even stronger than that of the Xianzi level killer. Therefore, with some precautions in advance, even Aang Zeng could not kill him with one blow. But unfortunately, after reading the illusion of pointing to a deer as a horse, Aang Zeng's killing intention for Zhao Gao was even heavier than Luoyang. Therefore, his portraits were almost everywhere in the Qin Empire. At the same time, Zhao Gao was besieged by the rebels of various schools of thought in the Qin Empire. During this period, Zhao Gao had a very unsatisfactory life. However, with his extraordinary strength and meticulous mind, he had not fallen into the enemy's trap until now. But now it seems. My good luck seems to have ended here. The dishes have not been served yet. Zhao Gao suddenly laughed at himself. He did not run away. In this situation, running away seemed to be useless. He sighed. It's just that I really don't understand how my Luoyang offended you yin-yang family, and you want to kill us like this. While speaking, Xinghan and Yushin walked in from the door side by side. And outside, several extremely heavy auras locked him tightly. The four elders of the yin-yang family arrived. With this configuration, even if facing the 6 sword slaves, there is a good chance of winning. Xinghan said coldly, if you want to ask Yanri of Luoyang. Yanri of Luoyang was killed many days ago, and even his weapons were taken away. The Yanri you saw must have been replaced. Zhao Gao had been exhausted for a while, and was no longer in his prime. He encountered such a strong enemy again. It was rare for him to give in. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Xinghan said coldly, is it Yanri's problem now? It's His Majesty's problem now. His Majesty personally asked us, the yin-yang family, to kill you. What can we do? Zhao Gao was speechless for a moment. He guessed that His Majesty would not tolerate him, but he didn't expect that His Majesty would find the yin-yang family to deal with him. Little did he know that everyone in the yin-yang family was also full of anger at this time. When Aang Zeng introduced Lin Bin to them, they recognized who this guy was at a glance. Daniel Wu, Taoist Earth Sect Zhang Sanfeng. Before, he was quite serious about his pseudonym. It was a personal name. Now he is just called Abin. Is this a name that a normal person would call? Perfunctory, too perfunctory. Unfortunately, even as strong as the yin-yang family, they had to surrender to the Iron Cavalry of the Qin dynasty. Therefore, when Aang Zeng spoke on their behalf, they had nothing to say. Even knowing that the phantom soundbox was in the hands of the other party, they had no way to take it back. Especially Dong Huan Tae. After learning that the so-called Abin was from another world, he never mentioned the phantom soundbox. So the revenge of being bullied by that person before could not be avenged after all. But fortunately there was still a punching bag at the moment. Xinghan slowly extended a purple-air blade from his palm and said playfully, leader of Luoyang, I hope your strength can match your identity. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't vent my anger. Zhao Gao died. no matter how deep he hid, in an imperfect state, and at the same time, encountered the most advanced power of the yin-yang family, he would never be able to fight. Although he tried his best to escape, Aang Zeng was determined this time. Therefore, even Don Huan Tai had to take action personally. After being blocked by him, he had no choice but to die. When Xiao Gao's head was placed in front of Lin Bin's desk, Lin Bin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said in relief, finally dead. In such a huge network, the one he feared the most was actually Xiao Gao. There was no other reason. It was really because the 8 swords of you were too strong. Xiao Gao could make this organization obey him, so his real ability was by no means ordinary, and it was not an exaggeration to overestimate him. The unknown was the most terrifying, so even though Lin Bin had now broken through to the level of a saint-level reincarnationist, he still didn't want to take this risk. In this case, let the unknown deal with the unknown. No matter how weak Don Huan Tai was, he couldn't be inferior to Xiao Gao. And the facts proved that Lin Bin's choice was absolutely right. Such a mysterious, unknown and terrifying opponent died in the hands of the Yin Yang family. So I said that the Yin Yang family really is a bunch of good people. Lin Bin exclaimed, Xiao Gao, Tang Shai and Hao, these are opponents that we can hardly face alone. If it weren't for them, we would have to pay a heavy price to win. Now this price is all borne by the Yin Yang family for us. I heard that Crossing Han was seriously injured in order to deal with Xiao Gao, but he and Luo Ang have a hatred for exterminating the entire family. I gave him this opportunity, and I think he will be grateful to me. Kankan worriedly said, but Xiao Gao is dead. Why hasn't the mission been completed yet? It's about destroying Luo Ang, not assassinating the leader of Luo Ang. I said it at the beginning, that these high-level people are easy to deal with, because they all have names and identities, but those subordinates can only rely on your majesty. Wait, once this head is hung up, no one from Luo Ang will resist anymore. Lin Bin shook his head and said, believe in your majesty's ability, he can definitely do it. Then during this period of time, Lin Bin said, I still have some personal matters to attend to. If you want to follow me, you can follow me. If you don't want to follow me, just do your own thing. Kyan Kian nodded and said, I plan to go back to the Mo family. I went there too hastily before, and I haven't figured out some of the martial arts secrets of the Mo family. It's a good opportunity to ask Master Xiao Gao for advice. Fei Yan will go with you. Yan Fei usually doesn't interrupt their chat easily. Of course, because of her high skills and the fact that the two of them didn't deliberately avoid each other, she can hear everything they say. Lin Bin uses this method to silently cultivate a trust in him. After all, a gentleman who can tell others everything is the most trustworthy. And this time, Yan Fei walked out holding Gao Yu's hand and said, if we are about to leave, Jua wants to say goodbye to her friends. Although as Brother Bin said, she will actually have the opportunity to come back to this plane and chat with her friends in the future, but they will be separated for a long time after all. Canon curled her lips immediately, looking unwilling. Okay, then you can just take care of each other. I also asked Jing Shanming for you. He has already escaped from the Mirage with his 2 friends. Now that Jua is nowhere to be found, he must have gone to join the Mo family. You should be able to meet the people you want to meet if you go together. Xiangxin asked, what about you, senior brother? Aren't you coming with us? I've already said that I have my own private affairs to do, but they want to follow you. Yan Fei quietly glanced at Lin Bin and explained, Miss Xiangxin, you actually misunderstood. Fian and Brother Bin are really innocent. I don't want to listen, you bastard. They are all women. Who are you trying to fool? Yan Fei sighed. This Miss Xiangxin obviously has a strong prejudice against her, so it's so hard to deceive her. Sister Xiangxin, you can come with us. Jua can introduce her friends to you. Gao Yu pulled Xiangxin's sleeve. Xiangxin hummed, looking at Gao Yu's cute round face with baby fat. She finally couldn't help but give in. Okay, Lin Bin said, then let's go our separate ways. By the way, Xiangxin, say hello to my brother Hu for me. Xiangxin was surprised and said, are you really emotionally invested? What nonsense are you talking about? He's my half-brother. If this world goes to the real world in the future, the Nan family has 100,000 disciples. Damn, I can directly defeat the Tang family. Oh, that's how it is. Xiangxun immediately understood that the senior brother is still the same senior brother. Lin Bin, on his side, looked at the 8 swords of the King of Yu in his hand. The 7 swords of Zhen Gang, Duan Shu, Mi Hun, Zuan Piao, Luan Shen, and Wu Liang, plus the 2 swords of Yan Ri and Jing Yu in his hand. Luan Shen is actually not included in the 8 swords of the King of Yu, and the black and white Zuan Jian is missing. But the 8 swords are indeed complete. This is an idea that Lin Bin had long had. 8 styles of famous swords, 9 B-level magic weapons, each with its own characteristics, are very sharp. Isn't this a copycat version of the sword controlling technique? Or the 10,000 swords technique? It's just that I don't know if I can redeem this skill in the reincarnation space, but if I can't, he can definitely copy it. And he calls out the 8 styles of famous swords, and then the 9 swords fly out directly. Yeah, it fits his style and hobby very well. As for how to copy it, Lin Bin already had an idea in his mind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. You should install a guardrail on your weapon. Act separately. Although the person Lin Bin wanted to find had no fixed place to stay, it was still easy to find him with Aang Zeng, a capable assistant. So, in a Luoyang station, here gathered 5 killers of the Luoyang level. These killers can be said to be the last persistence of Luoyang. They have been struggling in Luoyang for many years and have paid countless efforts. Seeing that they were only 1 step away from the Xianzi level killer, Luoyang suddenly fell. Others could throw their swords without hesitation and immediately wash themselves white. But they couldn't. They had paid so much effort. Giving up was unrealistic, and persistence was meaningless. But in fact, reality would not give them too much room for thinking. When they saw a white-haired man holding a wooden sword and another holding a demon sword, they knew that persistence really had no meaning, and even life had no meaning. How could they compete with Zhang Heng, who could fight evenly with the 6 sword slaves? So, in just a few minutes, there was no living person in the station, and all the weapons were chopped to pieces by the shark teeth. Wei Zhuang obviously understood what the true form of Luoyang was. When they came out, in the chilly autumn wind, only the sleeves of the 2 people were rustling with the wind, but they stood still at the same time. Come out, Wei Zhuang said in a deep voice. Lin Bin, who deliberately showed his presence to attract the attention of the 2 people, walked out slowly. Wei Zhuang saw Lin Bin and frowned and said, "It's you." Lin Bin smiled and said, "Well, Brother Wei, I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if Mr. Gainey can avoid it?" "Sure." Gainey glanced at Wei Zhuang and turned to leave. Who knew that Wei Zhuang actually followed Gainey and walked out? Lin Bin was immediately surprised and asked in amazement, "Brother Wei, why are you leaving?" Wei Zhuang said, "I think I know your character quite well. If you don't want to be cheated by you, it's best not to listen to a word you say, because after listening, your goal will be achieved." Lin Bin, by the way, has this kid been cheated by me? He said with a simple and innocent face. "Brother Wei, you seem to have a deep misunderstanding of me. You can say this, which means that you also have misunderstanding of me. I have never seemed to you, let alone misunderstood you. I just recognize your character. I came with sincerity. Sincerity for my own good. I understand you too well, senior brother. Let's go." Wei Zhuang walked out. Lin Bin looked at Wei Zhuang, who seemed to be cheated by him in the future, and didn't know whether to be proud or to laugh and cry. The dignified Gigu Zhangheng Wei Zhuang was so scared that he didn't even dare to listen to me. Who would dare to believe it? He sighed. "Is there a possibility that Han Fei is still alive?" The voice fell. Wei Zhuang's steps immediately stopped. Gainey advised, "Listen, maybe it won't hurt this time." After that, he turned and left. Wei Zhuang turned back to look at Lin Bin and asked, "What do you want to do now?" Lin Bin said, "I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" Lin Bin put his palms together, then slowly opened them, and a ball of red mist emerged from the inside of his palms. This red mist was like smoke and musk, spreading into the shape of a skull, as if it was emitting a silent wail, which seemed to give people an extremely ominous atmosphere. Wei Zhuang said in a deep voice. Six Souls Curse? During this period of time, I have been learning the techniques of the Yin Yang school from Dang Junyan. She has been very open with me. With my talent, I dare not say that I have learned all of them, but in the near future, I should be able to learn all the techniques of the Yin Yang school. Wei Zhuang said coldly, don't give me so much preparation. I don't want to hear. Tell me your purpose and the terms of exchange. Okay, quick talk, then I will tell the truth. Lin Bin said, I want the secret book of the 100-step flying sword. Wei Zhuang sneered and sneered, saying, no wonder you have to say so much. You actually want the bottom box secret book of my Gigu school. Don't you ask me what I can give you? Can you save Han Fei's life? That's why I asked you if you are willing to make this deal with me. Han Fei died of the Six Souls Curse. If you are willing to hand over the 100-step flying sword to me, when I see Han Fei in the future, I will teach him all the secret techniques of the Yin Yang school that I have mastered. At that time, if the Yin Yang school attacks him again, he will not be powerless to fight back. Lin Bin said, if you think it's not enough, I can also give him a little spoiler of what is happening now, so that he can be prepared in advance. When you see me now, you didn't draw your sword immediately, which shows that you have seen me in the past, but I haven't tricked you. Wei Zhuang said, you should actually go to Zhang Liang. If you tell him that you can save Han Fei's life, he will risk his life to do it for you, even if you want the Qin Kingdom. Lin Bin smiled and said, but I believe that your friendship with Han Fei is definitely not less than Zhang Liang's. Wei Zhuang was silent for a while, nodded and said, okay, but I have one more request. What? I want a reincarnation table. Wei Zhuang opened his eyes, a determined look appeared in his eyes, and said, I want a reincarnation table. It doesn't matter when I use it, but I must have it. I can't give it to you, but I can give you clues about the reincarnation table. Lin Bin said, I fought a fierce battle with a reincarnationist named Tang Xian Hao on the Mirage. In the end, I succeeded in killing him. His body fell into the sea and was eaten up by fish. The reincarnation table must be nearby. Oh, by the way, he fell into the river near the Fusang tree. It should not be difficult to find him if you look for him there. If you don't believe me, go to the Mirage and kidnap any disciple. You will know whether I have lied to you or not. Okay, I believe you. Wei Zhuang took out an ancient book from his hand, threw it to Lin Bin, and said, you'd better keep your promise. Otherwise, if you catch up to the real world, Shark Tooth will definitely take your life. You are welcome anytime. Lin Bin took the secret book and smiled. Sure enough, I knew that you, Brother Wei, are easier to talk to than Mr. Gainey. But if you don't keep your promise, you will find that I'm the most difficult person to talk to in the world. Brother Wei, you misunderstood me. Wei Zhuang snorted, said nothing more, and turned away without hesitation. Half an hour later, Gainey and Wei Zhuang rode side by side. Gainey asked, he asked you some unimportant private matters? Yes, it was indeed private matters. Wei Zhuang was the head of Gigu sect recognized by the master. As the head, he was naturally qualified to teach the skills to outsiders. Besides, even if the master asked him to answer, he could say that this person would soon go to another world after learning the skills. The master would naturally not be surprised. As for Lin Bin, he returned to Xianyang City as soon as possible. He began to study the 100-step flying sword seriously. Yan Fei and her daughter were not there, and Can was not there either. The courtyard was unusually quiet, except for Fusu's occasional visits to Lin Bin to ask him about the future. Many things were probably instructed by his father. Lin Bin was not private either. As long as he knew something, he would never hide it. As for those who didn't know, he tried to explain from a fair and just perspective. He had a very good impression of Yangzheng. Although he played with traitors, as a Chinese, he naturally had some good feelings for the first emperor who truly integrated China. Therefore, he didn't want to mislead him, but hoped that he could make his own judgment. Xiao Meng often came over, and when she saw Lin Bin comprehending the 100-step flying sword, she didn't have any surprises. She just sighed. The 100-step flying sword is indeed the strongest skill of the Gigu lineage, but it has become a little dusty in your hands. Lin Bin was surprised and asked, why? A good secret skill to kill the enemy, but you developed it into a prop for traveling. Isn't it dusty enough? Xiao Meng seemed to remember something that was too painful to look back on and complained. And to be honest, it's not impossible to travel, but you should at least install a railing on the sword. Lin Bin. Xiao Meng didn't mean to say more and turned around and left. But Lin Bin was suddenly awakened. When he first came to this world, he had an idea of wanting to exchange for a means of transportation. It's just that cars and the like take up too much space, and refueling is also a difficult problem to solve. But if I really use the 100 steps flying sword to hurry on the road, what's the problem with flying with a sword? I just don't know if the key transmission can continue the flight. Lin Bin continued to fall into contemplation. 7 days later, looking at the Jingwei sword slowly floating up, Lin Bin casually pointed, and the long sword immediately went straight to the cypress tree in the distance like a sharp arrow. When it was about to hit, it turned a corner and pierced straight into the middle of another pine tree that was as big as a single person hugged. He jumped up. The whole person turned into a stream of light and flew towards the sky. But just after flying for a while, he fell down. The Jingwei sword also fell to the bottom of his feet. When using the 100 steps flying sword to control the weapon, it can indeed make the weapon out of the control of the human body. It doesn't matter, even if he stands on the sword. At most, it consumes more ki, but this amount is almost negligible to him. Dacheng's eternal life secret allows his ki recovery to keep up with the consumption. But it is not so easy to stand on it steadily. Xiao Meng is right. He should really install a guardrail on the flying sword. As the practice goes smoothly, he also has great confidence in his heart. The 8 styles of the famous sword is not so easy to master, and limited by the level of the world level. Its power should be far less than that of the 100-step flying sword. In this case, no one stipulates that only one sword can be used for the 100-step flying sword, especially as Lin Bin gradually deepens his control. He found that the consumption of controlling the 100-step flying sword, a flying sword technique that consumes a lot of mind, is surprisingly small. In other words, he can control it for a whole day without getting tired. At this time, the magical effect of all the essence absorbed from the entire evil emperor's relic was revealed. His energy is frightening, and with his flexible thinking, he can easily control the flying sword. For example, the 100-step flying sword, a sword technique that Gaini has immersed himself in for a lifetime. He can master it in just a few days, and it looks like he has practiced for many years. At present, he is only flying alone. As long as he practices, he can do double flying, triple flying, quadruple flying, and even the ultimate goal, 9 flying. The 8 swords have their limits, but he has no limits. As long as his mind can hold up, he can do it. The 100-step flying sword is just a sword move, but for Lin Bin, it seems to have opened the door to a new world, and he can develop many tricks. Lin Bin is like a child who has got the most fun toy. He is immersed in it with great interest and can't extricate himself. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. This morning, Lin Bin stood on the sun-covering sword. There is no other reason. The sun-covering sword has a wider blade, and it is comfortable to stand. The whole person shuttles through the sky like a flying bird. After such a long time of exploration, his mastery of the 100-step flying sword has reached an astonishing level. He has also learned to gather the immortal ki into one, and regard the sword blade as a part of his body. The immortal ki flows in the sword body and the body at the same time, which not only reduces consumption, but also allows the sword and the person to become one. As long as he keeps his balance, he can fly in the sky. The current maximum speed is 70 miles per hour. But this speed is far from the limit, and it takes time to adapt. But Lin Bin is already very satisfied. At 70 miles per hour, he feels free and at ease. And good news comes one after another. He was flying on the sword that day, and even flew high on purpose, looking down from above, looking at the mountains and rivers under his feet, and suddenly felt his heart was empty. And at this moment, the reincarnation table suddenly rang, accompanied by a prompt sound. The mission has been completed. Do you want to return to the settlement? Mission completed! Exclamation mark. Lin Bin stumbled, and the state of man and sword integration was directly abolished. The whole person almost fell down. Fortunately, he was extremely agile, turned around lightly, and stepped on the sun-covering sword again. A bit of joy appeared on his face. He showed full confidence in front of Kai and Kian, but after all, it was a huge organization. Lin Bin was not worried about their demise, but worried about whether 3 months would be enough. But now it seems that Aang Zeng's control over this empire is even more powerful than he imagined. I just don't know if he can get an S-level evaluation this time. It seems a bit difficult. Lin Bin sighed with regret. After all, he was just the first mover, and all the later stages were assisted by others. For such a difficult task, it was already quite remarkable to get an A grade. Fortunately, there was no problem with the B grade guarantee. Lin Bin glanced at Xian Yang. Without hesitation, he flew towards the location of Kai and Kian and Yanfei. At the same time, dungeon location. Mission completed. Kai and Kian, who was concentrating on practicing martial arts, couldn't help but brighten her eyes and said in surprise, "We can return." Really? Hearing this, Yanfei didn't have any shocking thoughts. After all, she had already prepared herself mentally. Gao Yu couldn't help but sigh slightly lonely after hearing this. After coming here, she did meet her good friends Jing Shanming and Shilan. She also said goodbye to them formally. Although they were reluctant to let her go, they even tried their best to let her stay. But after this storm, although Gao Yu was not very old, her mind was already very clear. Leaving was the best choice for her mother. However, Duan Murang had not woken up before she left, so she could not say goodbye in person, which was a pity. Chapter 191 Great Opportunity and Tang Crisis. I'm leaving. It is not about leaving my hometown, but really leaving this world. When I made the decision, I felt that I had no attachment to this world. But when I really had to leave, Yanfei felt reluctant. There are too many unforgettable memories here. Once she leaves, it will be a brand new life. At that time, her life will be reset. Except for her daughter, everything has nothing to do with her. Thinking of this, she felt lonely. It was during this period of time that she was with Lin Bin day and night, and someone helped her to take charge of the family. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she would have to add a little more confusion and uncertainty about the unknown world. Therefore, the day after Kan said that she could return, seeing a figure flying in the sky with a sword, the figure was elegant and handsome. Everyone was shocked. Yanfei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Gao Yu rushed up with surprise and hugged Lin Bin's arm directly. Even she herself didn't understand where this kind of intimacy with Lin Bin came from. She always felt that being intimate with him was nothing. But his words really made her so happy that she wanted to kiss him hard. What? Brother Bin, can it last 2 days? And do you have a way to cure Sister Ang? Gao Yu was so excited that tears were about to flow. Of course, although I'm not a doctor, the skills I practice contain extremely rich vitality. No matter how bad her injuries are, as long as they are internal injuries, it shouldn't be a big problem for me to enter her body a few times. Lin Bin turned his head to look at Kan and said, there is still enough time in the future. You should continue to calm yourself down during this time. Although you have reached the 18th level of the Heavenly Demonic Art, your actual combat power is definitely more than that. At least you can't even take more than 20 of my moves. It must be that you are addicted to oppressing and licking dogs, and you are not very diligent in practicing. We don't have to rush to go, but now it's rare to have a master of the Mohist school here. You should ask for advice for a few more days. Oh, I know. Speaking of this, Kan's originally happy expression suddenly collapsed. I thought that after the breakthrough, I could suppress Lin Bin severely, but I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by him instead. The fantasy that the Heavenly Demonic Art would be omnipotent after it reached perfection was shattered. This made her feel a little resentful towards Master ZHU. You should tell me directly that this art is just so-so after the 18th level. I have already fallen into a trap. How can I jump out? Why did you brag to me so much that I had unrealistic fantasies? It doesn't matter if I got beaten up before. I'm tough anyway. What if my senior brother becomes wary of me? If I want to betray him again in the future, won't he be on guard? I was very angry. However, Canon is also very strong-willed. Although the art is a little inferior, it has indeed reached the highest level, so it is completely possible for him to innovate and improve the art. After all, the 8 swords of the King of Yu can have the 9th and 10th swords. Isn't it reasonable for the heavenly demonic art to have the 19th level? So, she looked at Geo Jianli eagerly. Now that the Emo family is in decline, the only master she can look up to is Geo Jianli. Although he may not be as good as her current level, she still knows that a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. However, facing the pitiful eyes of Kian Kian, Geo Jianli is really a little uncomfortable. In the past few days, she often asked him for advice. Even if it was just inadvertently, he could sense the deep power in her body, which was far beyond the reach of his Yishuan. But such a little girl pretended to be naive and asked him for advice. It really put a lot of pressure on him. But to be honest, he was also a little bit proud of himself. After all, this was a master who was not inferior to the Zanheng level asking him for advice. Gao Yu had already tightly wrapped around Lin Bin's arm, wanting to ask him to hurry up, but was too embarrassed to open her mouth. Her anxious face flushed, making Jing Shanming next to her look resentful. I always feel that Jua has changed. Although they were still very cordial, the tacit understanding between him, Xiao Yu, and Jua was gone. She began to pester her mother and kept talking about that brother Bin. And from time to time, she would suddenly blush and laugh secretly. I don't know what she was thinking of, but Jing Shan knew that it was definitely not him. At that moment, the look in his eyes staring at Lin Bin was full of resentment. He said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean? Are you deliberately taking advantage of Jua? Can't you see that Jua is so anxious?" "Sorry, I was busy explaining my personal affairs." "Okay, Jua, we will set off now. By the way, Jua, did you see how I came here just now? Do you want to taste my sword?" Fly. Gao Yu widened her eyes. "Of course, your mother and the others are not in a hurry. You should be very anxious to spend more days with your sister Rong, right? If he brought Yan Fei or Kian, Lin Bin might have some concerns. After all, there are differences between men and women. But Jua is a little girl, so just hug her in your arms. There is no need to worry about the issue of gender protection. Let's go first, Dongjun, Kian, you two remember to catch up later." As soon as Lin Bin finished speaking, he directly embraced Gao Yu in his arms and flew up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared in the vast clouds. This scene made Jing Shanming look helpless and furious, but he couldn't say anything. The other party's attitude was calm and messed up. Why does it seem that Jua is the one with a little trick? Kian also looked at Yan Fei with dissatisfaction, thinking that it was bad senior brother actually called her name first instead of calling me first. It seems that I didn't investigate the situation clearly before and randomly praised senior brother. It really made him angry with me. It seems that this favorability needs to be cultivated quickly. At this time, Lin Bin took Gao Yu straight to the destination. He was not at the maximum speed at this time, so his feet were naturally as steady as a mountain. Although Gao Yu was unstable, she was almost hanging on him. At first, she was too scared to open her eyes, but gradually, Lin Bin's heart gave her a great sense of security. Slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the vast mountains and rivers below, she asked curiously, "Is this Mr. Gainey's 100-step flying sword?" "Yes, I modified it a little bit, and it became like this." Lin Bin smiled and said, "I know Miss Duanmu's position roughly. Don't worry, it will take half a day. You hold on to me, I'm going to speed up." "Well, thank you brother." Gao Yu responded obediently and hugged Lin Bin's waist tightly. The two turned into a long rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, they tore through the clouds and flew far away. Because Duanmu Rong was unconscious, she was not in Dongjun, but was left in a quiet place to recuperate. When the two arrived, seeing the unconscious Duanmu Rong, Gao Yu immediately rushed over with tears in her eyes. Lin Bin was not vague either, and immediately began to use his own longevity true key to improve her physical condition. He really didn't know any medical skills, but Cao Zhang was not very proficient in medical skills at the beginning, but he could still get the name of a miracle doctor with the longevity secret. The longevity secret is full of vitality, and all diseases are caused by the weakening of vitality. As long as the vitality is sufficient, the symptoms will naturally subside. So, Duanmu Rong, who had been in a coma for several years. No, she had been in a coma for several months, and finally opened her eyes after a moan. Then she saw Gao Yu, who was already tearful. "Sister Ang." Gaoyu cried and threw herself into her arms. Yan Fei was captured in her early years, and she and Duan Murong depended on each other for life. To her, Yan Fei was her mother, and Duan Murong was her real sister. So now seeing her wake up, she naturally couldn't help but be emotional. Lin Bin withdrew. He didn't interrupt the private discussion between the two sisters. Soon, the two sisters came out together, and Duan Murong's eyes were red. Perhaps she knew that Gaoyu was about to leave this world. She just followed her mother to leave. It was hard for her to stop her. The two sisters used to depend on each other, but now they each have their own support. It is obviously unrealistic to abandon everything and continue to stay together. Duan Murong dragged her tired body and bowed to Lin Bin. Lin Bin supported her and smiled. "You have just recovered, and your body is still very weak. Of course, it is mainly because of hunger. Eat more good food in the next 2 days and you will make up for it. During this time, you two can talk more. In fact, there may be a chance to see each other again in the future." It was indeed hungry, and her face was thin from hunger. She had a beautiful face before, but now it has become a melon seed snake face. "Thank you, benefactor." Duan Murong seemed to know that everything was a foregone conclusion, and did not say anything else. In the next 2 days, Lin Bin did not disturb the two sisters again, but gave them enough time to talk about their experiences of separation during this period. Duan Murong and Gaoyu are really inseparable, and they even have endless things to talk about when they rest at night. Duan Murong is also very thoughtful. She even took advantage of the rest time to help Gaoyu sew several sets of clothes of larger sizes for her to wear when she grows up. Lin Bin was embarrassed to tell Duan Murong that this kind of skirt is not popular in the real world. Even if Gaoyu likes it, she may not be able to wear it in the real world. "If you really want to care about Jua, I can teach you how to make a pleated skirt." These days, he is more idle than when he was in Xianyang. Except for coming out for meals, the rest of the time is spent silently training his mind in order to achieve better control over the 100 steps flying sword. Although the effect of double flying has been achieved, double flying is far from the goal. He has to achieve 8 swords flying together. In the blink of an eye, another 6 or 7 days have passed. Until this morning, the sky was just getting light. A carriage slowly came here. From the inside of the carriage, 2 beautiful women came down from the curtain. One of them was extremely graceful and elegant, looking like a goddess descending to earth, and the other one was beautiful and charming, with a lively light in her eyes, which made people feel close to her. Aren't they Yan Fei and Kan? They didn't have Lin Bin's ability to fly with a sword, so they had to travel all the way here. When she jumped off the carriage, Kan's face was full of joy. In the past few days, she asked Gao Jianli for many secrets of Mohist skills, and integrated them into the Heavenly Demon method. The Heavenly Demon method itself is a method that integrates the strengths of various schools of thought, and among the various schools of thought, the Mohist school is the main one. Therefore, her strength has also been greatly improved. In the end, even Yan Fei admitted in person, if it is about absolute strength, I'm afraid that even she is inferior to her. The surrender of the old rival is a great honor for Kan. Xiangxin directly ignored the words that, if she wanted to win, she might have to use the forbidden technique of the Yin Yang family. That's right. I'm the strongest. Just by seeing Xiangxin's expression, Lin Bin knew that she must have gained a lot during this period of time. Seeing Duan Murong take the initiative to greet Yan Fei, the 3 of them went to the side to talk cordially. Lin Bin was about to open his mouth to praise Xiangxin a few words. The little girl's pretty face, which had a little baby fat in the past 2 days, became thinner. Obviously she had worked hard. But before he could say anything, the information of the reincarnation table popped up in his ears again. Because the reincarnationist Abin has the prototype of a world-class item, a temporary S-level trial task is triggered. After completing the task, you can get an S-level item. Please choose whether to accept it. Abin, who was about to speak, stopped there. He blinked, and a look of surprise and strangeness appeared in his eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you too shocked by other people's progress, and are you stunned? Xiangxin waved her hand in front of Lin Bin with a little pride, and then laughed triumphantly. Lin Bin ignored her. He chose yes without hesitation. Trial mission, revenge of the plane. Mission description, avenge the blood feud, let all invaders be punished, and use their blood to wash away the resentment of billions of innocent people's souls. Mission reward, use the Hashibi to carry the world consciousness and become an S-level item. Revenge of the plane. Could it be that the Tang Dynasty plane has already? Lin Bin suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Xiangxin. Xiangxin couldn't help but shudder, then took 2 steps back, clasped her hands together in a defensive posture, and said warningly, "Brother, you can't bully me in the name of testing my kung fu. I won't make a principled mistake this time. I will be loyal to you until I'm sure. No. Before you let me down, brother." Lin Bin sighed deeply and said, "Xiangxin, we have to go back. Why are you so anxious suddenly? Didn't you say before that you could wait for 2 days? I have already made an agreement with Master Gao. He taught me martial arts, and I taught him how to chase girls. He just fulfilled his promise, but I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. Something happened in the Tang Dynasty plane." Lin Bin didn't explain too much, but just this one sentence made Xiangxin's face turn pale in an instant. He was surprised and said, "Then my ZHU. Master ZHU." Chapter 192 The Apostles Arrive. Xiangxin was not surprised at how Lin Bin got the information. Although it was just a reincarnation in a secret realm, she almost had the impression that her senior brother was omnipotent in the secret realm. Since he said that, it was naturally because the Tang Dynasty plane must have suffered extremely heavy losses. Even destroyed? She said angrily. "Damn, what's wrong with this little bitch Shifixun? She is useless. Didn't she say she wanted to go back to save the Tang Dynasty plane? Does she mean that a so-called rescue means being buried with the Tang Dynasty plane?" She was angry, but her eyes couldn't help but become wet all of a sudden. If the Tang Dynasty plane is destroyed, wouldn't her master also? "I don't know the specific situation." Lin Bin sighed. "Fortunately, we have completed the task here, so we can return directly and then go to that plane to take a look immediately." "Well, senior brother, let's go back quickly." Xiangxin bit her lip, rarely revealing a pitiful and helpless look. As for Lin Bin, he was actually quite confused. He still didn't know what happened. Did the other party succeed? But if they succeeded, theoretically, they should have successfully destroyed the Tang Dynasty plane and obtained the S-level item. But why does it seem that this S-level item has fallen into his hands now? He thought about the conditions for the formation of world-class items. When the secret realm is destroyed, the core of the secret realm will appear and exist in the form of a parasitic item, and its unique ability will become a world-class item, because it contains the power of a whole world fragment. That is, an S-level item. Lin Bin showed a bit of a strange look on his face. In other words, it is very likely that the apostles have successfully destroyed the Tang Dynasty plane, but the world core has not appeared, because the only Hashibi that is qualified to be the world core has now fallen into his hands. So Lin Bin, who obtained the core, got this task. As long as he completes the entrustment of the origin of the world, he can obtain the world-class item incarnated by the Tang Dynasty plane. Lin Bin looked down at the golden laid ring in his hand. He had already digested the Hashibi completely, and only this corner was left. Could it be that this corner would become an S-level item? This time he really made a fortune. But this time, Lin Bin was not in a happy mood. Because if his prediction was true, then the tens of millions of people in the Tang Dynasty plane might no longer exist. In particular, the agreement he had painstakingly reached with ZHU Yuan before was completely invalidated. In a sense, he did make a profit, but not as much as he imagined. At least, a big sister who he could bully at will was gone. "Let's go. Find Dungeon. We have to return immediately." Lin Bin pulled Xiangxin over and went to find Dungeon Yanfi. Fortunately, everything was ready, and they could leave as soon as they said they would. And at this time, it was just as Lin Bin expected. In the Tang Dynasty plane, plague was rampant. Whether it was the people of the Central Plains, the little sticks of Goguryeo, or the barbarians of the Turks, etc., they all suffered a devastating disaster. Especially with the spread of the plague. Even those martial arts masters were not immune, and were infected one after another. In the process, mysterious reincarnations began to appear and harvest the lives of those martial arts masters. Even Master Shi Kalin of Yijian was killed by them. So, everyone in the Tang dynasty realized that it was actually the reincarnations behind all this. And this time, the plans of these reincarnations were so big that they were no longer limited to the central plains. Instead, they wanted to include their entire world. At least, many places that masters heard of were plagued by plague. And compared to their assassinations, the plague is obviously more terrible. The impact is so wide. It almost covers all places in the world. The people of the Central Plains are not unfamiliar with epidemics. They have come to the conclusion that there must be a big epidemic after a big disaster. Although normal epidemics are rampant and serious, they will end after a period of time. But who knows that this epidemic not only has no signs of ending, but is getting worse. In particular, the medical saint Sun Simeo once went to the epidemic disaster area. Although he was stopped by many people, he said that he had been studying epidemics for many years and had long been immune to all kinds of poisons, so he was not afraid of these epidemics. Then he was infected with the epidemic and fell seriously ill. Although he recovered in the end, he burst into tears and said that the Tang dynasty was doomed. It was beyond human power to save it. Fortunately, at the last moment, the fairy Sehun Jingshei, who had disappeared for a long time, reappeared in the arena, and her appearance actually brought a professional special antidote, which she handed over to Sun Simeo, and popularized the virus to him. The purpose is very simple, to let him study its formula and research it to save the people of the world. Sun Simeo immediately began to study, but unfortunately, time is running out. After spending a full few months, although he successfully researched out some antidotes, but for countries like Japan, Goguryeo and Turkic, it was too late, and they didn't even have a special medicine. As a result, except for the Central Plains, all the surrounding countries were destroyed. Even before the antidote was developed, the Central Plains was reduced to a state of 9 out of 10 empty houses. What's more terrifying is that although the Central Plains was immune to the virus that had harmed them before, the virus from Goguryeo and Turkic began to spread to the Central Plains again. After such a long period of transmission, the mortality rate is not as serious as before, but it has also caused great harm to the world. The Tang dynasty plain has become riddled with holes under the torture of the virus. Of course, all this actually had nothing to do with Gu Yuan. His goal was to find the temple of the god of war. Especially during this period of time, the demon sect almost treated him as an ancestor and ran around for his affairs. During this period of time, he helped him find several places related to the Jing'an Palace, which gave him a lot of clues. Therefore, when he found that there was a virus invasion, he immediately determined, based on the symptoms, that these viruses must have been released maliciously by the reincarnation. He didn't want to cause trouble. Therefore, he just taught Zhu Yuan and the others to cover their faces with gauze to prevent droplets in the air from entering their mouths, which could prevent most of the disease from spreading. But even so, there were still many disciples of the demon sect who were infected with the disease and fell into a state of serious illness. So, something happened that moved Gu Yuan very much. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yuan was unwilling to let these trivial matters disturb him at all. Instead, when someone was infected, she immediately sent someone to inquire about the news, making sure to put his affairs first. It made Gu Yuan more determined that he must take good care of the Yinji sect in the future. But who knew that he didn't want to cause trouble, but the two sides finally bumped into each other. Just because according to reliable intelligence, the location of Jing'an Palace may have been found. When Zhu Yuan coughed weakly with a haggard face, she handed the 3 maps to Gu Yuan and said that this was the reliable information she got after consulting all the information of their holy sect. Jing'an Palace must be in one of these 3 places, and there is no way it can be wrong. On the old site of Sehun Jingshei, under the palace of the great Sui dynasty, and the place where the Turkic martial master Bizuan was in seclusion. Especially the last place. It is said that the martial master was originally of humble strength, with very poor qualifications, and was bullied all the time, but suddenly one day, he had a strange encounter, and his strength rose extremely amazingly. Now he has become one of the 3 great masters. He may have obtained part of the inheritance of the temple of the god of war. Gu Yuan was overjoyed. He set out immediately. Unfortunately, Senjing's had already become a ruin at this time, and there was no place to verify. The palace of the great Sui dynasty had also been burned down. In the end, Gu Yuan could only put his hope on the residence of the Turkic martial master, and there, surprisingly, was the place with the greatest hope, because the martial master was still alive, and he could ask for some reliable information from him. But when he arrived at the place, he ran into the other side's reincarnation. And the martial master Bizuan, there was only a corpse left. Gu Yuan would probably never understand how much effort Zhu Yuan had put in to allow him to encounter the hostile reincarnationists without any suspicion and to have an irreconcilable conflict. In order to make the timing just right, she even took the initiative to get sick and accompanied Gu Yuan by his side to determine the speed of his journey. Gu Yuan had been waiting for so long. So naturally he was not in a hurry for a day or two, and he was embarrassed to abandon Zhu Yuan who had been working hard for several months, so he could only go with her. Then, he happened to witness the death of Wu Zunbizuan with his own eyes. What did you do? It was not a good feeling to see hope coming to hand, but then fall short. Gu Yuan's pupils were absent-minded for a while, staring at Zhu Wu and Tai Kuei in front of him. As reincarnationists, they recognized each other's identity at a glance. Zhu Wu and Tai Kuei were both stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be other reincarnationists entering this secret realm. What they could not expect was the identity of the visitor. Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's name was very famous among the saint-level reincarnationists, as he dared to use his own name as the name of the reincarnationist. In particular, the apostles knew the information of most saint-level reincarnationists, but they never thought that they would meet here. Gu Yuan stared at Bizuan's body, and his brain was not supplied with enough blood. He felt dizzy. Before, Zhu Yuan used a lot of evidence and documents to prove to him that the Temple of War God either did not exist, or if it existed, it must be in one of these 3 locations. What she said was well founded, so Gu Yuan could not refute it at all. But now, how true Zhu Yuan's proof was before, how much pain he felt now. What have you done? Gu Yuan roared angrily. With his saint-level qualification of being invincible in the extraordinary plane, he didn't want to provoke before, just because he didn't want to cause more trouble, but now the enemy is riding on his head, and peeing and shitting. How can he tolerate this? If you don't give me a way out, I'll take your lives too. Gu Yuan's immortality burst out, and her chilly and cold air instantly spread in all directions. Gu Yuan rushed towards the 2 reincarnationists angrily. Gu Yuan, are you crazy? Tikuo and Zhu Wu screamed and dodged in a hurry, but they were a little late, and Tikuo's right arm was directly condensed with a thick layer of frost. The eternal life secret is already very magical, and it is also blessed by Mingai Gong, although it has gone astray. But its power is not necessarily inferior to the original one, especially since he has practiced hard for many years and has a very deep foundation. With all his strength, he made the 2 reincarnationists in the extraordinary realm stumble with just one move. Blood and energy were everywhere around Zhu Wu, and countless bats were flying. Her whole body gradually disappeared in the blood, leaving only her voice shouting, Gu Yuan, we just want to complete our mission, and don't want to cause any more trouble, but that doesn't mean we are afraid of you. If you keep pestering us, we won't be polite to you. Polite? I didn't interfere with your previous missions, but I finally found my target. But you, wait. Gu Yuan came to her senses instantly. He said coldly, great, this is so interesting. Unless it is the Red Secret Realm, the reincarnation space will never issue a mission to destroy humanity, but you said this is your mission. White Secret Realm, destroy the world. I understand, you are apostles. What nonsense are you talking about? Iron Block panicked. When he heard this, his face flushed, and he stammered, how could we be the apostles? Ah ha 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 ha. It's just nonsense. There should be a limit to your slander. Blood dance. The apostles reappear, and they are starting to make trouble in the secret realm again. Gu Yuan said angrily, I haven't got what I want in this world, but you apostles have reappeared and want to destroy this world. You are courting death. He used King Gang to force the 2 to kill. He knows our identities. We can't let him stay. A bit of murderous intent also emerged in Zuwu's voice, and she said coldly, "It's only a matter of time before the world's extraordinary power is destroyed. We must wait until the world's core prop is obtained by the doctor, but before that, we have to kill this Gu Yuan first. He knows our identities? How is this possible? Who leaked it?" Tikui was shocked, as expected of an old-fashioned saint-level reincarnationist. He is so powerful that he guessed our identities at once. Zuwu. "Don't worry about it, killing is the best," she roared, and countless bats flew and attacked Gu Yuan. "Understood." Tikui also roared angrily. The whole person's body was metallized, and the enhanced ability from the mutant made him instantly invulnerable to swords and guns, and even more powerful. Even with the expansion of the body, it was more than 3 meters, like a giant little giant, accompanied by the loud bang of footsteps. He also rushed towards Gu Yuan. Zhu Yuan coughed tiredly a few times, took 2 steps back with a pale face, sat on the diorite, and watched the two sides fighting. But her heart couldn't help but feel heavier. During this period of time, she also paid attention to the outside world. Then she found that although Shifixun, who had left this world, suddenly appeared, she saved many innocent lives in the Tang dynasty. But in fact, this world has been really messed up. She didn't know what the other party's purpose was. But there is no doubt that, if their purpose is to destroy the world, then their purpose has really been achieved. The terrible virus swept the whole world. The Tang dynasty has become a ruin. It's time to find a way out for yourself. Chapter 193. After meeting my sister-in-law, I decided to make friends with Brother Tang. Lin Bin and Kan naturally didn't know about the many disputes happening in the Tang dynasty plane. But because of the task reminder, although there is still a lot of time to stay in this world, they have already planned to return. Fortunately, Yan Fei and others are all there, and Xiao Meng and Aing Zeng and others have said what they should say, so there is no need to say goodbye. Especially, the two chose to return directly. Task goal: destroy Luoyang. Task reward: 5,000 reincarnation points, C-level merit x3. Failure penalty: 6,000 reincarnation points, C-level merit x1. Task completed. Return to liquidation. Secret realm mission evaluation. S. You perfectly use the local forces to achieve your goals. Wisdom is also a part of strength. Because of your plan, Luoyang has completely become history. You can get a 200% reward this time. Task reward: 10,000 reincarnation points, C-level merit x6. Obtain the A-level prop magic mirror. Do you want to spend 1,500 reincarnation points to bring it back to the real world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 1,200 reincarnation points. Magic mirror, A-level prop. Call his name. When his voice and appearance are imprinted in the mirror, you can no longer look away. Note: if you love me, just look at me. Obtain the level prop fantasy sound box. Do you want to spend 200 reincarnation points to bring it back to the real world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 100 reincarnation points. Fantasy sound box. Level prop: 12 illusions, 5 tunes of non-music, blissful heavenly rhymes, and thousands of magic sounds. You can play music that is both illusionary and real, ever-changing. Listening to vocal music can improve the practitioner's skills and temper his character. Note: don't change songs randomly, it will kill you. Obtained the B-level weapon Jingli sword. Do you want to spend 600 reincarnation points to bring it back to the real world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 500 reincarnation points. Shock Newt sword. B-level weapon. The 8 swords of the King of Yu, 5 of which are shock newts, can go across the sea, and the whale newt can penetrate deep into the sea. It can cut jade and break gold, like cutting earth and wood, and can cut hair and iron like mud. It kills people without splashing blood, and its sharpness is unstoppable. Note: I'm very dangerous. After obtaining the B-level weapon, the Sun Shading Sword, do you want to spend 700 reincarnation points to bring it back to the real world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 600 reincarnation points. Sun Shading Sword, B-level weapon. It can cover the sun, and the day is dark when the sun is strong. The sword body is faintly blood red, just like a demon descending to the world, and its sharpness is unstoppable. Note, have you seen the first bloom of blood in the body? Not surprisingly, although they are all B-level weapons, in terms of value, the value of each of these swords is not comparable to the Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword, and even compared to the highly targeted Golden Money Sword, the 9 swords only consumed 5,000 reincarnation points. But if the 8 swords can fly together, the destructive power that can be unleashed is definitely far beyond imagination. And he also got himself a means of transportation. From this point of view, the 5,000 reincarnation points are actually worth it. You know, a single means of transportation that can run freely in the secret realm may not be bought with 5,000 reincarnation points. Lin Bin chose to bring it back to the real world without hesitation. Although the magic mirror cost a little more, the A-level props are definitely worth it. The fantasy soundbox also made a lot of money. Reincarnator, Abin, level, extraordinary, advanced, qualifications, killing level secret realm independent clearance experience x2, rating, S, A, adventure level secret realm clearance experience x4, rating, SX4, the first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merit, B level merit x6, reincarnation points. 11,300 reincarnation points. Equipment, blazing sky covering 7 layering, A, magic mirror, A, light boots, B+, double dragon magic shadow sword, B, azure rose, B, money sword, B, optical camouflage cloak, B, soft hedgehog armor, B, wrist controller, B, Yuking 8 swords, B, phantom soundbox, items, expanding fire, A, holy blessing potion, A, random teleportation scroll, B, Yuanzu bloodline, B, X1, blood ancestor bloodline, C, X1, werewolf bloodline, C, X1, transformation capsule, C, storage belt soul guide, D, enhancement, he she B, skills, B level. Eternal life secret, 109%, upper limit. 200%, B level. Harmony with the light and dust, 36%, B level. Demon art, 78%, C level. Sword cannon fragments, 96%, skills, B level. Devil force field, 85%, Teikai sword, 92%, heaven and earth lost color, 63%, sword heart clear, 16%, sea level, ladder cloud vertical, 100%. Teikai 7 injury fist, 100%. It must be mentioned that the missions in this world are very dangerous. But precisely because of the danger, the rewards are also great. The progress of the secret of immortality has surpassed every previous plane, and can be compared with the Tang Dynasty plane. The blessing of the Higuan Tangchen mental method has made his The Secret of Immortality progress even faster. He also obtained an A-level item. Although the heart was heavy, the nearby cannon couldn't help but cheer a little in surprise, and whispered, "Oh, I got a B-level evaluation this time. With the blessing of Hangayan, I can still get such a high evaluation. I'm really excited to cry. By the way, senior brother, you, S-level." Lin Bin answered concisely. Cannon's originally happy face suddenly collapsed, and complained, "I shouldn't have asked you." Lin Bin asked, "Why do you think my team is called SM? No, S-team? That's what S means." While speaking, as the two people finished their settlement, visible to the naked eye, a faint blue space-time crack just appeared in front of the two. Why? The space is torn? Gaoyu and Yan Fei had already put on the reincarnation watch. Naturally, they could see this thing. Gaoyu couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. "You two will come with us out of this crack later." Lin Bin reminded Yan Fei, "Remember, the place you land after you go out is different from our place. Your place is extremely important and secret. Don't tell anyone, especially you, Chua. Remember? If those people with ulterior motives know the way to return to your plane, it will be very harmful to this world." Gaoyu's round little face was full of seriousness, and she said, "Well, Chua won't tell anyone except Brother Bin." Kyan Kian couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. She is so good at this at such a young age. Noticing the look in Lin Bin's eyes, she immediately exploded. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Nothing. Lin Bin smiled and touched Gaoyu's head affectionately and asked, let me confirm one last time. Dongjun, are you really not going to join the organization of Kankan? In that organization, almost everyone is an alien like you. Of course, after becoming a reincarnation, you can be called a plane walker, which is a place where people can huddle together for warmth. But there are intrigues in it, right? Yan Fei said seriously. Brother Bin, didn't you say before that you have some grudges in it? Fian thought about it seriously. If it was only Fian, she would not be afraid of anything. Even if there were conspiracies and challenges, Fian would take over. But Fian also brought her daughter, so she still wanted to follow someone she trusted more, such as Brother Bin. By the way, Brother Bin doesn't have to be so polite to Fian. Dongjun, you and I are familiar with each other now, so just call Fian. Laughed and said, you change your address so quickly. I feel like it won't be strange to change it to dear next time. Besides, he's the one who always changes. Why don't you change? In fact, senior brother likes people to call him not Brother Bin the most. Yan Fei asked, what is that? Call me daddy. All men like this tone. Yan Fei, ignore this woman's nonsense. Lin Bin continued to instruct Yan Fei, remember, I gave you a bunch of banknotes before. Those are the currencies in that world. Since you don't plan to cooperate with them, after you return to the real world, find a clothing store immediately and buy some modern clothes to prevent yourself from being too ostentatious. Then buy a mobile phone. Do you remember the number one told you? Yan Fei nodded seriously. These were all common sense about another world. She listened very seriously. How seriously she taught Lin Bin before. She listened to the classes seriously now. She said, during this period of time, Brother Bin, you have taught Fian a lot of useful knowledge. Fian has written down the mobile phone number, police station, and the phone number of Director Lei. If there is something, she will find you. If she can't contact Director Lei, she will say that you are Brother Bin's people. He will temporarily place Fian on your behalf. Very good. Speaking of serious matters in this regard, Kankan stopped making jokes and kindly suggested, in fact, as for modern clothes, we have them too. We can lend one to the mother and daughter. Without waiting for Yan Fei to answer, Lin Bin bluntly refused. I have thought about this problem, but Jua can't wear them, and Fian can't wear them either, so let them buy suitable ones themselves. Kankan unconsciously put her hands around her chest and exclaimed, Senior brother, you are a hooligan. You actually peeked at our breasts. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Bin said disdainfully. Do you still need to spy? You can see the difference with a rough glance. Humph, at least it's better than Jua. You are amazing to be better than a 10-year-old child. Lin Bin thought for a while and sighed. In fact, the things that should be explained have been explained several times. Fian, I'm afraid you are tired of hearing it. Forget it. With your wisdom, it will be easy to integrate into modern society. Yan Fei said gratefully. Brother Bin, you are joking. Fian is very grateful for your concern. How dare I find you annoying? Then let's go. Lin Bin thought to himself that a hero needs 3 helpers. It's time for me to form a force of my own. Dongjun Yan Fei is undoubtedly an extremely powerful subordinate, and her purpose is only to protect her daughter, so it is relatively easy to control her, and there is no need to worry that she will have different ideas and not cooperate with him. In fact, she Fixan can also be fought for, and that Elira Lissy feel. She is known inside and out, and her strength is absolutely trustworthy. As for Kankan, forget it. It's too yin and yang, and this girl has too many thoughts. But her strength can be considered cultivated by me. It would be a pity if I don't use her, so I'll just be a slave and exploit her first. At that moment, Lin Bin walked towards the space-time rift first. Then it was Kankan. Jua, let's go too. Yan Fei looked back at Duan Murong and said seriously, when I get familiar with everything over there, I will bring Jua back to see you. Duan Murong said respectfully, yes, goodbye, princess. Don't call me princess if you don't have to. Dan is dead and has gone to another world. My relationship with this world no longer exists. From now on, Jua and I will have a brand new life. Yan Fei took Gaoyu's hand. The figures of mother and daughter disappeared in the depths of the crack. Returning was not a surprise to Lin Bin. He had long been accustomed to this tight and elastic feeling. When he came out, the first thing he saw was Bu Shuang's flattering face. His round face, which had become a little fat due to marriage and childbirth, almost squeezed together. Lin Bin was speechless and couldn't help saying, "We belong to two different units. I'm not much nobler than you. You don't have to be too, respectful to me. I'm just impressed by your personality, Mr. Abin. I don't mean to flatter you at all." Bu Shuang muttered in her heart, another S level, okay. Even if I'm really recruited back to the organization in the future, I must never take action against this guy. That would be really not enough to die, no matter how many lives I have. She asked with some trepidation, "By the way, Mr. Abin, in fact, not long after you entered the secret realm, a reincarnation who was being hunted for murder escaped into this secret realm, and the head of the Tang family, Tang Xian Heo, took several of his clansmen to chase him in. They didn't cause any impact on your mission, right?" Tang Xian Heo? Lin Bin was surprised when he heard it. Brother Tang also entered this secret realm. Do you know the head of the Tang family? We are good brothers who appreciate each other. Ever since I first met sister-in-law Tang, I have had an indissoluble bond with brother Tang. Lin Bin said regretfully. He actually entered this secret realm as well. Oh, what a pity. If I could meet brother Tang, maybe I could help him catch that murderer. What a pity. What a pity. That's great. At least you're not angry. Bu Shuang also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Lin Bin would be angry at her for acting on her own, and then he would come after her, saying that she interfered with his experience in the secret realm or something. Unexpectedly, the two of them were good friends. I'm in a hurry to go back here. I have some things to take care of. You stay here for the time being. If brother Tang comes back, remember to tell him to contact me, and tell him that I'm treating him to a drink at the best hotel in Beishu City. By the way, be sure to invite my sister-in-law along. I'll convey it for you. Mr. Abin, there are some routine physical examinations that require cooperation. Understood. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I won't let your work be in vain. Lin Bin smiled and went to check his body. Kankan scratched her head in confusion, feeling as if she had been ignored the whole time. But when she came to the real world, her worry about her master took over again. She whispered, "Brother, wait for a reply from us, and then wait for Fian's contact. Once she is settled, we will immediately enter the Tang Dynasty secret realm." Lin Bin obviously knew her concerns. He patted her hand and said, "Don't worry, it won't take us too long." Yeah. Kankan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 194. Licking the dog is really good. Routine physical examination. This made Bu Shuang secretly shocked again. What a perverted physical fitness. If this guy were to find an ordinary girlfriend now, he would probably have to face a lawsuit. It was just an experience in a secret realm, but it felt like he had improved a whole level. At that moment, she looked at him with more awe. When she learned that Lin Bin did not want to go back to the World Bureau, but wanted to go somewhere else, even though the special car pickup was suspected of breach of contract, she still said that she would help him arrange a car. "No, I have my own car. I'm driving here. I know, your car has been filled with gas for you. By the way, I will help you clean your car every week to ensure that your car will not be covered with dust." Well, thank you. Lin Bin instinctively rejected the overly enthusiastic attitude of the licking dog. After a few hurried words, he and Kian got on the special car. Then he was surprised to find a gas card on the front dashboard of the car, with the amount clearly marked on it, 50,000 yuan. This Bu Shuang is actually quite a good person. Lin Bin sighed and instantly felt that this dog who had just been a little repulsive suddenly became amiable. He immediately rolled down the window and said goodbye to her and drove away in her flattered excitement. The target was Kaianan Mountain. During the process, he first called Lin Zhu to report. This mission was completed faster than expected. But after more than 2 months of not seeing each other, he was really worried about Lin Zhu and naturally wanted to know her recent situation as soon as possible. and when he learned that something happened in Kyan Kian's hometown, Linzu said very considerately that you can go and do your own things first. I have Mrs. Tang to accompany me here, and I can also go for a walk in the community. In addition to tutoring the children's homework, I live a very fulfilling life every day, and I don't feel bored or miss you. Lin Bin didn't know whether he should be disappointed or happy after hearing these words. He chatted with Linzu for more than 40 minutes. Not long after he hung up, a strange phone call came in. Lin Bin answered the call. A timid voice came from the other end, asking tentatively, "Hello? Hello? Is this you? Is this Brother Bin?" Lin Bin asked, "Fei Yan, did you buy a mobile phone here?" A small cheer suddenly rang from the other end. Yan Fei said in surprise, "Great, we finally got in touch with Brother Bin. We couldn't get through before, and Fian thought the phone was broken, so she went to ask the staff to replace it. I didn't expect that they were wrongly accused. It turns out that the phone is not broken. Sorry, this is called busy line. Because the phone can only chat with one person, you can't get through during this process. So that's the case. Brother Bin, I have successfully changed clothes with Jua and integrated into the people, but what should we do next?" Lin Bin asked, "Did you find anyone trying to find you while you were leaving?" Indeed, there was, but Fian discovered their traces in advance with Sol Zilan Gao and led them away. That's why we didn't meet them. Well, very good. Now tell me if there are any iconic buildings there? Yes. Are there any tall buildings? At least 100 meters high. Everywhere. Fian and Jua were shocked and were laughed at by passers-by on the side of the road, but for some reason, when Fian turned her head and looked at them, they suddenly stayed there. "Lin Bin?" he asked. "I'm talking about more unique buildings." Yan Fei replied, "Does a mobile phone store count?" Fei Yan just bought a mobile phone in this mobile phone store. "Brother Bin, you gave us 30,000 yuan, and we went straight to 20,000. I didn't expect that mobile phones in this world are so expensive." Cannon suddenly took over the conversation and asked, "Is the waitress in this store a chubby young lady, or a charming fairy, or a prim middle-aged woman wearing black glasses?" Yan Fei replied, "She is indeed a little chubby, but she speaks very politely." Cannon said to Lin Bin, "It's in the fruit mobile phone store on Huafeng Street." "How do you know?" Cannon said proudly. "Huh, what a joke. Which fruit mobile phone store in Beishu City hasn't I been to 8 or 10 times? I like to enjoy the pleasure of harvesting licking dogs myself. It's so boring to buy it and send it to me. It's more interesting to choose it myself. Remember to get me the latest model of Yuan Feng Blue next time." "Oh." Lin Bin then said to Yan Fei, "Fei Yan, stay there and don't move. I will contact someone to pick you up. Right now, I and Can have to go to her plane to do something temporarily. We will be back in a few days at most." Fei Yan understands that the matter is related to the life and death of the entire secret realm, so naturally the matter over there is more important. They will be here soon. After Lin Bin hung up the phone, he immediately contacted Lei Meng. "Oh, you abducted an alien reincarnation? Very strong. How strong?" "No. Where is she?" "Don't worry, I will personally send her back to your home." Lei Meng immediately became interested. "By the way, Director Lei, I have completed my mission this time, and I have also obtained a lot of intelligence from this world. And it's S level, right? You don't need to report such trivial matters to me in the future, unless it is a red secret realm, otherwise there is no need. By the way, when you have time, copy a copy of the strategy and send it to me, okay? I have already written it in the secret realm, and I will send it to you later. Well, I will go to pick up the alien reincarnation you mentioned." A moment later, in the World Bureau, Raymond received the strategy information sent back by Lin Bin. He took a quick look and muttered, "The subsequent world of the previous B-193 plane. No wonder the invasion of this world was so fast. It turned out that there was a foundation. But I didn't expect that Qin would win the final victory in the end." He saved the information in the database. Then he got up to pick up the powerful alien. The World Bureau was also in a period of transition. It was rare for a powerful alien reincarnation to not join the Transmigrator Alliance and befriend Abin. If possible, he would like to recruit him into the world administration. At this time, After explaining everything, Lin Bin stopped caring about it. He drove to Kyan'an Mountain with Kian. It took more than 10 hours to drive and parked the car at the foot of the mountain. The two performed Qigong and went straight to the lake behind the mountain. Lin Bin was able to receive this task. There is no doubt that Shi Fixuan failed. This is not surprising. Her current strength is much inferior to Kian. Compared with the experienced reincarnationists of the apostles, she has no chance of winning alone, not to mention that there are more than one apostles dispatched this time. The only person she can rely on is probably the father that Lin Bin helped her recognize. But facing the reincarnationists, Shi Fixuan will also be in a tough battle. In fact, what Lin Bin admires about her is her determination to stick to her beliefs, even though she knows she will fail. Now that Kian has solved the problem, and Lin Bin has been promoted to the saint level, it means that he is almost invincible and undefeated in the Tang Dynasty plane. Naturally, we have to enter the Tang Dynasty plane. At worst, we can save as many people as we can. At present, China is seriously aging. They are opposed to the invasion of the secret realm, but they are extremely welcome to the integration of aliens. The existence of these people saves the accumulation of education and can be directly put into production and become leaks exploited by capital. Aren't Teacher Bay and the landlord's wife both aliens? They have already integrated into the real society. If they don't tell us, who knows their past origins? The task prompt was very clear. The production of world-class props was inevitable, which meant that the Tang Dynasty plane was bound to be destroyed. Since he had accepted this benefit, he was naturally willing to do his parts for this plane. The two soon came to the lake above the passage. Brother, the passage is underwater. Kian looked at Lin Bin, feeling homesick, especially after learning that a great change had occurred in her hometown. At this point, she was a little timid, fearing that if she returned to her hometown, she would get the cruelest ending. Don't worry, I'm here, and your master has been blessed by the essence of the evil emperor's relics. His skills are probably even better than Shi Fixuan's. If anyone has problems, she won't be in trouble. Don't worry. What? Did Master ZHU also get the essence of the evil emperor? When was it? Why didn't she know? Lin Bin thought to himself that when you practiced at night and she was different from you, she directly poured it into her mouth, so the effect was better. That is, you won by the second. Otherwise your efficiency could not be compared with hers. Let's go. Lin Bin took Xiangxin's hand and took the initiative to walk forward. But after just 2 steps. Wait, look, brother. Xiangxin's eyes suddenly moved and pointed to the lake. The lake surface, which was calm a moment ago, suddenly had a large group of bubbles gushing out to the outside world. The bubbles became larger and larger, and there were more and more of them, as if a large amount of foam was boiling on the lake surface. Lin Bin asked, what's going on? Someone came out of the secret realm. Xiangxin screamed, this is a spatial fluctuation. It was the same when I just came out of the bottom of the lake. As soon as the voice fell, the boiling lake surface exploded. A figure flew out of it, shouting angrily, damn it. You dared to destroy the clues of the war god Atlas that I spent so much effort to find, and even destroyed the entire world. Now you dare to escape. You are courting death. After that, the figure flew into the air and flew straight to the distance. Halfway through the flight, seeing someone on the lake, he looked down and saw Lin Bin. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said angrily, Abin, wait a moment. The Tang Dynasty plane was destroyed by a bastard organization called Apostles. I took great pains to kill one of them. Now there are 2 left from the initial secret exit. I will go after them now. After killing them, we can discuss the subsequent cultivation issues of the secret of immortality. After that, he flew away without hesitation. Lin Bin slowly waved his hand and said, take care, old man. Anyway, the mission only said that those apostles who committed crimes should be punished, but it didn't say that he had to do it himself. Now that Gu Yuan was going to help personally, Lin Bin would naturally not be polite to him. But didn't expect that a saint-level reincarnationist couldn't save the destruction of the Tang Dynasty plane. Someone else is coming out. Kian screamed and rushed over. Sure enough, from the bottom of the lake, a charming figure slowly emerged from the water, and the pretty face could not hide her fatigue and loneliness. The dress was wet and stuck to her body. It can be said that she was convex and curvy, graceful, like a beauty out of the bath, and her unpainted face could not hide her beautiful temperament. But as she walked out of the water, the clothes on her body gradually dried. Looking around, I just saw Abin and Kian. Canon couldn't help but cheered in surprise. "Master." He threw himself into her arms, burst into tears, and choked up. Kana thought she would never see Master again. When Zhuan saw Abin, a look of loneliness emerged in her eyes. With a wry smile, he said, "Young Master, Yuan has let you down. I wanted to come here as a member of the Yingui sect to cooperate with you, but I didn't expect that you would be in such a miserable state now." Linbin comforted him. "No one wants this kind of thing to happen. Don't worry too much about it. Besides, I've seen you in such a miserable state many times. How is the situation in the Tang dynasty now?" "Very bad." Zhuan smiled bitterly. "In the whole world, the Turks, Japan, Goguryeo and other countries have been completely destroyed. There is a dead silence within 1,000 miles. It can be said that no one is left. The only thing left in the Central Plains is that Master Fixuan came to help and brought a large number of drugs for the epidemic. After research and development by Dr. Sun, some lives were saved. However, due to limited production capacity, there are only tens of thousands of people left in the entire Central Plains who survived by chance. Even the evil king is dead." Canon was shocked and said, "Shizixuan is dead. Who did it?" Speaking of Shizixuan, Zhuan was still a little confused and sighed softly. "It was a reincarnation named Doctor. Because Shifixuan and Sun Shenai were the key to saving the people, he wanted to assassinate Shifixuan. In the end, the evil king blocked the enemy's poison for Shifixuan, causing a full outbreak of the epidemic virus in his body, and he died." She sighed faintly. "People really change. If you told me 10 years ago that Shizixuan would be willing to sacrifice his life for someone, I would definitely never believe such nonsense. That guy is insidious, vicious, selfish." But, and Shifixuan, after she came back to this world, she immediately gave the limited medicine to Shikingsuan and Shizixuan, and then gave the rest to Sun Shenai. If it was the Jingzhe fairy who was full of benevolence and righteousness before, Linbin's expression became serious when he heard this. Although no one knows whether the two are biological father and daughter, it is very likely that they have no relationship at all. But when she developed a love for him, when he cared for her, this relationship was not fake. But the two ended up like this. Linbin asked, "Where is Fixuan now?" "She is in the back directing the people to retreat. If the last people don't withdraw, she probably won't follow them." This point has not changed. Sehun Jingzhe is hypocritical, but it teaches its disciples according to this policy, and has taught a truly kind and righteous disciple. Zhuan looked at Wan and sighed. "Fortunately, Wana, you have another opportunity. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be surpassed by Master Fixuan. I'll contact Director Lei. The placement of these people is also a problem, but you don't have to worry about this. China still welcomes these people." Linbin took out his mobile phone, looking at the completely boiling lake. Obviously, soon, a large number of people fleeing famine will escape from inside. It can only be said that the development and changes of the world are not satisfactory. He originally wanted to use the Tang Dynasty plane as his base camp, but he didn't expect that the Tang Dynasty would be gone before he died. Who could have thought of this? Chapter 195. I will take your words seriously. In the spacious official car, Raymond glanced at the mother and daughter sitting in the back, leaning against each other, because it was their first time riding in a car. The original intention was to win over a master, to join the World Bureau. But he didn't expect that this master already had a master. Linbin is from the World Bureau, and this alien is so devoted to Linbin that they even gave birth to a baby. Let's not discuss the time issue. After knowing that this world is a B190 world for many years, he felt that time was not a problem at all. It is better to say that the time is just right. After all, in the words and deeds, I'll listen to Brother Bin. If he is not infatuated, how can he be so obedient? No matter how thick-skinned Raymond is, he is embarrassed to snatch people from his subordinates, especially when he saw his subordinate's daughter. He hesitated for a moment and took out a small and exquisite bracelet from the storage space. He smiled and said, "This is my first time meeting my niece. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts." Jua, right? Uncle has a storage bracelet here. There is about 3 cubic meters of space inside. It's a bit low level and can't hold any high-end props, but it's still very convenient to hold snacks, clothes and the like. It's your gift to you. Storage. Yan Fei hurriedly said, "Mr. Lei, you don't have to be so polite. Hey, Abin is my right-hand man and has helped me a lot. What's his small gift for my niece? It's not good for him to laugh at me as a leader for being stingy. We are all family, so don't say anything." Lei Meng's heart was bleeding. This guy didn't even tell me in advance. This is a gift he prepared for his future daughter. He planned to give it to her as a gift after she finished the college entrance examination and became reincarnation. Now it seems that I have to prepare it again. I hate this damn gift from the Chinese elders, which is second only to the red envelopes given during the Chinese New Year. Yan Fei carefully looked at Lei Meng and saw that he had always had a sullen face since he came here, as if he was born like this, and it was not because he was unhappy. Although she felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his words, she still said softly, "In this case, Jua, why don't you thank your uncle quickly?" "Thank you, Uncle Lei." Gaoyu happily took the bracelet and then said happily, "Oh, the reincarnation table gave a prompt saying that I got a C-level item. That's good." Lei Meng's stiff face slowly relaxed a lot with her happy smile. Who doesn't like a cute little girl? As soon as the voice fell, Lei Meng's phone suddenly rang. "Speaking of the devil, Abin is so worried about you and your daughter. He has told me about it and even called me." Raymond praised. "He has actually met quite a few women, but it's the first time I've seen one who cares so much about you and your daughter." Yan Fei's face showed some embarrassment when she heard this, and she said vaguely, "This, actually, Mr. Lei, you misunderstood." Raymond had already answered the phone, and then his face changed, and he said in surprise, "What? B-185 plane was destroyed? All the remaining people are evacuating? Where are you now?" "The Tang Dynasty plane has been destroyed. This coordinate point is obviously no longer precious." Lin Bin did not hide it and reported the location directly. "I will help you contact it immediately. You take care of the refugees first." "Are there only tens of thousands of people? Hateful apostles." China has a new batch of people, which is naturally a good thing, but they are more looking forward to the normal invasion, not the way of fleeing like this. Especially from the tone of Lin Bin's words, it was the apostles who did it. The apostles also belong to this world. At this time, China must show their enthusiasm with the greatest sincerity and must not let them blame this world for the destruction of their world. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of people will be tens of thousands of hot potatoes, which is almost fatal to those people who know nothing. Lei Meng looked back at Yan Fei and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I have urgent things to do here. The car has an automatic cruise function. I will set the location directly at Abin's house. When you get there, you can go directly up and leave the car there without worrying about it." "Well, it doesn't matter, Mr. Lei, you can go and do your thing." Yan Fei was also stunned. Just came to this world and heard shocking news. The destruction of the secret realm. She once heard from Lin Bin that the world she was in was actually a secret realm, that is, a complete world. But now, a secret realm has been destroyed to the point that only tens of thousands of people escaped. How many people will be killed or injured? Millions? Tens of millions? In comparison, the killing of 400,000 people of Zhao by Baki of Qin State seems to be nothing. The real world is too scary. Yan Fei could only nod her head honestly and did not even refute the words brother and sister-in-law. Raymond set the speed in the destination and did not stop the car. He opened the sunroof and jumped out. "Mother." Yan Fei sighed sincerely. "This world is too dangerous. It seems that I have to rely on Brother Bin more in the future." She was not a person who liked to rely on others, but in this world, although her strength was still very strong, it was obviously far from being able to protect herself. At this time, in the back mountain of Kaianayan, Lin Bin directly cut down all the trees around with his magic weapon and cleared a large open space. Kian ran down the mountain quickly to buy food. Zhu Yuan was responsible for managing order. These people were panicked, but they were still very convinced of the sane sect master who was powerful enough to compete with those terrible reincarnations. The water surface was boiling. Heads emerged from the bottom of the water and then climbed out of the water. Their bodies were exhausted and their expressions were all embarrassed and confused. The home is gone. Although they are still alive, they are really just alive at the moment. Because of this, although there are many people and people are confused, they can be arranged easily and can be squatted wherever they want. Lin Bin used the cut trees to light a fire and let them dry their clothes. There are too many people. If they go down the mountain rashly, it is likely to cause an impact on the surrounding cities. And Xiangxan distributed the purchased food one by one. The number of people is increasing, but among these people, there are quite a few disciples of the Yingui sect. Obviously, they have made preparations in advance, and Zhu Yuan has retained a lot of the living forces of the Yingui sect. They followed Xiangxan to run errands and purchase. Except that Xiangxan felt a little distressed, because of the money flowing like water. She was not too busy. Soon, this hillside was crowded with refugees. Until then, Shifixuan and another beautiful girl in green clothes supported each other and slowly walked out of the water, but her expression was even more confused. She had been taught, since she was young, that the evil King Shifixuan was a lewd and despicable person who would do anything to achieve his goals. She didn't know how many innocent lives had died tragically in his hands. Although she later recognized him as her father, she really couldn't imagine that such an evil king would sacrifice his life to save her. In a sense, these tens of thousands of people were saved thanks to Shifixuan. She looked up and saw Lin Bin. She moved her lower lip and called out in a very soft voice, "Brother Bin. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me." Lin Bin gently hugged Shifixuan in his arms with sympathy. Next to him, Shifixuan was about to get angry, but when she saw Shifixuan's trembling body in Lin Bin's arms, she suddenly came to her senses. This obviously had nothing to do with the difference between men and women. It was just comfort between friends. Shifixuan could only tell herself to adapt to the local customs. Maybe in another world, such a hug is a normal thing, right? Maybe after he hugged her, he will hug me. I must not be too surprised. Fortunately, Lin Bin had always respected Shifixuan and had no intention of being indecent. He just gave her a gentle hug to comfort her. Then he let her go. He did not ask her about her experience. He just comforted her softly. "You have done very well. Leave the rest to me. Go to the side and rest for a while. You have dark circles under your eyes. You haven't had a good sleep for a long time, right?" Shifixuan nodded gently. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Bin. This is what I should do." Looking at the people around him who were at a loss, it was the first time in his life that a great opportunity fell on his head, but Lin Bin did not seem to be happy. Mission tips: as long as the apostles who destroyed the Tang dynasty died, he, as the one who got the core item, could get an S-level item. The power of the A-level item is already so great. The power of the S-level item must be even more unimaginable. But seeing these remaining people, each of them was naked and looked downcast. Instead, he felt sorry for them. Lin Bin showed a resolute look on his face and said coldly, "I will make these damn apostles pay the price." "Thank you, Brother Bin." Shifixuan thanked him softly and watched a large number of car lights flashing at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by the sound of horns. "Don't panic, everyone. We are the Chinese rescue team. We have brought food and water for everyone, as well as spare clothes and sleeping bags. China has opened up new residences for everyone at the foot of the mountain. We guarantee that within 3 days, everyone will live in a brand new house and have a brand new home and identity." The horns have already begun to circle before the car arrived. The confidence of the infrastructure maniac is to directly promise 3 days. Everyone who heard it felt a little relieved. Shifixuan was relieved and said apologetically, "Sorry, Brother Bin. Fixuan is really a little tired and wants to rest for a while. You go." Watching Shifixuan leave, Lin Bin went to the foot of the mountain, met up with the rescue team, and introduced the current situation. "You did a great job. Raymond patted Lin Bin on the shoulder and smiled. Good boy. I heard that the reason these refugees were able to survive was because Gu Yuan temporarily entered this secret realm and ran into the apostles. Yes, thanks to Mr. Gu. If it weren't for him, we might not know that the apostles had started to make trouble again. Lin Bin said with a look of fear. It was also thanks to these apostles being exposed by Mr. Gu. Otherwise, if they continued to hide in the dark, they might be brewing some insidious and terrible plans to destroy the world. By the time they complete their plans, wouldn't it be too late? From this point of view, Mr. Gu's complete exposure of the existence of the apostles is actually a good thing for our country. Yes, you say so, and I'll listen to it. Even though Raymond was born cold, he still couldn't help laughing. This kid had asked him about the apostles before, and not long after, Gu Yuan had a fight with the apostles. If you say that this matter has nothing to do with this kid, even a pig will not believe it. I really don't know how he did it. Anyway, this is the best, because in this incident, the existence of the apostles will be directly exposed. They will inevitably become rats crossing the street. At that time, they will definitely hate the person who caused them to be exposed, that is, Gu Yuan. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with you, understand? It has nothing to do with me. Lin Bin sighed. It's just a pity for these people. Don't worry, we will give them physical examinations, teach them the writing and common sense of our modern world, and then arrange our Chinese identities and jobs. At most 1 month, they will be able to completely integrate into our world, and there will be no difference from ordinary people. Raymond said, and even if they don't know anything, their salary standards are based on the standards for college students looking for jobs. Lin Bin was shocked and said, won't they starve to death? How much do you look down on our Chinese college students? No, I look up to them. They are still a little better than migrant workers. And I finally understand why it is difficult for college students to find jobs. It turns out that the jobs have been internally appointed. Raymond said speechlessly, which side are you on? Lin Bin sighed, it's just a joke, to liven up the atmosphere. To be honest, I'm feeling a little heavy right now. Then let me tell you something to make you happy. What is it? You're two. Dong Jinyan and Gao, right? I can help you register them both in this B185 plane. In this way, both mother and daughter can obtain an identity to appear anywhere openly. Especially little girl Jua, she has to enter the reincarnation space at such a young age. What are you thinking? Raymond looked at Lin Bin with a scolding tone and shouted, as a parent, you don't care about your child's safety at all. We have no choice. Lin Bin thought that it was already quite good that Dong Junyanfei was able to escape from the secret realm, and it was naturally impossible to give his daughter the identity of an ordinary person. However, Lei Meng's words made his eyes light up, and he asked, could it be that, similar to the landlord's wife? No, Mrs. Tang and her daughter, let Jua choose to retire. Since her own world has been destroyed, she can naturally get a chance, but I think that Dong Junyanfei looks like a good wife, and it seems that she should want to accompany you to train, but Jua is too young, so I will handle the identity certificate when the time comes. It's just a change. It's very simple. You don't have to worry about it. Lin Bin said gratefully, thank you, Director Lei. After Yanfei knew the news, she might cry with joy. After all, the price of escaping from the Qin dynasty plane is that her daughter must enter the reincarnation space, which she has been worried about for a long time. Go and do your own thing, and be more careful in the future. I have seen that you have a little. Forget it, it's a personal hobby, and I don't want to care about you. Looking at Zhu Yuan who was walking over here. Preconceived. Compared with the dignified Dong Junyanfei, Zhu Yuan is obviously too charming. Raymond was obviously unhappy. He snorted softly, got up and left. After he walked away, he took out his cell phone and ordered, Xiao Wang, when you count the list of B185 aliens, add 2 more people to my list. Yes, no need to report to the higher ups. What? Not in accordance with the rules. You, little comrade, really have no sense at all. Don't you know that extraordinary things should be dealt with in extraordinary ways? This is a romantic debt of one of my subordinates. Just help the family of 3 and come to me. If you have any problems, I can still handle this little thing. Chapter 196 on the self-cultivation of a loyal henchman. With the rescue team, Lin Bin was free and finally had time to talk to Zhu Yuan in detail. He then realized that among the refugees, there were 3 or 4 disciples of the Yingui sect among the 100 people. In other words, the Tang dynasty plane was indeed destroyed. The Yingui sect also lost a large number of disciples, but its most elite group was still retained and followed her to the real world. Yuan was worried that too many disciples of the Yingui sect would cause panic among the people, so she only arranged some of them to help Kai settle the refugees. But in fact, there are still many elite disciples of our holy sect hidden among these people. Yuan asked them to hide among the people and not reveal their identities to the government of this world. They may be useful in the future. It seems that you have already had the intention to deal with it, otherwise you would not have done it so thoroughly. Lin Bin looked into the distance. Over there, an old man with white hair and beard was talking to Raymond passionately. His tone was quite excited. It should be the medical saint Sun Similo who joined hands with Shifixuan to save tens of thousands of people. At this time, Shifixuan had gone to the side to rest. Standing beside Sun Similo at this time was a charming young woman who looked quite similar to Zhu Yuan. Although her face was covered by a veil and her specific face could not be seen, her graceful demeanor made people unable to help but be intoxicated. While she was doing chores beside Sun Similo, she turned back from time to time to scold the pretty girl in men's clothing next to her not to move around. By chance, her eyes met Zhu Yuan's side. The exposed eyes revealed a bit of complexity. Zhu Yuan naturally understood what Lin Bin meant and sighed. Since I learned about the main world from you, I have been preparing to enter the main world, but I never thought it would be in this way. Now everyone is busy, and when things settle down, Yuan will definitely bring Zina to thank you in person. If it weren't for you, they would have died inexplicably. Lin Bin asked, well, so that girl is Shan Wanjing? Zhu Yuan hesitated a little when she heard this, and finally mustered up the courage to say, Sir, Bian Bufu died in your hands. Zina must be grateful to you, but Wanjing is not married after all. Yuan dares to ask you to let her go and let her live a normal life in this world, okay? Even she herself felt strange. She is now extremely powerful, even surpassing the evil King Shizixun. But facing Lin Bin, she felt more and more in awe. She had put herself in a low position before, just to satisfy his chauvinism and to ask for benefits more conveniently, such as holy relics, etc. But now, she felt that she had no choice but to be humble in front of him. What are you thinking about? Lin Bin looked at Zhu Yuan with a strange expression and said speechlessly, the Tang dynasty has just been destroyed, and so many people have died. If I still have this thought, what's the difference between me and a beast? Or in your heart, Yuan, am I the kind of person who is impatient? Zhu Yuan thought to herself that it was true at ordinary times. But now, after hearing Lin Bin's rejection, she breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, Yuan underestimated you. I thought you were not interested in this matter, so you would not care too much. I didn't expect you to be able to empathize with me. Let's put aside whether to poke or not. This matter is definitely not over. Lin Bin looked at Shan Mixon again and said, you go ahead and do your work. When things are settled, we will talk about it in detail. I have some things to deal with here, so let Xiangxin stay to help you. Yes. Lin Bin greeted Lei Meng and looked at Shifixuan. She was sleeping soundly on Shifixuan's shoulder. It seemed that seeing Lin Bin was like seeing a sustenance, and she completely relaxed. Shifixuan seemed to know Lin Bin's intention and waved to him gently. Lin Bin did not disturb him and drove away in his H9. Although reality is cruel, it is actually much better than Lin Bin imagined. He even thought that the Tang dynasty was already desolate and there was no life left. But now it seems that it is a blessing from heaven that there are still tens of thousands of people left. It is probably because of the survival of these people that the S-level props were not taken away by them directly, but he who obtained the Heshibi got this opportunity, and the Yingui sect Lin Bin has a general understanding of the current situation in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Shimin is an emperor of the ages, it is a pity that his imperial destiny is completely useless in the face of the reincarnationists. He could not survive the first round of the epidemic and died. As a result, the Tang dynasty is currently leaderless. Zhu Yuan made a prompt decision, taking charge of the overall situation. It can be said that she contributed greatly to the safe escape of these people. Therefore, the demon sect did lose more than 90% of its masters, and many disciples of the Yingui sect also suffered heavy casualties. Even Baking died at the hands of those reincarnationists. But in fact, its core elite forces did not lose too much. In other words, what belongs to Zhu Yuan is his. In the real world, Lin Bin is no longer alone, but has a very useful team. However, there are too many casualties, which makes Lin Bin feel a little heavy. Otherwise, he would have shared happily at this moment. He did nothing, but he got all the benefits. The apostles made a wasted trip. Gu Yuan provoked the apostles for no reason. Instead of dogfighting, he would be happy to see who wins. And the support of the Yingui sect. By the way, Fian should also be told this good news as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Bin accelerated the accelerator. H9 drove towards the community at the maximum speed of the monitored speed limit. Before entering the door, he gave a cigarette to the security guard Lao Dong to make a good relationship. This is also a veteran reincarnation, but I don't know whether he is a local or an alien. But the security guard is the one who cannot be offended the most, and Lin Bin still understands this. At this time, the house was quite lively. Not only Yan Fei and Gao Yu had already arrived at Lin Bin's house. In addition, Tang Yufu and Ni Wanran were also there. No matter how strong Danjin Yan Fei was, she was a little embarrassed to face the elder sister of someone else's family with her daughter. After asking about their origins, Lin Su enthusiastically helped them clean up the empty room. Because there was a storage room in room 4, the mother and daughter could only live in the same room temporarily. But her attitude was obviously impeccable, and her enthusiasm was even beyond Yan Fei's imagination. It was not until she saw Lin Bin coming back that Yan Fei breathed a sigh of relief. And when she heard the news that Lin Bin brought back, she was even more surprised and shouted, "So, Jua doesn't have to be a reincarnation anymore?" Yes, it's a coincidence. The B-185 plane was destroyed, and only tens of thousands of people escaped from it. These people will be received by China. At that time, Fian and you, mother and daughter, will be directly registered. You will no longer be time travelers who smuggled in, but aliens who can trace your roots. Lin Bin smiled and said, "Fei Yan, you are powerful, so you can naturally continue to be a reincarnation. But Jua is just a child. It is obviously too inhumane to let her become a reincarnation. Therefore, you can directly re-identify her identity through the Reincarnation Space Association, and then the reincarnation Jua will naturally no longer exist." Yes, in this way, Fian really has nothing to do with the Qin secret realm. Yan Fei couldn't help but smile sadly, but even she herself was surprised that she didn't feel too sad, but felt relieved. It was as if she had finally gotten rid of all the entanglements of the past and could start a new life. "Congratulations, Miss Fian." The landlady was quite wary of Yan Fei before, but seeing how intimate she was with Lin Bin, she seemed to realize something. The hostility was gone. But for some reason, the landlady's daughter Ni Wanran was even more hostile to Yan Fei. She smiled and said, "I also use this method to cancel my identity as a reincarnationist. Otherwise, my mother and I would still be struggling to survive in the secret realm." Yan Fei said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Bin, for all this." "Don't thank me. It was mainly Director Lei's suggestion. After all, as an industry insider, his experience is much richer than mine." I just nodded my head, but it's good that things go well. For your own leader, even if it's behind others, you must always mention his good points. This is a necessary cultivation for a loyal lackey. However, Yan Fei's grateful eyes did not change when she looked at Lin Bin. Obviously, she also knew that, even if it was Raymond's suggestion, if it was not for Lin Bin, would he have gone to so much trouble for the mother and daughter? To put it bluntly, it's better to look at the face of the Buddha than the monk. On the contrary, Gao Yu looked unhappy. Obviously, she still wanted to have a strong power. If she could become as strong as her brother Bin, wouldn't she have to leave Sister Aang at that time? As a result, the secret realm that was originally promised was gone. However, Lin Bin persuaded her a few words, saying that it was gone now. When she was old enough and wanted to take the exam in the future, with two such powerful reincarnations around you, are you still afraid that you will not pass the exam? Gaoyu turned her disappointment into joy. Since Lin Bin was back, the landlady naturally did not stay any longer. After dinner, she asked Ni Wanrang to take extra classes with Linzu for a while. She forced her to go with Linzu when she didn't want to leave. Linzu slept very late. It was rare for her to see her brother again. That day, she was lying on the bed, and Lin Bin sat beside her, chatting with her, and telling her about the various things he encountered in the secret realm. He did not even hide the existence of Tang Shai and Heo, and told her everything truthfully. Since he had already told her about the secret realm, he could naturally talk to her about these things. And the fall of the Tang dynasty. The fall of billions of lives. Those were all living people. Obviously, the S-level props were about to be obtained, and Lin Bin was actually a little happy, but this happiness turned into guilt when he saw the miserable appearance of these people. The complicated thoughts in his heart could not be explained in words, so he could only vent his emotions to Linzu. Listening to her gentle consolation, Lin Bin felt much better. After a long time, it was more than 11 o'clock, and Linzu, who had already exceeded her biological clock, yawned and slowly fell asleep. Lin Bin tucked her in. Come out. Gaoyu had already been ordered to sleep. In the huge living room, only Yan Fei was waiting quietly, and the lights were not even turned on. The mottled light from the street lamps outside shone in through the reflection of the glass, sprinkled on her body, outlining the dark and attractive curves, as if she was a succubus in the dark night. Lin Bin asked with a smile, "Why can't you sleep?" Yan Fei sighed lightly. "I feel at ease, but also a little uneasy." "How do you feel at ease? How do you feel uneasy?" Jua doesn't need to reincarnate, so she feels at ease, but Fei Yan didn't expect that this main world is so full of hidden talents. The guard I met today and the landlady are both really scary. Fei Yan suddenly found that the strength she was proud of seemed to be difficult to protect herself, let alone protect Jua. In this case, does she have to rely on Brother Bin's protection? But what will happen if it continues like this? Don't worry, you will understand after you enter the secret realm a few more times. Lin Bin smiled and said, "In fact, you are already very strong. But the landlady is very strong." Lin Bin thought to himself, "I didn't notice it. Just stay here for now. When your status is stable, the state will allocate a house to you. I will try my best to let you live in this community." Yan Fei hesitated and said, "Actually, this place is pretty good." Lin Bin said righteously, "Then you have to fight for a house. You can live here if you want, or rent it out if you don't want. With such strong security, it's not too much to charge 100,000 yuan a year in rent." Well, Fian listens to Brother Bin. "It's late, go to bed quickly. The bed is a little small. You two can squeeze in first. I'll change it to a bigger one for you tomorrow. By the way, have you taken a shower? Do you know how to use the shower?" "Yes, Miss Linzu has taught Fian." After chatting with Lin Bin for a while, Yan Fei felt much better. She knelt down gently and bowed to Lin Bin, then turned around and walked back. As for Lin Bin, he went to the bathroom to wash up first. There are two bathrooms. Because Linzu has difficulty with her legs, her bathroom has been renovated. The living room naturally had to be used by the three of them. Lin Bin didn't notice it before, but now he saw two pink toothbrush cup holders on the shelf. Maybe it was because Yan Fei had just taken a shower. The bathroom was still filled with a familiar and attractive body fragrance, but it was much more cloying than the fragrance they smelt when they were talking to each other. Maybe because there was no clothes between them. Lin Bin inexplicably remembered Zhu Yuan's words that she was coming to visit. Then he shook his head. Bah, men really can't see meat, just like dogs can't bite people. If they bite, they can never go back. Wash up and take a shower. Then go back to your room and close the door. It's past midnight now, so there shouldn't be anyone busy chasing others. He took out his mobile phone and called Gu Yun. It's time to ask him about his performance over there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Brothers work together to overcome difficulties. With a few beeps, the other party picked up the phone quickly. The first thing Lin Bin heard was the sound of waves whistling in the sea breeze. The other party had already arrived at the beach. Hello. Gu Yuan's voice was filled with a depression that was difficult to suppress. After all, he owed Lin Bin a huge favor, so he had to suppress his unhappiness. He was like a social animal who was called up by his boss to work in the middle of the night. He was full of anger, but dared not express it. King Grau said softly, Abin, I didn't expect that the first person to contact me was you. There is no way. We are all practitioners of the Eternal Life Sutra. Not only you, but even I'm very interested in the God of War Atlas. Lin Bin's words instantly shortened the distance between the two. Gu Yuan said with regret, it's a pity that they escaped. I chased them all the way to the beach. I didn't expect these people to have diving equipment and jumped into the water to escape. It's hateful that the God of War Atlas was already within reach, but they messed it up. So he chased for half a night. But he didn't kill a single person. Lin Bin was secretly shocked. He naturally would not think that Gu Yuan was incompetent. In fact, his strength was already evident when he was able to take back the eternal life secret in the midst of many warriors in his extraordinary body. It can only be said that the strength of these apostles may be beyond imagination. It seems that we must not be careless when we meet them in the future. Gu Yuan was angry and a little aggrieved. He sighed. This is really God's will. With your help, Abin, everything should be in order. But who would have thought that the apostles, an organization that has disappeared for who knows how many years, can come back to the arena and just appeared and bumped into me. How unlucky is it to run into the muzzle of the apostles? Damn, it must be that the apostles disappeared before. Otherwise I really can't help but wonder if there is a big hand behind the scenes quietly manipulating all this. He couldn't hide the grievance in his tone. In order to enter the extraordinary secret realm, he actually paid a lot of price. If he really couldn't find it, he would have nothing to say. But when he was about to find it, he just happened to run into the apostle, who had disappeared for so many years, and ran into him right after he came out. This made him really unable to cry. Lin Bin said firmly, we must not give up with them. That's right, we must not give up with them. Gu Yuan said angrily, now that the reincarnation space has been put on the right track, the existence of apostles that destroy the balance will definitely not be allowed to exist. I will make the news of the apostles' reappearance known to the public. By then, if they want to enter other reincarnation spaces to make trouble, the reincarnation space will inevitably issue tasks and let the reincarnationists target them. I will make sure that nothing they do can be accomplished. Mr. Gu, I support you. Lin Bin said equally passionately. Mr. Gu, please send me the detailed information of the apostle who escaped. I will also mobilize my intelligence network to help you investigate the specific information of this apostle. If we find out later, we will join forces to deal with them. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why bother? Brother, we practice the same skills. Do you still remember that you promised before that after you get the God of War Atlas, you will definitely share it with me? Lin Bin said seriously. Brother's promise is still fresh in my mind. Even if I don't get the War God Atlas now, can this affection disappear just because of a mere technique? Did I promise? Why don't I remember it? It seems that I did, but it was just a polite remark at the time. Gu Yuan was a little confused, but then a huge feeling of emotion surged in his heart. He said seriously, good brother. Okay, I will send you the information later, but you must remember not to act rashly. After all, your strength is still a little lacking. If you have any information at that time, give it to your big brother and let your big brother take action. If you get injured because of helping me, your big brother will probably have trouble sleeping and eating for the rest of his life. Don't worry, big brother, I understand. It's a pity that I couldn't get the God of War Atlas back, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get it back in the future, brother. I feel guilty about you. Don't worry, I know what you need. I wanted to tell you about this just now. During this period of time, I was in the secret realm and couldn't reply to the information in the real world, but I have always been concerned about the things you asked me to do before. I just looked through it, and an old friend really replied to me. He said that he had a prop in his hand that should be able to heal your sister's legs. Gu Yuan sighed. It's a pity that I replied to him again, but he didn't reply. It seems that he has entered the secret realm for training. I will contact him as soon as he comes out. Oh, thank you so much, big brother. You and I are brothers. Why are you being so polite? The two hung up. Lin Bin nodded with satisfaction. Not only did he get the detailed identity of the hostile apostle, but he also summoned a powerful shield to attract the apostle's firepower and got the great favor of this meat shield. One phone call, 3 birds with 1 stone. It was really cool. A moment later, a message was sent back. The information inside was extremely detailed. There are 3 apostles who entered the Tang Dynasty secret realm. One of them strengthened his mutant ability and was invulnerable to swords and guns, but he was killed by Gu Yuan's palm shattering his internal organs. Indeed, this kind of reincarnation with a strengthened system is naturally countered by martial arts players, and it is not surprising that he was killed by a palm. The other 2 strengthened the blood of the vampires. The strength is infinitely close to the saint level. Lin Bin suddenly thought of the vampire ancestor prop in his hand. I don't know if it can be used. The other one's strengthening is very complicated. That person, who also caused Gu Yuan a lot of trouble. But Gu Yuan is experienced and still recognized his general strengthening route. Telekinesis system. Could it be telekinesis from the Ant-Man dimension? If so, the changes are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Gu Yuan now treated Lin Bin as his half-brother. Not only did he give all their detailed information, he even gave some of his guesses and very detailed suggestions on how to deal with it. Lin Bin was very satisfied. It seemed that this matter was likely to be settled. But we still had to wait. Lin Bin dialed another number that he had encrypted and rarely contacted on weekdays. With a few beeps, the other party quickly answered. Deng Yang's familiar voice rang in his ears, and he asked, "Is there something?" "Yes, I want to ask you for help with something." "Go ahead." "I want to find 2 people in the Apostle organization. One is called Doctor, and his enhanced telekinesis system is the other is called Blood Dance, and his enhanced blood clan system is the same as yours. Do you have any clues about them?" Deng Yang asked. "What do you want to do?" Lin Bin said, "I want to kill them." "Is it to avenge the Tang Dynasty plane?" "This, yes, that's right." Lin Bin said righteously, "How can we, as righteous people, tolerate such villains to survive? The apostles must die. But unfortunately, I can't help you right now." Deng Yang said regretfully, "I should have told you before that this operation is not just the Ghost organization. They belong to 2 other organizations, and as a deputy, it is really inconvenient for me to inquire about the whereabouts of people from the other 2 organizations. Of course it's not impossible, but in this way, it will be difficult for me to hide it from my eldest brother. In this way, once something happens to them, my eldest brother will immediately suspect me. My identity is too precious, and it is not a good thing to expose it so easily." "That's true. That's the second thing I wanted to tell you." "What thing?" "Didn't you say that when my strength reaches the saint level, I would do you a favor and kill your good brother?" "I have reached that level of strength now." "What? So fast?" Deng Yang's low voice immediately became extremely high, and the sharpness in it could no longer be concealed. He was surprised and asked, "Have you reached the level of sainthood now? If you become an apostle, can you find the whereabouts of those 2 people?" "In order to find the scum of the 2 apostles' organizations, you actually killed a legitimate apostle?" Deng Yang was shocked and said, "Why didn't I know when you became so loyal and righteous? Just tell me whether you will do it or not. I suggest that we take it slow. We were lucky to kill 11 apostles before, but now, my eldest brother has obtained a lot of resources after becoming an apostle and has improved his own strength a lot. You have just become a saint-level reincarnationist, and your foundation is not enough. I think it is safer for us to wait until I break through to sainthood, and then we can join forces." Deng Yang said, "Don't worry, I also have full confidence. It should be quick. Do you think you are the only one with an eldest brother? Linbin sneered. Since I dare to propose it, I must be fully confident. We don't even have to take the initiative. I have also found a big brother here. He hates the apostles so much now. I can let the two big brothers compete. Even if Zhu Feng can win, he will definitely have to pay a high price. Then we can get a big bargain. My big brother is fake. It doesn't matter if he dies, but your big brother. My big brother is real. Although it doesn't matter if he dies, it's better to let him live. Seeing the apostles now is like seeing the murderer of his father. Keeping him outside to target the apostles will make us much safer. I roughly understand what you mean. Gu Yuan? I've heard of this name too. It is said that he is a capable figure in the martial arts enhancement system. If he joins, the chances of success will be much greater. And it is indeed better to keep him. When I encounter any competing enemies, I will let him know and let him solve the opponent for me. Wouldn't I be able to climb up quickly? Yeah, good idea. It's settled. I'll make the details. Okay, just pick a suitable time from your eldest brother's schedule, and I'll let my eldest brother go, and we can sit back and watch the fight and take advantage of the opportunity to reap the benefits. Okay, I'll get back to you in half an hour. Deng Yang is also a bold person, otherwise he wouldn't be addicted to the undercover game. After hanging up the phone with Linbin, he opened his schedule as soon as possible. Zhu Feng's schedule is easy to find. Or as Zhu Feng's deputy, he knows Zhu Feng's schedule too well. And after confirming the schedule, in order to prevent Linbin from coming up empty-handed, he even called Zhu Feng as soon as possible to confirm. Brother Zhu, I checked our schedule for the past 7 days. Are you sure it won't be changed? Zhu Feng on the other side asked back. Why do you ask that suddenly? Nothing. I feel my blood energy beginning to surge recently, and I may be about to break through again. I need to arrange the time and itinerary for the breakthrough. Otherwise, if you need me, and I'm not by your side, then I would be incompetent as the second in command of Ghost. Are you going to break through again? So soon? The voice on the other side suddenly became nervous and concerned. Brother, are you okay? Could there be something wrong with your body that happened so soon? It's okay. I guess I'm particularly adapted to the blood race's strengthening system. I went into the secret realm some time ago, and then I made great progress. Okay, then I may have to change my schedule. I was planning to discuss an important matter with the Lord of the Dark Kingdom, the 7th Apostle, 3 days later, but she has something urgent to do and can't leave. Today I plan to go to Kinkyu Town to visit an old senior of the Ghost. If we can get his support, we can completely control the Ghost. And I plan to wait for that old senior to return to the Ghost and immediately appoint you as the next successor of the Ghost. Brother. You are extremely talented, far beyond my imagination. Naturally, I'm willing to give you more help. Good brother, don't say anything. When the time comes, you will accompany me to the old senior to get a glimpse of him. Thank you, brother. He hung up the phone. In a hidden and luxurious single-family house, Zhu Feng hung up the phone with a sullen face and said to himself in shock, it's just a scapegoat. It's fine that it killed its master now, but it's getting fatter and fatter. No. If it goes on like this, won't he soon surpass me? It seems that we have to act in advance. This Deng Yang can't be kept any longer. Fortunately, when I strengthened you, I left a backup plan. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of a bag. He sighed and said, good brother, if you want to blame someone, blame you for not knowing the limits. My status is different now, and there is a difference between superiors and subordinates. How can you still treat me with the same attitude as before? Deng Yang immediately sent a message to Linbin. He said, 3 days later, my elder brother will go to Kinkyu Town. You should find a way to pass this news to your elder brother. Understood. Linbin quickly called Gu Yuan. After the call was connected, he immediately said, brother, I have found reliable information that an apostle will appear in Kinkyu Town in 3 days. It seems that he has great ambitions. Even if the two people you are looking for are not subordinates of this apostle, they must be related to him. How about I accompany you to capture this apostle and torture him severely? Brother, why are you so fast? It's mainly because I may have a little reputation here before, so President Feng Qingshan, President Beiyuki and RLA Bureau are all optimistic about me. Although the friendship is not very deep, it can be regarded as a communication. It is natural to get some information. I see. What Lin Bin said makes sense, and Gu Yuan accepts it, nodding, then realizing that nodding is invisible on the phone. He said, okay, tomorrow I will go to the reincarnation space first, report the news of the apostles, and then take action to eliminate one of their apostles. I want to let them know that, if they offend me, Gu Yuan, nothing will be accomplished. But brother, I'm not talented. I was lucky some time ago, but now I think I have the strength to become a saint. Great, you really are worthy of being my good brother. Then we will be united as brothers, and achieve great things. Okay. The two quickly decided. Chapter 198. The Tang family is miserable. The night was quiet. The lights in the Tang family were bright and peaceful, but no one knew that there had been a turbulent tide inside during this period of time. Just like now, in the Tang family hall, the 7 elders of the Tang family had not been concerned about worldly affairs, or after Tang Xianhao became the head of the family, he won over the younger generation of clansmen, and squeezed the living space of the old guys. Even if they wanted to ask, they couldn't. But now it's different. The enemy has returned from training, and has been rated as S level. But Tang Xianhao has not been heard from until now. I've said it before, the head of the family is too stubborn. He abandoned his position as head of the family for his son's personal vendetta, and rushed into the secret realm to seek revenge, but ended up dead. But the Tang family cannot be without a head for a day. When choosing a head of the family in the future, we can't choose someone who is too indecisive. Humph. He actually listened to a woman's words, and deserved his current fate, but we have to quickly choose a new head of the family. Several elders jumped up and down. They vowed to choose a new head of the family who would listen to them, and bow their heads. Even the object of support was chosen. Tang Xianhao's cousin Tang Xianyang, an indecisive middle-aged reincarnation, of course, can also be said to be kind-hearted. It all depends on what he said. Ahao is not dead yet. After all, no one has entered that plane yet, so it will definitely take a lot of time. Sun Xiaoan wore a knitted cardigan with a white slim dress, which made her body look even thinner. In addition to the loss of her son, her husband's life and death are unknown, which makes her feel even more pitiful as a widow. What she regrets most now is probably begging her husband to avenge her son. She knows her son's character too well, but because she looks at it from a mother's perspective, she always thinks he is just a little naughty. It was not until her husband died, because of this, that she finally understood. Her son's death was not unjust, but her husband's death was really unjust. But now, they don't care about blood ties at all. Her husband's life and death are unknown, and they can't wait to seize power. Okay, even if the head of the family, no, Tang Xianhao is still alive, but now the B192 secret realm has begun to reopen, and is ready to let new reincarnations enter. This also means that in the best case scenario, he has lost the reincarnation table. We can first select an acting head of the family, and wait for Tang Xianhao to return, and then give him the position of head of the family. Tang family elder Tang Yingshan sighed with regret. After all, the number of reincarnations entering and exiting the main entrance of the secret realm we control has increased recently. We must speed up the development, and this requires someone to guide us. And there is also the revenge of the former head of the family. He ended up like this, and we know who the murderer is. If we want to take revenge, naturally someone has to take charge of the situation. But, there is no but. Your surname is not Tang at all. We asked you to attend the meeting entirely for the sake of the former head of the family. If you don't know what's good for you, to put it bluntly, you will have no place to complain if you are kicked out of the Tang family. Wasn't it because of you, the former head of the family, that he fell to this point? It's all your fault. The atmosphere at the meeting became more and more intense. Almost everyone opened fire at Sun Xiaoan, with the obvious purpose of asking her to hand over all of Tang Xianhao's personal information. And at this moment, suddenly, there was a loud bang. The door was directly knocked open. A member of the Tang family rushed over and screamed, "No, no. Who are they? What do they want to do? I don't know. There are only two enemies, and they are very strong." Tang Xuan and Tang Zhang, two reincarnationists in the extraordinary realm, wanted to stop them, but they were killed by them. It seems that they want to enter the secret realm through our secret realm passage. Stop them. Go. Everyone didn't care about impeaching Sun Zarawan. 3 of the reincarnationists who entered the saint level released their own soul rings with all their strength and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm in the backyard of the Tang family. In particular, one of the elders was very fast. With a strong jump of his feet, he could cover a distance of dozens of meters. His speed was almost faster than teleportation. But he was fast. The enemy was faster than them. The Tang family's protection of the secret realm can be said to be extremely strict. There are 7 or 8 reincarnationists in the extraordinary realm to protect it, plus a large number of magical props brought from the secret realm. Although it cannot be said to be flawless, those who can really rush in may not look down on this secret realm, and those who look down on it will never be able to break through this tight defense. It can also be considered safe, but only this time. The enemy's target is obviously the Tang family secret realm, and their strength has surpassed the level of the extraordinary realm. So they drove straight in, and they were merciless, as if they were entering an empty place. It's really sad. This can be regarded as the sadness of the big family. The group of people who really get the best resources are always eating and drinking, and the reincarnations in these important positions are just drinking water on the side. This is true. The Tang family has a deep foundation, and there are no less than 4 or 5 saint level reincarnations. If they stay here, even if they are twice as strong, they can't get here. But they are so relaxed now. On the one hand, the intelligence and the timing of selection are one aspect, and on the other hand, it is probably that the group of people who eat the most have never thought about taking any responsibility. For them, there are always benefits, no obligations. Don't talk nonsense, move quickly. When they come, it will be difficult for us to leave. But haven't we finished? As he spoke, one of them casually threw something into the secret realm. The next moment, the originally stable secret realm passage suddenly twisted, just like throwing a red-hot stone on the calm water. A moment later, the calm space-time crack slowly became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. "Let's go," the leader called out, and the 2 rushed into the sky. It took another minute. The elder who absorbed the Taiji rabbit soul ring finally arrived at the entrance of the secret realm because of his fastest speed. Then, he couldn't help but change his face. He stood there. The other elders rushed here and saw the disappeared secret realm. Their faces turned pale. The enemy doesn't want to use our secret realm passage at all. They want to destroy our secret realm passage. Tang Yingshan shouted in shock. How did they do it? No. This is impossible. Everyone looked desperate and kept shouting words that they didn't want to believe in reality. What does the disappearance of the secret realm entrance mean to a reincarnation family? The Tang family still has power, but their roots have been cut off. They can no longer absorb enough nutrients. If they want to cultivate an excellent reincarnationist in the future, the price they need to pay will be far more than 10 times the previous price. More importantly, without the secret realm, it is difficult for them to integrate into the circle of other reincarnation families. It can be imagined that, if they cannot obtain a new secret realm channel in time, they will completely decline in just a few years and become an ordinary reincarnation organization. Who did it? Tang Yingshan roared angrily to the sky, with great enthusiasm. At the back, Sun Zarawan staggered all the way over. Seeing the angry faces of many elders, her pale face showed a bit of satisfaction. She said, "If one of you could not be greedy for power and stay here, today's situation could be avoided." "Shut up. It's all Tang Xianheo's fault. As his wife, you have the face to speak here? It's all your fault." Many elders stared at Sun Zarawan with angry eyes. They were almost certain that this matter was definitely related to the reincarnation who called me not a little demon girl. And this enemy was provoked by Tang Xianheo on his own initiative. Sun Zarawan opened her mouth to speak at this time, which undoubtedly hit them in the muzzle of their guns. But there was no way. They bullied her, a widow whose husband and children had died, so she had to stab them hard, even if she was kicked out of the Tang family. The passage to the secret realm of the Tang family was destroyed. This news could not be hidden, or rather, it could not be hidden from those who had been paying attention to the Tang family. For example, a certain Ian Qian, who was resentful because of being targeted by the Tang family, now finally met her master and naturally exaggerated her experience and grievances to Zhu Yuan. Knowing that her disciple almost died in the hands of this reincarnation Tang family, Zhu Yuan did not hesitate to mobilize the power of the Yunji sect. You know, those aliens in the Tang dynasty plane have been arranged with temporary residences during this period, in order to allow them to integrate into this world as soon as possible and to appease their frightened hearts. The government has issued a considerable resettlement fund and temporary ID cards to each person, so that they can get familiar with this world as soon as possible. This also gave the Yunji sect disciples who were divided into small groups an opportunity. It is natural to investigate the details of the Tang family. Then, Zhu Yuan and Wanwan got this amazing good news. Which great god did the Tang family offend? Wanwan naturally called Lin Bin to report the good news as soon as possible. But as soon as the call was made, a burst of aggrieved crying was heard. Why is Jua crying? Senior brother, did you bully Jua? Wanwan said casually. She knew very well that if senior brother bullied that Dongjin Yanfei, she would not be surprised at all. Jua's words. Senior brother's moral integrity is still very full. Don't worry about it. What did you say? The Tang family's secret realm is destroyed? They can no longer obtain output from that secret realm. Lin Bin couldn't help but feel surprised when he heard this. That's right. The secret realm of the Tang family is said to be a very good one. The props and equipment inside are very powerful, and the strengthening system is also okay. But their martial arts value is shockingly low. That's why they have such a big momentum in just a few decades. But they rose quickly and fell quickly. Now that this secret realm is gone, they can no longer be called a reincarnation family. Cannon said proudly. They must be worrying about how to create a new secret realm passage now. I guess they can't take care of us. La 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 la. They were chasing and beating us before. Now it's our turn for us to give them a hard time. I see. This is good. It's one less trouble. Tang Xianhao is dead, and there aren't many people in the Tang family who are willing to offend you again. In addition, this secret realm has been destroyed. As long as the blame is not put on you, there will be basically no problem. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. What's the matter? Why is Jua crying? Did her mother bully her? This, in a sense, her mother and I bullied her together? Lin Bin's tone was very strange, and he didn't mean to explain. After hanging up the call, looking at the chaos in the living room, at this moment, Lin Zhu's pretty face was full of laughter. Noticing Lin Bin's expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, she smiled and said, "It's good. Jua is so cute. This can be regarded as having a household registration. It just so happens that I can ask Mrs. Tang to help me ask about enrolling Jua in a class tomorrow. It's not good for children to be idle at home every day. Playing with mobile phones will make them addicted. Please don't make trouble for me, my dear sister." Lin Bin sighed. Even he didn't expect that things would develop in this direction. Raymond acted quickly. He did it as soon as he said it. In just 2 days, everything was done. Now Yan Fei and Gao Yu have become the aliens left over from the Tang dynasty and have a legal identity to live a normal life in the main plane. This afternoon, they can help Gao Yu take off the reincarnation watch on her wrist and restore her to the identity of an ordinary girl. But it just so happens Dongjin Yanfei is still Dongjin Yanfei, with Dongjin as her surname and Yanfei as her given name. It is also reasonable to give her a nickname like Fian. But Gao Yu became Lin Yu. Raymond obviously regarded Gao Yu as the baby left by Lin Bin outside. Although this involves the paradox of time and space, Raymond is also a reincarnation, and he is very accepting of such absurd things. It's just that he obviously has some old-fashioned ideas. In his opinion, Lin Bin didn't recognize her before, so it didn't matter whether the child took the mother's surname or another surname. But now that he has recognized his ancestors, since there is such a good opportunity, he naturally has to change back to the father's surname. And then, Jua. Actually, as long as it's safe, isn't it the same to call it anything? Seeing Gao Yu crying sadly, Yan Fei comforted her softly, but it seemed like she was stabbing a knife. Anyway, after she comforted her, her daughter cried even harder. But, Gao Yu cried out of breath. Aggrieved, but for you, Brother Bin is still Brother Bin, and for Jua, Brother Abin has become a father. Mother, you stole my brother. This, mother doesn't want to. Okay, it's just a misunderstanding. Lin Bin comforted softly. Anyway, the household registration is not something that will be shown to others often. In the future, you can still tell everyone that your name is Gaoyu, your nickname is Jua, and it has nothing to do with Lin. Really? Really? Lin Bin nodded seriously and said, I'm only 6 or 7 years older than you. I can't adapt to having a daughter as old as you suddenly. It's better to be a sister. Yes, sister. Look, mother, Brother Abin still agrees with me. Looking at these two people. One of them doesn't want to be the other's daughter, and the other just wants to be the other's brother. Yan Fei sighed. It's up to you. It's just a title. How much impact can it have? It has a great impact. Gaoyu's eyes were red, and she retorted in a small voice aggrieved. Chapter 199 Who Betrayed Whom? The demise of the Tang family was just a pleasant surprise to Lin Bin. He was afraid of the Tang family before, mainly because the assassination of Khan made Lin Bin feel a little scared. If they were so unruly to him, then Lin Bin could only passively defend. The other party could fail 100 times, and he would be killed if he failed once. But as his strength broke through to the saint level, especially the Taoist Xianzang technique, and Yan Fei's painstaking teaching and guidance during this period, Lin Bin's methods became more diverse and his strength greatly improved, while his cultivation level was steadily improving. In addition, Tang Xianhao was dead. The Tang family had become a piece of scattered sand, so his fear was naturally no longer the same as before. Especially in modern society, he was not allowed to cut the grass and root it out, so he was not in a hurry to deal with them. But he didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. The Tang family lost the secret realm passage, which meant that they lost the capital to gain a foothold in the secret realm. It was even more unworthy of fear. This incident did not have any impact on Lin Bin. For him, the S-level props, no, revenge for the people of the Tang dynasty is the real top priority. 3 days will pass quickly. Early in the morning, Lin Bin drove his H9 to the destination he had agreed on. Qingshu town is a tourist town, and was once a port town in China. It was just because it was close to the volcano. Later, a volcanic eruption left large and small hot springs in the town. There are a lot of sulfur in them. Taking a bath occasionally is very beneficial to the body. No matter whether it is true or not, the country said so. Naturally, many people were fooled. Over time, the flow of people here has increased. Lin Bin came early, around 8 or 9 in the morning, but there was already a lot of traffic and people here. The place given by Deng Yang is a homestay hot spring hotel. The shop owner was about 50 or 60 years old. He was a kind old man who smiled at everyone he spoke to, but who would have thought that such an old man was stained with tens of billions of lives? To be able to live to this age in the Apostle organization, even they themselves would not believe that they had not destroyed several planes. Lin Bin did not enter this shop, but directly booked a luxurious private room with hot springs in the B&B next door. He first took a beautiful hot spring bath. After changing his clothes, he saw that there was only more than an hour left before the agreed time, so he sat cross-legged, pinched out the mysterious formula between his hands, and the true energy in his body gradually overflowed from his body. A golden 3-legged crow formed on his shoulder. Lin Bin felt that his consciousness seemed to be split. He obviously closed his eyes, but he could see the scene in the distance through the eyes of the crow. It seemed that his body had also turned into a bird. He could not help but instinctively want to look up to the sky and cry loudly, but considering that the 3-legged golden crow was too rare, Lin Bin resisted the urge and flapped his wings to fly away. He flew out of the B&B. He landed in a bush at the entrance of the town, and his smart bird eyes stared at the only way to the town. Next, he just had to wait. At this time, on the way here, 2 reinforced black cars protected the front and back. In the middle of the extended bulletproof car, Deng Yang almost wrapped himself up like a dumpling, which made Zhu Feng beside him laugh. He said helplessly, "This isn't the car where the sun can't shine." Deng Yang sighed. "Anyway, we are almost there. It's troublesome to take it off now and put it on again later. Alas, I heard that you can't bask in the sun now, but you still go out for a walk frequently. You really don't mind the trouble." who made me a street urchin before. Anyway, no one can find anything unusual if I wear something thicker. Deng Yang laughed and complained, but I really didn't expect the weather to be so good today. The sun is shining. Yeah. Zhu Feng's mouth drew a strange smile, which quickly disappeared. As he spoke, the car drove into Qingshu town. Here we are. In the corner in the distance, a figure had a gleam of hatred in his eyes. Gu Yuan. He has been going through the procedures in the Samsara Space Association these days, in order to thoroughly expose the organization of the apostles. If he can kill an apostle at this critical moment, it will undoubtedly become decisive evidence. And at this time, the news of Lin Bin came. At this moment, Gu Yuan's heart was already filled with gratitude towards Lin Bin. Abin is really worthy of being my good brother. He actually helped me find the information of the apostle. It seems that he really treats me as a good brother. He stared at the 3 cars, thinking that the people inside must be reincarnations. This kind of oppressive feeling made even him feel palpitations. They must be masters. Next, they just have to wait for them to reveal their flaws. The secret of immortality is best at hiding. How could Zhu Feng and others know that they had already been secretly targeted? In fact, even Deng Yang knew the inside story and quietly checked the surroundings, but he didn't find any traces of anyone noticing. Under the protection of several trusted guards, the 11th apostle Zhu Feng took Deng Yang into the folk custom. While walking, he explained to his close younger brother Deng Yang, this Li Liang was an old man in the ghost organization. He is not interested in the position of apostle. Otherwise, the 11 apostles who took office would not be Lord Wangling. So if you want to inherit my position in the future, it is very important to get the approval of this Li. Deng Yang asked, why did he open a homestay here? Because he quit the ghost. It is said that he destroyed too many worlds in the past. Later, because the apostles were liquidated, he was also injured. He took the opportunity to see some things clearly and then began to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures, hoping to eliminate his previous sins. At this point, Zhu Feng curled his lips and said sarcastically, it would be great if sins were so easy to eliminate. But whether this was a mockery of Li Liang or himself, no one knew. While talking, more than a dozen people arrived in the room. Come on, there is no sun now, brother, I will help you take off your coat. Zhu Feng personally helped Deng Yang take off the hood of his coat and glasses and mask, and his attitude was very close. Thank you, big brother. Several people entered the inner room together. At this time, a kind-looking old man had been waiting for a long time. But there was a bit of unhappiness in the corner of his eyes. Seeing Zhu Feng and others sitting down, he frowned and said, I should have said that I don't want to have anything to do with ghosts anymore. You shouldn't disturb me. Zhu Feng apologized. Sorry, Mr. Li, I disturbed your peace. I really need a quiet place where no one can disturb me. If this kind of thing is done inside the organization, it will be very detrimental to my subsequent management. This is just one time, and it won't happen again. Li Liang closed his eyes and seemed to agree. Thank you, Mr. Li. Zhu Feng nodded to Li Liang gratefully, waved his hand and said, let's do it. As soon as the voice fell, in the outer courtyard of the inner house with ventilation on all sides, dozens of mirrors suddenly fell from the sky at the same time. The angles that had been adjusted long ago allowed all the light in the courtyard to shine on Deng Yang. Deng Yang's pupils shrank, and he quickly stretched out his hand and pressed it on his chest, and then burnt smoke came out of his body. He fell to the ground and wailed in pain, saying painfully, brother, what are you doing? Brother, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for treating me with the same attitude as before. This is a different time. I was your elder brother then, but now I'm the 11th apostle. You can't even show me courtesy. How loyal are you to me? Zhu Feng sighed and said, but if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to get such a strong power now. If it weren't for me, you might have died in the hands of that Abin. From this point of view, you should thank me for extending your life for so long. But now, I'm going to take him away. Blood clan enhancement, you wanted my life from the beginning, so you gave me such a fatal enhancement. Deng Yang struggled back and forth in pain, but he couldn't get rid of the sunlight. This sunny weather, I'm afraid it was chosen in advance. That's right. You were originally just a weapon for us to use against others, but now you are useless. I'm doing you a great favor by keeping you here. But you actually want to inherit my position as the 11 apostles. This is your way to death." Zhu Feng sighed. "You said you would give it to me. If I give it to you, won't you refuse? You don't even understand what polite words are. Why should I keep you here if you are so incompetent?" Deng Yang's struggle became smaller and smaller until only a ball of black charcoal remained, without any sound. Next to him, Li Liang slowly drank tea without even looking at Deng Yang. He said, "Although the blood race is very powerful, its weakness is also fatal. It seems that you wanted to kill him from the beginning." Zhu Feng said indifferently, "It's just a tool. If it's not useful, just destroy it." Li Liang sighed, "Alas. If you just want to clean up the mess, why do you have to bring a tail? Isn't this exposing my residence?" Zhu Feng was surprised. "What tail? Such a big bird is standing on the tree. Can't you see it?" "What?" Zhu Feng hurriedly looked up at the tree in the distance, but before he looked up, the three-legged golden crow that had been hiding behind Gu Yuan disappeared. Then, Zhu Feng's eyes met with Gu Yuan, who was holding a camera. "Gu Yuan. Damn, this person is so powerful that he can actually find my perfect hiding. But the key evidence has been captured, the internal strife of the apostles. The death of the blood race. This cannot be faked." Gu Yuan did not hesitate to use King Gong to rush to the distance. Zhu Feng shouted, "Stop him." As he spoke, many ghost elites rushed towards Gu Yuan at the same time. Zhu Feng also jumped up. He knew that the fact that he killed his confidant and beloved general might have been filmed. If this video was leaked, he would not only be hunted by the entire reincarnation space, but even the apostles would not tolerate him. No one would be willing to follow a man who cleared out his brothers for no reason. He roared. His right arm twisted and deformed, and then stretched out towards Gu Yuan in the distance. The thick flesh tendons twisted and tangled, like a thick giant python, and quickly caught up with Gu Yuan. What monster! This time, even Gu Yuan couldn't help but change color slightly. The extremely cold immortal true energy slammed on the flesh arm, and immediately froze the part that approached him, and covered it with a thick layer of ice. Then he used the force to step hard on the flesh arm. As the whole person used the force to go away, the top of the flesh arm also broke into pieces. His control over the true key was not much inferior to that of Lin Bin, who had mastered the eternal life secret. He destroyed the enemy's offensive and escaped faster. This time, the ghost elites couldn't catch up with him until a sneer sounded above Gu Yuan's head. "Stay." At some point, Li Liang had appeared beside Gu Yuan and reached out to grab his arm. Then the two of them appeared in the BNB at the same time. Gu Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he was about to fight back. But Li Liang had disappeared again. But Gu Yuan was already deeply surrounded at this time. "Kill him." At this time, those confidants also turned back, and each of them held a weapon and killed Gu Yuan. Zhu Feng was the first to take the lead. He was already a reincarnation at the peak of the extraordinary realm. After becoming an apostle, he had reached the level of entering the saint level with the help of the resources of the apostles and the ghosts. Now his fatal flaw was caught by the opponent, and the opponent was so powerful that he was probably targeting him for a long time. Damn it. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have rushed to kill Deng Yang. Although this guy's weakness is obvious, his fighting power is still very strong. Let him deal with this guy. Maybe he can tear off a piece of his flesh before he dies. At that time, he will not only weaken the opponent, but also avoid the crime of murdering his confidant and crossing the river to destroy the bridge. Maybe he can even hug his dying brother and cry to win people's hearts. What a pity. Thinking in his heart, Zhu Feng kept moving. The flesh arm that had just been crushed recovered quickly, and then a huge gun extended out. Aiming at Gu Yuan's position, he shouted, "You bastard, die too." There was a loud bang, and each shot was like a giant artillery shell blasting towards Gu Yuan. Violent explosions kept erupting in the homestay. Each shot had a lethality that was not inferior to the pre-B level weapon Azuro's charged to the limit. For a time, Gu Yuan was deeply trapped in the assassination of the entire ghost organization, and could not escape. Although it was not difficult to protect himself, the presence of Li Liang, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, made it impossible for him to concentrate all his energy on the strong enemy, and he was temporarily restrained. It's really amazing. In the distance, Lin Bin, who had just taken the initiative to lure Gu Yuan to expose himself, immediately recovered and lurked quietly with his true body optical camouflage cloak, couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that he asked Gu Yuan for help. It's okay for Zhu Feng alone. This guy should have strengthened the system of K9999 in the King of Fighters. It's not difficult to deal with him if you know his ins and outs. But Li Liang suddenly appeared in the distance and suddenly came back. These two people joined forces. If there is no help on our side, it is really difficult to succeed. Fortunately, there is help this time, and there is a backup. Lin Bin showed up and shouted, "Brother, don't panic, I'll help you." He took out the magic mirror and pointed it at Zhu Feng, shouting, "Zhu Feng." The voice fell. Zhu Feng, who was joining forces with his subordinates to strangle Gu Yuan, while the battle between the two sides was in full swing, suddenly felt dizzy, and his neck twisted backwards uncontrollably. He screamed in shock and quickly turned sideways. Fortunately, his neck was not broken, but his eyes had already fallen uncontrollably on the mirror on the treetop in the distance. At the same time, a black shadow rushed out like lightning. There was a sharp sound from behind him. The sharp arm had directly pierced his chest. Deng Yang, who was supposed to have just died, was resurrected again, and said heartbrokenly, "Damn it, brother. I was loyal to you in vain, but since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being disloyal." Zhu Feng. Chapter 200. I'm a real man. Why didn't you die? Zhu Feng tilted his head in shock and looked at the magic mirror in the distance, as if he was talking to Lin Bin. But the shock and horror on his face could not be described in words. He said, Obviously. You can't imagine it, big brother. You probably can't imagine that you helped me strengthen the blood of the Blood Clan, gave me the blood of the Fire Unicorn, and with my unique physique, my body slowly stopped being afraid of the Sunday." Deng Yang sneered, "I have always treated you as my dear big brother, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. If you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. This is not possible." Zhu Feng fell to the ground with a plop. There was no sound. A reincarnationist who entered the saint level seemed powerful, but with the joint efforts of Gu Yuan, Lin Bin and Deng Yang, especially Lin Bin, who even took out the A-level props, his death seemed inevitable. For a moment, the scene fell into absolute silence. The ghost members all looked confused. They were able to deal with Deng Yang under Zhu Feng's orders, so they were naturally Zhu Feng's absolute confidants. But now Zhu Feng is dead. Revenge? It seems that it is not their turn to make decisions for the ghosts now. Especially Deng Yang, who was killed with one blow, glanced at everyone and shouted, "I know you are all following orders. Big brother was obsessed for a while, so he ended up like this, but I can assure you that, as long as you serve me as your master, I can forgive you." As soon as these words came out, they were even more confused. Li Liang could no longer maintain his previous calm attitude. He stared at Deng Yang, who was bathed in the sun, with an amazed look on his face, and exclaimed, "You have long been able to not fear the sun, but deliberately concealed this news. It seems that not only Zhu Feng wants to kill you, but you also have ulterior motives for him. Don't slander my loyalty to Big Brother. My loyalty to Big Brother is witnessed by the sun and the moon, and the heaven and earth can see it." Deng Yang wiped the blood of Zhu Feng off his hands. He said, "It's just that my physique is special." "What special physique makes you hide it?" "When I first experienced it, I was accidentally castrated. But who knew that my extremely yin physique made me extremely adaptable to the bloodline enhancement of the vampires, plus the blessing of the blood of the Fire Kirin, the three combined into one, unexpectedly by chance, I'm no longer afraid of the sun. Of course, this is my guess, but what if it is false? Wouldn't I harm those who have also enhanced the bloodline of the vampires? What if they come to trouble me?" Deng Yang said righteously, "That's why I didn't tell anyone, and this is also my secret. It involves my dignity as a man. I don't need to tell anyone. If you didn't doubt my loyalty to my brother, I wouldn't say it now, but I didn't expect that this would win me a chance of survival." Li Liang. He made a lot of sense. Once this news spread, I'm afraid that more than 80% of the vampires who have been enhanced will consider cutting themselves. Li Liang asked, what are you going to do next? These two people are not easy to deal with. Deng Yang turned his head and looked at Lin Bin, his eyes full of anger, and said coldly, Abin, we meet again. Lin Bin was also unwilling to be outdone and sneered, well, yes. I didn't expect that when I castrated you, you got a great fortune. Don't you thank me. As soon as these words came out, including Li Liang and others, it suddenly dawned on them. It turned out that there was such a grudge between the two, and those internal staff of the ghosts understood why Deng Yang's eyes were tearing when he heard the name of Abin, and he wanted to find him immediately to fight. How about I send you to hell as a thank you? Ha 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 ha, Zhu Feng is dead. We want to go. Why do you stop us? Big brother, let's go. Hey, okay. Gu Yuan couldn't help but shudder, and suddenly felt that the word big brother was a bit unpleasant. After all, the person in front of him was calling big brother while giving his big brother a heart-to-heart. But I heard that this big brother also had bad intentions towards this person, so he deserved it. Li Liang said coldly, don't even think about leaving. Mr. Li, let them go. After Deng Yang angrily said a harsh word, he persuaded them instead. Li Liang asked angrily, why? This Abin has a small nuclear bomb in his hand. Unless we can gather the power to prevent him from using the nuclear bomb in time. Otherwise, if we want to kill him, we must be prepared to die together. Moreover, even if he does not use the nuclear bomb, we do not have a complete chance of winning. We still have to wait until he is alone. Deng Yang said painfully, although I hate to die with him, Yao Han has just lost his big brother and cannot lose me again. Li Liang. It makes sense, but I always feel that something is wrong. Ha 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 ha, that's right, nuclear bombs. I just want to ask if you are afraid of them. Lin Bin took out the risk controller and laughed, so if you want to deal with me, you have to think about it. Big brother, let's go. Okay. The two quickly flew away. Deng Yang stared at his back, his face full of pain, making people sigh at his sincerity towards the ghost. But it is true that most people cannot bear to see the murderer who castrated himself leave safely. Li Liang saw his attitude and couldn't help but said, you are too cruel. If Zhu Feng is still alive, if we join forces, we may be able to try to take the micronuclear bomb in his hand, especially Zhu Feng's arm. We can take it back before he releases the nuclear bomb. Deng Yang said painfully, but if Big Brother is still alive, he will definitely not allow me to live. I have parents to support and a young sister to take care of. If Big Brother kills me, I'm willing to be killed, but I'm afraid that after Big Brother kills me, he will also cut off the roots. What are my parents guilty of? So this is why you hit Zhu Feng so hard. Alas, it has been difficult to be loyal and filial since ancient times. No matter which choice you make, it is wrong. I suddenly understand you a little bit. Don't worry, I will help you conceal the fact that you killed Zhu Feng. If any one of them dares to leak this matter, I will personally settle accounts with them. Li Liang looked at Zhu Feng's body and sighed. Too much pressure on others will only burden oneself. I saw through this and left the ghost. Now look, Wang Ling is dead, and now Zhu Feng is dead too. Hey. They are attached to high positions, but they don't know that they gain power and suffer from their positions. On the contrary, I withdrew early and have been lingering until now. Mr. Li, now that you have been discovered, it may not be safe to stay here. Otherwise, you can follow me back to the ghost. Don't worry, I will not let you get involved in those things that persecute living beings. It's the same there as here. This is also good, but I have to say it in advance. I applied for retirement with great difficulty and don't want to enter the secret realm for training again. Of course, no one noticed that after Deng Yang killed Zhu Feng, he had naturally replaced his position. Although the 11 apostles have not yet obtained the official certification of the apostle organization, the ghosts now have obviously recognized them as their masters. After all, Deng Yang could even forgive those who had just tried to kill him. In terms of his mind, he was indeed much stronger than Zhu Feng. Let's go quickly. I'm afraid the official people will catch up soon. Yes. Everyone left in a hurry. But in the midst of the action, the ghost subordinates couldn't help but murmur quietly in their hearts. Since Deng Yang even asked Li Leo to go back, then what he said about letting bygones be bygones was probably really just letting bygones be bygones. Otherwise, wouldn't that provoke Leo? Since they were already safe, they naturally began to consider some other things. For example, if a vampire castrates himself first and then drinks the blood of the fire unicorn, he will no longer be afraid of the sun. If this news is sold, it will probably sell for a high price, right? After all, there are really many people in the Apostle organization who strengthen the blood clan system, gaining power, but staying away from the sun from now on. Who doesn't want to bathe in the sun openly? Anyway, many people know this news now, and I'm afraid that this secret can no longer be kept. In this case, I will take advantage of this opportunity to get a huge bargain. Very good, very good. At this time, Linbin and Gu Yuan returned to the car and drove out of Kingshu town. Thanks to you this time, brother Abin. Otherwise, even if I could escape, I would have to pay a heavy price. Gu Yuan said happily, but fortunately, I got the video footage of the apostles in fighting this time. The dead ghost lord said so much. This time, I want to expose the apostles to everyone's eyes. Linbin said worriedly, brother, remember to be careful. In this way, you will probably become a thorn in the eyes of the apostles. Or thorn in the flesh. Alas. Forget it, brother, you have known the limits. Since you dare to do this, you must have the confidence to do so. I would be underestimating you by saying too much. It's a pity that we couldn't find the culprit this time. But don't worry, brother, I will continue to help you find it. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Gu Yuan coughed softly, and blood flowed from the corners of his lips. He said fearfully, the strength of that apostle is really strong, with unlimited brute force. If it weren't for the sneak attack and internal strife by his subordinates, I'm afraid I wouldn't have a 100% chance of winning. Brother is being modest again. Linbin drove Gu Yuan all the way to the Samsara Space Association. It can be imagined. The ghost organization will be completely exposed next, and the internal structure of the apostles will also be deduced by those who are interested. Of course, more importantly, Deng Yang finally lost the last obstacle. I don't know if he can successfully become an apostle. Linbin felt like he was playing an RPG game. If he wanted to find his goal, he needed to complete the prerequisite tasks first. I just don't know how long it will take him. At this time, Deng Yang had already taken the initiative to contact the apostle organization with the main communicator of the ghost. Another 11 apostles died? The calm voice on the other side also had a bit of silence and asked, are your ghosts poisonous? In just half a year, 2 apostles died in succession. So no one can be sacrificed anymore. Deng Yang said in a deep voice, I want to apply to become a new apostle. Sorry, you don't meet the requirements. The lowest level of power to become an apostle is also required to be at the saint level. You are not qualified. No, I'm qualified. Deng Yang growled, and his pale face suddenly turned dark blue. Then the muscles on his body began to swell, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. He immediately tore his clothes to pieces, revealing a body as strong as a werewolf. And as he transformed, his strength was also rising steadily, until it reached the standard of the saint level. The other side was surprised. What are you? I absorbed the blood of werewolves and vampires at the same time, and merged them with great perseverance, to gain the current strength. Deng Yang obviously also knew his shortcomings, and that he was not strong enough. He didn't have the ability like Linbin to easily get opportunities in the secret realm. In order to seize the opportunity, he had to fight hard. Therefore, even though he knew that he would become ugly, he still took the 2 bottles of blood stubbornly. Fortunately, except when he burst out with the strongest power, he still looked the same as before. But this also made Deng Yang more certain of his previous decision. He actually made a fortune by exchanging the 2 bottles of blood with the 7 layering of blazing sky. Enter the saint level. He gritted his teeth and said, we ghost have lost 2 apostles in succession. Now we are in a period of transition. If I don't stand up, ghost will really be finished. I understand. Then I will propose on your behalf that you be the selector. The apostle meeting will be held again in 3 days. There will be 3 apostles present. As long as you can pass their approval, then you will be the new 11 apostles. Understood. Wait for the news. The communication was hung up. Deng Yang also slowly recovered his normal physical condition. Looking at his bare upper body, he shook his head and sighed. I can't help but want to tear off my clothes when I transform. This problem is really impossible to change. It seems that I have to prepare more clothes in the future. Thinking of this, he called Linbin. At this time, Linbin had been waiting for a long time. He asked, how is it? Deng Yang said, in 3 days, there will be a formal apostle to test me, but I have a good reputation in their minds, so the possibility of passing is very high. At that time, I will help you pay attention to the whereabouts of those people you are looking for. By the way, can you help me find a few things related to them? I may be able to find them by smell. My nose is better than a dog's. Okay, I'll find a way. You're welcome. Remember to treat me to a meal if you succeed. Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied by then. Linbin hung up the call. After thinking for a while, he called Zhuan again. After waiting for a long time, a somewhat unfamiliar voice asked tentatively, hello. Hello. Linbin, it's me. Do you have the belongings of those fleeing reincarnationists? Zhuan was startled when she heard this and asked in surprise, sir, you are actually tracking down the whereabouts of those reincarnationists? As soon as these words came out, Fixun, who was with Zhuan, was stunned. With a complicated look in his eyes, he quickly snatched the phone and said urgently, Brother Bin, don't be impulsive. The enemy is powerful, far beyond your imagination. You can't be reckless and impulsive. Fixun, you are here too. Brother Bin, I really can't. You. Fixun didn't expect that you said you would help Fixun vent her anger. There is no need to do so. Fixun will naturally avenge her in the future. This. Linbin thought to himself that it's not really true. He said in a serious tone, Fixun, a real man should keep his word. Since I said I would help you vent your anger, I naturally cannot be the kind of person who goes back on his word. Don't worry, I'm sure. Bin. Brother Bin. Fixun was so moved that her voice choked. Even Fixun, who had some opinions about Linbin, couldn't help but secretly marvel in her heart. She didn't expect this man to do what he said. He is a real man. The old book is finished, and the new book will add a chapter to celebrate. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.